Chapter 988. Yi Fan came from the west and slaughtered his way into the holy city. The god race that had been lying dormant had finally appeared, immediately triggering a huge commotion. This place was in an uproar, and many people were praying. In the sky, there was a powerful existence flowing with divine splendor. It was as if Mercury was flowing everywhere, filling every inch of space. There are experts in the west after all. Yi Fan said softly. He had the disciples retreat to avoid being affected. Dang. A sound wave that sounded like a great bell rang out, purifying one's soul. It was long and unending, traveling extremely far. It was clear and vast. A blazing light rushed over. The ancient god race didn't take action, but a woman with 4 pairs of divine wings on her back and a divine ring behind her head appeared. She was beautiful to the point of being flirtatious. She immediately attacked. The divine emissary has appeared to enforce the law in place of the gods. The demon from the central earth has been purified and removed from this world. This is an archangel. This kind of emissary was famous in the archaic years. I never thought I would see one in this era. Within the 3 great religions, even the cultivators who were watching the liveliness were astonished. Then they felt deep reverence. It was rumored that an archangel could sweep through an entire region. Yi Fan didn't show any fear when he saw her rush over. The girl riding the unicorn he encountered when entering the city was possessed by her. Now her true body had finally appeared. The so-called divine emissary is an ancient race, he softly said to himself. He immediately thought of many things. During the archaic years, experts from outside this region descended for the 99 Dragon Mountains. This was most likely a race from back then. I will take action in the name of the gods and burn your filthy soul. Repent and start anew. This archangel shouted. Her entire body overflowed with brilliant colors. 4 pairs of divine wings flapped, producing ripples that turned into Tao scars. God. To you I am a god. Are you speaking in my name? I've killed at least 800 archaic creatures in Big Dipper. Do you think I'm talking to you? Yi Fan was indifferent. Disrespecting the gods. I'll grant you destruction. This beautiful archangel took action. Her entire body was surrounded by a divine ring, and with a shake of her 4 pairs of divine wings, the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. The heavens split apart, and an expanse of slaughter natural laws rushed out, turning into a heavenly sword that hacked towards Yi Fan. The magical force was like a sea, vast and boundless. Many people in Jerusalem trembled, and they couldn't help but kneel down. In the current era, this type of powerful existence was as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Divine might, this is an undefeatable divine might. No one can go against the will of a deity. Everyone cried out in alarm. Many people drew crosses over their chests. You are indeed not weak. However, it depends on who you are fighting against. If you want to kill me, you'll have to cultivate for another 3,000 years. Yi Fan pointed his fingers together and unleashed a sword art. A wave of golden sword energy rushed out like a vast ocean. Pooh! All the Tao patterns created by the Archangel Divine Wings were shattered, and the golden sword sea surged forward. A blazing sword light flashed by and cut her in half on the spot. Fresh blood gushed out and dyed the sky red. What? The divine emissary's body was severed? How could this demon be so powerful? Everyone in Jerusalem went cold from head to toe. They were still cheering just now, but in the blink of an eye, they felt a chill run through their bones. All of the fine hairs on their bodies stood on end. In the sky, blood splashed outwards. The archangel that was cut in half released a long roar, and the 2 halves of her body merged back together. A streak of divine light flashed past, and everything returned to normal. This is the power of a deity. Imperishable through 1,000 tribulations, imperishable through 100 eras. Someone cheered. Their spirits were stirred up, and it could be said that their minds were completely immersed in this battle. However, the archangel's face fell ashen, and she felt great fear inside. She knew that things were now extremely troublesome. The person in front of her was deep and immeasurable, and she was not his opponent. She opened her mouth and spat out an ancient scroll. It turned into a mountain and river diagram that surrounded Yi Fan. This was a forbidden artifact. Once one was trapped inside, everything would be dissolved. It was an ancient treasure. What does this count for? Little Taoist, I taught you a lesson just now, yet you still refuse to learn. In that case, I'll just send you to meet your ancestors. Yi Fan said softly. His hands moved about, and the army symbol art operated. The ancient scroll flew over with a so sound, and it quickly shrunk to the size of an inch before landing in his palm. Then, with a shake of his hand, he tossed it to his own disciple. The powerful ancient treasure quickly changed owners. Pooh! At the same time, Yi Fan used his hand to cut through the space between the archangel's brows. A streak of blood split open and extended downwards. With a pung sound, her body was hacked in half, and she died a violent death. Deity killer, he killed the divine emissary barehandedly. Demonic bone killed the divine emissary. How could this happen? This is a heaven-overflowing crime. The group of people broke into an uproar. Apart from the older cultivators whose eyes flickered with radiance and didn't say anything, the younger cultivators found this result hard to accept. They felt as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was caving in. The world became dark. You are the so-called divine race? Yi Fan flew high into the sky and confronted the person emitting divine splendor. This was definitely an archaic king, but he didn't become an ancient king. There was a vertical eye between his brows. His golden hair scattered behind him, and he wore a metal armor that flowed with dreamy radiance. This was the armor left behind by an ancient king, the Tao-severing king. After returning to Earth for a long time, Yi Fan finally encountered an opponent. This was a Tao-severing expert, a living existence that possessed an extraordinary bloodline. I am only the weakest among the many divine race. Human, do you want to defy the gods? This person looked very young, not more than 20 years old. However, his eyes were full of vicissitudes, and it was clear that he had lived for a very long time. His age was measured in thousands of years. It's fine if you scare others with these words, but it's meaningless against me. I have returned from the outer realms, and I have killed many ancient races. Do you still want to be above me and become a god? Yi Fan said coldly. In that case, you are determined to defy the gods. There is no one in this world who can save you, said the divine race expert. Yi Fan scoffed coldly and said, if I didn't guess wrong, the so-called divine race experts have already left during the ancient years. You are the only one left, and you can't pose any threat to me. You will never understand the domain of the gods. You lowly ant, why haven't you knelt down and repent for your sins? This divine race expert roared. His vertical eye emitted waves of ripples that quickly extended outwards. There was a powerful spiritual might that could actually sway one's mind and make one submit. Yi Fan immediately released a light shout. It was like a bolt of lightning streaking across the sky, and it immediately calmed down this demonic sound. Meanwhile, many people who were kneeling on the ground were also stunned, not understanding what was going on. You want to use this kind of bewitching technique on me? I even killed the descendants of your ancient emperor. So what if you've severed your Tao? Yi Fan walked up and took the initiative to take action. He didn't dare be careless when facing such a powerful figure. This was an ancient race that had severed their Tao before the world was completely dried up. He most likely had extraordinary methods. For the glory of the gods, blasphemers must die. This divine race expert released a light shout. A streak of dazzling light spat out from his mouth, and it turned into a divine rainbow. There were all types of symbols engraved on its surface as it rushed towards Yi Fan. This was the so-called words are the law, actions are the rules. The words of the divine mouth were the laws, and they could kill people invisibly. If one wasn't careful, they would definitely fall into the Tao. Yi Fan brushed out with his hand. Zheng zheng sounds rang out, and that divine rainbow shattered like sparkling glass. An energy storm erupted, and the battle between the two truly began. Rainbow pierces the sun. The divine race expert's vertical eye shone with radiance, shooting out several li of radiance. It was accompanied by the rumbling of the heavenly Tao. This was his race's innate divine ability, and it resonated with the Tao. Yi Fan's left hand formed the embracing mountain imprint, and a black mountain appeared. It scattered the radiance on the spot, and the resplendent light instantly turned into darkness. Hong. The divine race expert rushed forward, and his entire body surged with holy light. It was as if he was burning, releasing blinding light that illuminated the heavens and earth. Every inch of space was filled with holy force. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Yi Fan's mouth. The so-called deity finally moved his fist, and he could no longer act high and mighty. He turned into a streak of blazing golden light, and met the attack head-on. His hand formed the true dragon imprint, and the high skies immediately rumbled and collapsed. The two sides were separated by several hundred zhang, and the boundless power collided. This was a collision of heaven overflowing magical power. Yi Fan's physical body passed through the stormy region at extreme speed. The true dragon imprint took form, and it turned into a huge azure dragon as it soared over. Pooh! The divine race expert coughed out a large mouthful of blood. His body seemed to have been struck by lightning as he flew over 1,000 zhang away. The blood was silvery white, and it emitted a holy splendor. Below, the numerous cultivators were deathly silent. At the start of the battle, the deity already suffered a small loss, and his blood splashed into the heavens. This was not a good sign. A demon had appeared in the Middle Earth. Was the warning of the ancient times going to become a nightmare now? He could contend against a deity. Who in the present world could match him? Who could subdue him? He didn't sever his Tao, yet he has this kind of cultivation. The divine race expert muttered to himself. He knew that he had encountered great trouble, and the slightest bit of carelessness would lead to his death. Yi Fan said, "You finally don't think of yourself as a deity anymore? Hand over the ancestral artifact, and continue to be a deity. Otherwise, your blood will splatter over the holy city today." The divine race expert calmed himself down. He took out an ancient talisman, and it floated above his head. He softly chanted an incantation, and a huge body overlapped with him. It stood majestically like an ancient war god. "Human, crawl under my feet. Offer up piety and reverence, and I will forgive you of your crimes." A huge roar shook the heaven and earth. This was a giant completely formed from the ancient talisman. It caused him to emit an overflowing tyrannical aura, causing Jerusalem to tremble. Large cracks appeared in the sky. The ancient talisman was extremely special. It was as if a body had been forged out of thin air. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that it was formed from interweaving natural laws and Tao patterns. It was like a body of light. Meanwhile, the divine race expert resided in the head of this enormous war body. It was as if he was wearing an enormous armor, and his physique was powerful to the extreme. This was his race's secret treasure. After activating the ancient talisman, he could temporarily possess the power of the ancient ancestor's body. He could borrow it for his own use and sweep through everything. This is the ancient war god's body. Many older generation figures were shocked. There were even some ancient families that worshipped this divine statue. No one expected that they would personally witness it today. The divine race had manifested it, and its power was heaven overflowing. This divine race activated the ancient talisman, and it entered this powerful war body. It hacked open the void, and chaotic energy surged like Pangu splitting open heaven and earth. It took a step forward and immediately killed Yi Fan. Hong! The war god's palm slammed down, shattering the void and drowning Yi Fan within the chaotic energy streams. Its power was unparalleled. However, when everything calmed down, Yi Fan stood in the distance unharmed. He wasn't hit at all. He said coldly, "It's not the true ancestral body, just a body of light formed from interweaving symbols. It's nothing much." After speaking, he took the initiative to face it head-on. The two fought a great battle, producing streaks of dazzling light that illuminated the entire divine city. The mountain-embracing imprint in Yi Fan's left hand continuously collided with him. His right hand suddenly released the human king imprint, immediately sending him flying several thousand zhang away. Everyone was shocked. The difference in height between the two was too great, yet Yi Fan could send the war god's body flying. His great power was inconceivable. This ancient talisman is a treasure. It was most likely personally refined by a half-saint. Yi Fan said to himself. At this moment, he attacked with all his strength and fought fiercely against this Tao-severing king. The true dragon imprint smashed out, leaving behind a terrifying palm imprint on this enormous body. Pung. Then, the human king imprint struck out, directly blasting the war god's body apart. The ancient talisman floating above the divine race's head cracked, releasing a crisp sound as it turned into powder. Deities are nothing more than this. Yi Fan rushed over with the travel character art. His right hand turned into a sky-overturning imprint, and like a large golden wheel, it smashed down. The surface was densely covered in symbols, and it was incomparably terrifying. Pooh! The deity was smashed into pieces, turning into a rain of blood in the sky. It scattered over Jerusalem's holy city. The scene was horrifying. Deity was killed. Everyone's faces turned pale from fright. They were completely dumbfounded. Chapter 989. A god was killed by a human. A rain of blood poured down like a torrential downpour. The god's blood seemed to be boundless as it sprinkled down endlessly. The chilly wind howled angrily, shocking everyone. They were tongue-tied and became absolutely silent. After an unknown period of time, waves of cries rang out. There were naturally devout believers here. They were all heartbroken and in disbelief. God is dead. How could this be? He was killed by a demon from the Middle Earth. What happened to this world? How could the omnipotent God die? How could he be defeated? Everything is an illusion. No matter what era it was, there was no lack of fanatics. Their world seemed to have collapsed. They couldn't accept this fact. Most of the people were silent and shocked, especially the old cultivators. Even if they had faith, they wouldn't cry, because at a certain level they all understood the origins of the so-called God. Heavens, a demon from the Middle Earth killed our God. This is a nightmare. Let's go and kill him together. A fanatic shouted and rushed forward like a madman. However, there weren't as many people who responded as expected. Less than 100 people charged towards Yi Fan. Bang! Yi Fan stepped down like a dark cloud pressing down. The world instantly darkened, enveloping the land below. These people all exploded, turning into dozens of balls of blood mist, becoming lonely ghosts. Even a god had been killed. Who could stop a demon from the Middle Earth now? This was a shocking result. A god had been slaughtered in front of everyone in the holy city, and it was a clean and decisive move. Yi Fan stood on the ground, extremely silent. He was extracting the god's divine sense imprint, and looking at the ancient secrets. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. This was an ancient race left behind in the West. When his ancestors left, he was still very young and was forgotten here. He didn't know the coordinates of the starry sky. Otherwise he would have left long ago. Yi Fan still knew some general information. He learned that people from at least 3 ancient planets in the star domain had come to Earth. The most powerful one was the Hwasong planet, and its people were all from the Golden Crow race. And this god came from an ancient planet called Tongtian. It was the origin of life and was very difficult to find in a primitive star domain. There are at least 6 or 7 ancient planets with life in the entire universe. The ancestral temple of the Yuhua god dynasty has the coordinates of a few planets with life. These should be the coordinates. When he left, Yi Fan only managed to snatch the coordinates of Earth. The rest of it broke apart and fell into unknown hands. There should be 1 or 2 Protoss on Earth, as well as some messengers. Yi Fan obtained this information after carefully observing his divine sense. The main reason was that his sky-flipping seal was so powerful that it shattered this person's consciousness. His memory was a little incomplete, so he couldn't see how many gods were left. The mountains and rivers within Jerusalem rose and fell, and it was known as the number 1 heavenly passage in the West. It had existed for a very long time, and it was difficult to say when it had first appeared. There had been deities living here since ancient times. In this age of chaos, it's hard to say who's stronger and who's weaker. In the past, when spiritual energy was abundant, Tao severing was still far from complete after so many years. Naturally, it's not a threat to me. Yi Fan muttered to himself. The powerhouses of the Protoss were already dead, and more than half of the fanatics had been killed. The remaining people no longer dared to approach. All of them retreated while he walked into the depths of the city step by step. Everyone was terrified. All of them retreated. The demons of the Middle-earth had arrived in the West and killed a god. This shocked everyone, and the entire divine city was in a state of depression. At this moment, The news quickly spread to all parts of Europe through various means. The entire Western cultivation world was completely shaken. The god was dead. He was killed by a demon king of the Middle-earth named Yifan. He killed his way all the way to the west, and claimed to be the lord of the celestial court. Like a stormy wave, he shocked one ancient inheritance after another. This day was known as the Day of Darkness. It was imprinted in the history of the Western cultivation. It was an incomparably gloomy day that made people feel despair and powerlessness. The god is dead, and the demon is here. This was what the cultivators said the most. This was an earth-shattering event. People finally knew how powerful the warnings of the ancient sages were. The demon from the Middle-earth was not just a saying. The Vatican was another paradise of the Western Orthodoxy. After hearing the news, a group of important people almost flipped the table and urgently summoned the Holy Knights. On the same day, the fearless crusaders set out for Jerusalem. They had just been formed not long ago and were all carefully selected powerhouses. This time, they did not obey orders and went to battle on their own. Yifan walked in the holy city of Jerusalem and slowly climbed up to a temple built for the god. Normally, no one dared to enter. The grand temple was filled with holy light. There were auspicious spiritual birds flying in the air, and ancient vines crawled along the sides. It was peaceful and natural. Following this place, there were giant stone steps that led to even higher places. Yifan slowly walked forward, step by step entering the most majestic ancient palace located at the peak of the mountain. This was the residence of the god. Others were not allowed to enter or blaspheme it. Yifan was here to find the ancestral artifact, so he naturally had no qualms. He had even killed the god, so what was there to be afraid of? Master, are there really no other experts in this holy city? Why do I feel a little worried? Zhang Qingyang asked. He was the little Taoist master and knew some divination and divination techniques. There are. Yifan frowned. He felt that this holy city was very strange. It was as if there was a supreme existence here, but why hadn't it appeared? I've heard a little about it. Legend has it that there was an ancient character suppressed by terror. Could it be that Master has sensed such an aura? Long Yuxuan asked. Yifan was startled. Then he stood in silence for a long time, sensing with his heart. His powerful divine sense swept through every inch of the land. He couldn't help but nod and say, "It should be like this. This ancient city cannot be damaged, or else there might be a big mess. Master has made a great discovery. There are a few ancestral artifacts that Middle-earth lost over 100 years ago. There were a few ancient objects on a stone platform. There were fragments of the Fuxi dragon tablet, fragments of the 9 cauldrons forged by you the Great, and so on and so forth. Some of these objects were powerful magic artifacts, while some were purely ancient artifacts of our ancestors. It wasn't because of how powerful they were, but because of their extraordinary significance. They were ancestral artifacts, and it was a kind of humiliation to be displayed in the West. There are too many ancient artifacts of Middle-earth displayed in the various museums. It's really a kind of humiliation, but these are the most important. They must be taken back. Presenting them here is like showing the corpses of our ancestors to others. They took away all the things on the stone platform. Master, there are Mount Tai's altar cornerstone here. Very soon, they found a damaged altar in an important place in the hall. There shouldn't be just these. There should be some more. This so-called divine race expert didn't collect much. Yifan frowned. These things had to be taken back. Not even a single piece could be left behind. They would all be of great use to him. The cornerstone with the ancient heavenly scriptures recorded here isn't here. There are no clues. Yan Xiaoyu said. Then it should be in another heavenly passage in the west. We still have to make a trip there. They emptied this place. Additionally, they discovered many powerful artifacts. Some belonged to the west, and some belonged to the east. They naturally didn't hold back, and swept them all away. There seems to be a king weapon among them. The disciples were overjoyed. They couldn't help but rub their hands. Yifan waved his hand and gave them an equal share. They immediately cheered. Outside the majestic palace, below the enormous stone steps, many people were looking up at the shrine, all of them in a daze. The demons of the Middle Earth had plundered such a sacred place. This was truly an irreversible calamity. Jerusalem was the holy city of the three great religions. There were more than one divine palace and ancient temple. The other two sects were a bit scared. They feared that Yifan's demonic nature would erupt and loot them as well. Master, the other two sects might have ancient altar cornerstones as well. Should we take a look? Yu asked in a soft voice. It was because this matter was extremely important. They already wiped out one sect's deity. The other two sects might still have deities. If they fought, the results would be hard to predict. All altars left behind by the ancient people of Middle-earth must be taken back. Yifan said resolutely. However, he didn't want to kill too many either. He walked out of the grand palace and looked at the densely packed figures below. He then looked towards the important places of the other two sections. After a long time, he sat down cross-legged. Yifan began to recite the salvation scripture. He had already obtained a perfect scripture from Spirit Treasure Sect. This scripture's wondrous uses were boundless, and it could also purify the living. There were many people with hostility below. Yifan released his divine sense and didn't conceal his cultivation at all. He supported the scripture's profound mysteries and Tao laws as he began to purify the people within the holy city. This was a type of wondrous technique. Not long after, a few fanatical believers were turned into ordinary believers. A portion of them were members of the crusade, and in the end they were almost purified to follow him. Demonic scripture. This is a type of demonic scripture. Everyone, please don't listen to it. Hurry and escape. In the end, Yifan was preaching the Tao and chanting scriptures. A group of people fled, and there were even more who were completely infatuated and immersed in it. He quickly obtained a lot of important information from these people's pious thoughts. He operated the army formula and transported some incomplete altars from the other two sects' divine halls. He immediately retrieved them and didn't kill anyone. Not long after, the holy city became peaceful. Half of the people fled to the divine halls of the various sects to seek the protection of the gods. Meanwhile, the other portion was almost purified. They sat on the ground devoutly and listened to the Tao sounds. As they listened to his preaching, this place became a paradise. In the distance, there was a powerful fluctuation of divine might. Two experts of the god race appeared from a mysterious place in the west. They met the crusaders from Vatican City and led them into the holy city. Who is blaspheming the gods? The majestic and deafening heavenly might rumbled over from afar. These were two beams of divine light that shot straight into the heavens. At the center of the light were two majestic figures with imperial crowns on their heads. They were just like ancient monarchs, inviolable, divine, and boundless majesty. Are these the last two experts of the god race? Yifan's eyes flickered as he watched. Auspicious songs rang out in the sky. Holy light illuminated everything and divine clouds filled the air. It was as if gods had descended. These two were a bit stronger than the god race expert who had died. They were also kings of the Tao Severing realm, and belonged to the mid-stage of this realm. They seemed to have some kind of secret treasure on them, and emitted a dangerous aura. Behind them was a group of crusaders. Even though they didn't have as many people as last time, they were much stronger. Their battle intent surged, and they weren't afraid of death. Yifan didn't say much. He directly took out two black arrows and gently stroked them. Then he directly drew the bow and shot into the sky. Woo! The heavens and earth split apart. Ghosts wept and gods howled. It was as if a demonic god had come into being. The sky collapsed. If not for the protection of the ancient formation, the holy city would have been destroyed in a day because the power of the black arrows was too great. Yifan used all of his strength to shoot it out. It was as if two suns exploded, carrying tremendous divine might that collapsed the sky dome, collapsing the void. Nothing remained, waves of primal chaos mist surging. Pooh! A black arrow pierced through the clouds and split the sun, piercing through a god race expert. He collapsed on the spot and a rain of blood splashed out, dyeing the sky red. Ah! Another miserable cry sounded. The other god race expert couldn't escape this disaster either, and was directly shot dead. He turned into a large string of blood that poured down like a torrential rain. Yifan used the black arrows to kill two god race experts. This shocked the scene. The crusaders who came from afar were completely dumbfounded. They would never forget this scene. This day was destined to be a dark day. The three god race experts all died, and their names were forever erased. It was impossible for a miracle to appear again. Yi Fan stood up and gazed into the distance. It's time to go to the other heavenly paradise of the Western inheritance, and bring back the ancestral artifact and divine object. Chapter 990. Awu! Loud cries rang out. Yi Fan stood in front of the majestic shrine and looked down. The Crusader army seemed to have lost their hope, and was on the verge of collapse as they wailed loudly. God was dead, and the whole world seemed to have collapsed. Everything was dark and filled with despair. The two mighty experts of the god race had been killed with a single arrow, and it was hard for them to accept this. In the eyes of these devout believers, the whole world had lost its luster. The world had come to an end, and this was an unbearable weight and pain. Their faith had collapsed. Glory and faith are our lives. Fight for God! Everyone cried loudly and faced death with equanimity. They rushed toward the tallest sacred mountain in Jerusalem, wanting to carry out the final assault. They couldn't accept this cruel reality. Yi Fan didn't say anything. He stretched out his finger and swiped downwards. Pu sounds rang out incessantly as blood blossomed. Lives were withering as 7 to 8 knight leaders were erased. After that he didn't make any more moves. He sat cross-legged on the tallest sacred mountain, and began to recite the salvation scripture. His voice resounded through the sky, and auspicious clouds scattered down like pearls and pearls. 1,000 colors and 10,000 auspicious lights poured down, covering every corner. This scripture was the first of the 3 cave scriptures of Taoism. It could eliminate natural disasters, protect the emperor, and poison the people. Both men and women were protected and could be converted from mortals. The path of immortals brings forth life, immeasurable people. Yi Fan's voice was deafening and rumbled like thunder. He recited the scriptures on the sacred mountain, and all kinds of phenomena appeared in the world. Yi Fan wanted to go to another paradise in West Earth, but if he didn't get rid of the evil aura of the Crusaders, they might bring disaster to Middle Earth. They blocked the path, all of them in grief. Yi Fan didn't want to create a heaven-overflowing calamity. Killing so many people was truly against the harmony of the heavens, so he might as well convert them spiritually. Auspicious colors descended from the sky, and sweet springs gushed out from the earth. Withered trees sprouted, and the sick and disabled were healed. Yi Fan's lotus blossomed, and all kinds of auspicious signs appeared. Immortal light shone brilliantly, and a divine aura curled up around him. He was like a god converting all living beings. Ancient characters appeared one after another from his mouth, turning into scriptures that were engraved in the void, purifying everyone's hearts and minds, cleansing their primordial spirits. This was a type of cleansing on the spiritual level. Yi Fan didn't have the slightest killing intent, and he seemed like an ancient immortal or an eternal sage. Every single word he spat out was crystalline and translucent, and they transformed into divine radiance that illuminated the sky and entered everyone's sea of consciousness. The frightening murderous aura in the city of Jerusalem had all disappeared. Many of the knights had already rushed to the front, but they had all thrown away their weapons and were in a daze. This was the most powerful group of people. At the foot of the holy mountain, there was a group of crusaders sitting cross-legged on the ground. Their expressions were solemn, as though they had gained enlightenment. Their expressions were calm, and their entire being seemed peaceful. When the older cultivators in the distance saw this scene, all of their hair stood on end. What kind of heaven-defying method was this? They were comparable to ancient deities, opening their mouths to preach the Tao, gather believers, establish a sect in a single day, be respected by all under the heavens, able to pass down their inheritance through the ages. Gao Zhengzuo Penai Fin spirit. Sorrowful across the border. Nan Yaokui. Jingyi Guang. Mixed elements awakening fate. Yi Fan chanted the Tao scripture, and orchids surrounded him. Golden gates appeared, clouds rose, and images appeared. An immortal king sat cross-legged in the 9 heavens, and the chaos nourished a lotus. Reciting the scripture once, the devout believers' hearts would be clear. Reciting the scripture twice, and worry would be gone. Reciting the scripture thrice, and everyone would bow their heads, and their minds would be clear. Reciting the scripture thrice, and the hidden ailments would be gone. Reciting the scripture thrice, and the teeth would be reborn. Endless bandits must think. Great waves are born in the Tao Sea. Dharma and righteousness are like a stream. Nurture good seedlings. To save the hungry and poor. Yi Fan's vision gradually merged with his body. He sat high in the 9 heavens, reciting the heaven and earth Xian and Huang texts. The sky was overflowing with auspicious signs, and they fell down, completely covering Jerusalem. It was almost impossible to see such a powerful being in the present world, and even more so, no one would devote their mind and cultivation to expounding the scripture to enlighten so many people. In ancient times, this was a manifestation of a divine miracle. This was not only enlightening the believers, but also giving them great benefits. Whether it was a problem in their cultivation or the shackles on their cultivation, they would all be changed, and they would receive great benefits. In ancient times, this was like a god descending to the world. It was equivalent to creating a pure land, and it was a supreme method to gather faith. Once everyone in the world recognized and respected him, he could become a saint. The hostility in the holy city of Jerusalem disappeared completely, and it turned into a peaceful place. Yi Fan used his great power to kill and suppress the place. And in this process the little Taoist master, Zhang Qingyang, benefited the most. He was a disciple of Taoism, and he was guarding behind Yi Fan. He felt as if a window had opened, and his cultivation improved, and he actually broke through a small realm. Master, establish a sect. This is nothing more than an ancient miracle. The people below have all been enlightened by you, and they have become devout believers, he said with a trembling voice. Celestial Court. Yi Fan spat out these 2 words. His voice was deafening, and it resounded through the clouds. He told Zhang Qingyang that he could preach in the future, but not now. Zhang Qingyang nodded. This would be a grand and long-term goal for him to work hard for. The famous Taoist Zhang embarked on a road to create his own path. In the end, Yi Fan no longer showed off his cultivation, and no longer chanted scriptures. The people sitting cross-legged below the holy mountain were all full of spirit, and they completely gave up their killing intent. Their spirits were purified. He stood up. The people below were pilgrims, and their eyes were incomparably devout. They were all praying, and they were willing to follow him to the Vatican to ask for the ancestral artifact. Zhang Qingyang decided on his own, and at this moment, he announced Yi Fan's position as Celestial Emperor. For a moment, the mountain was filled with endless cheers, and it resounded through the world. Dragon Sparrow, Zhang Yifan, and the others looked at each other in dismay. They felt that Zhang Qingyang really had the potential to become a swindler. In the blink of an eye, he had turned a group of enemies into believers. It was a bit inconceivable. Master, please teach me the flawless scripture of expiation, Zhang Qingyang said seriously. Yi Fan stretched out his hand, and a clear radiance entered the space between his brows, turning into a complicated scripture. Moreover, it had the imprint of his enlightenment, and it involved the various details and processes of comprehending this scripture. It could allow him to quickly understand it. This was no longer a pure expiation scripture. There were also Tao scriptures, Western Emperor scriptures, Eternal Universe scriptures, and many other profound mysteries that could purify one's primordial spirit, forming a unique ancient scripture. It's time to leave. Yi Fan gazed into the distance, and thus began his journey. Celestial Emperor. At the foot of the sacred mountain, groups of devout believers shouted, their voices resounding through the clouds. In the distant temples of the other 2 religions, many elders were dumbstruck. Even the gods they revered were speechless, not daring to make a move. Yi Fan descended the mountain, and with many followers he left this place in a grandiose manner, heading into the distance. I want the flowers of the Celestial Court's orthodoxy to blossom in every corner of the world, and from then on, establish an immortal sect, Zhang Qingyang said, extremely excited. Zhang Qingyang, you couldn't have been accidentally purified by Master, right? The others muttered, speaking in a joking tone. You guys don't understand, establish an immortal sect. I vaguely seem to have sensed something, but it's hard to explain right now. Zhang Qingyang said absent-mindedly. Vatican City, meaning the land of prophets, was the most famous heavenly paradise in the West. It was the resting place of the ancient gods, possessing endless myths and legends. Not long after Yi Fan left Jerusalem, all of the news spread through various methods, shaking the Western orthodoxy greatly. The last two divine races were shot dead, and all of the glory and halo became dim. Moreover, the Crusaders became his bodyguards, becoming his devout believers, and were currently on their way to the West. The devil headed to the West. Many ancient families couldn't sit still anymore. A devil emerged from the central earth, his momentum overbearing, and he didn't come with good intentions. Was he going to overturn the Western orthodoxy? On this day of darkness, all of the great inheritances were horrified. A devil emerged from the central earth, heading west. No one had expected things to develop to this extent. It was extremely grim. The remaining divine races of this world were all dead. Who else could subdue this great demon of the central earth? Vatican City is in danger. Even though its backing is deep, it is already insufficient in this cultivationless age. No one can suppress this devil. You're wrong. That is the master of the celestial court. Be careful of him trying to purify you. What do we do? Should we go and provide assistance? Don't worry. If I haven't guessed wrong, there are still some holy knights who survived the Dark Age. Perhaps they still have the strength to fight. Everyone was discussing this. They were all incomparably shocked by Yi Fan's crusade of purification. Some of them couldn't accept this reality, and all of them were a bit scared. Yi Fan walked around the Vatican for a while before entering the ancient formation. He walked into a primitive land. The ancient trees here were like dragons, and the fragrance of ancient medicines permeated the air. This was a rare cultivation holy land, and a desolate aura assaulted his senses. Since the ancient times, this place had been a spiritual land that nurtured gods. There were saints and virtuous sages overseeing it throughout the generations. Now that the times had changed, it was impossible for such experts to appear again. However, it was still revered by people. This was an ancient Tao rite. It was different from the Catholic center that mortals believed in, but it could still absorb the power of faith from the outside world. Within the Vatican, there were many great figures who were worried and frowning. Now that the devil of the central earth had come to their doorstep, they were at a loss. However, there were also some people who were laughing heartily. They said in great comfort, "Isn't it great that the divine race is dead? The Holy Scripture is the crystallization of wisdom, and Jesus is a venerable sage. What are those divine races from outside this region? When the time comes, we will go and welcome the devil of the central earth. Our doctrine is great. The existence of God is to provide spiritual sustenance for the people of the world, and not to provide telekinesis for the divine races from outside this region." In another grand hall, a group of people were at their wits' end. They were all extremely worried. Even the divine race had been killed, so how could the Vatican resist? In the end, Pope opened his mouth. His expression was as calm as water as he said, "No matter. God isn't omnipotent, but our religion is omnipotent." Your Majesty Pope, do you have any ideas? The devils of the central earth are truly powerful to the extreme. Someone revealed an expression of shock and couldn't help but ask, "Do you know why those divine race experts only live in the holy city of Jerusalem and never dare to come to this ancient Tao rite? Because they are afraid that the strongest expert under the starry skies is here." Pope's eyes were deep and unfathomable like the sea. He sat upright and was as calm as a mountain. "Then why did you watch as they were killed?" Someone asked in alarm. "What do they count as? It's just a cooperation. In the past, we occasionally needed them to display miracles. They aren't true gods, and they are merely gods that we established. We can abolish them at any time." Pope's hair was thick and flowing with brilliance. His face was snow-white and sparkling, and his eyes were as deep as the starry skies. As he sat high up, every movement he made would leave traces of the Tao. He was like a god. Chapter 991. The Vatican was the land of the prophets and the holy land where the gods slept. It was extremely vast and was far larger than the small piece of land in the mortal world. Here, towering divine mountains rose and fell. Rays of holy light lingered around them as angels sang hymns. Strange flowers bloomed, old herbs grew on the cliffs, and pure-blooded unicorns roamed the forest. This was a peaceful ancient Taoist rite temple, and one could even see spirits, giants, and strange dragons that had gone extinct since the ancient times. A desolate aura assaulted one's face. In the distance, the dragon pond was deep. Waterfalls poured down from the sky, and dozens of mountains were the most conspicuous. Every one of them was engraved with Tao marks of heaven and earth. On every mountain was a majestic temple. Regardless of whether it was the foundation, tiles, or wooden pillars, they were all from ancient times and had existed for a long time. This place gave people a sense of great vicissitudes. No matter how much time passed, this place remained the same since ancient times. It was sacred and dignified. Not everyone could set foot in this place, especially those who had come to denounce the Vatican. Since ancient times, not many people had been able to do so. Yi Fan brought a few disciples into this ancient dojo. He stood in the distance and quietly observed the land of the prophets, silently appreciating its glory. This was not a shelter for the weak. Time flew by, and each generation produced outstanding people. Behind him was a large group of people who had been converted in Jerusalem and became his staunch followers. They were incomparably pious, and many of them were members of the crusade. The great army pressed on, shaking all of Europe. However, the Vatican was very quiet. The high and mighty Holy Temple sprinkled down its radiance, and there was no tense atmosphere. The earth trembled and wild beasts roared. Hundreds of cavalry charged into the Vatican, and all of them trampled on the tall mountains. Their blood energy surged into the heavens, and their killing intent surged. The people of the Divine Splendor clan had come to fight to protect the Vatican. Their clan leader had led many experts here. Boom! The heavens fell and the earth cracked. In another direction, blood energy surged as a group of powerful knights appeared. They wore golden armor and held golden spears in their hands. Their battle intent was high, and their eyes were sharp. This was a group of lions that had been through hundreds of battles. This is someone from the Gold family. They are known to have the bloodline of a deity and are incomparably powerful. During the ancient years, there were 2 divine sages who swept through the west, forcing all saints to retreat. A devout follower explained to Yi Fan, explaining the origins of these experts, describing their bloodlines and specialties in great detail. On this day, many ancient clans sent experts to reinforce the Vatican, fearing that the demons of the Central Plains would destroy the Holy Land in their hearts. It hadn't even been an hour since Yi Fan arrived here, but there were already 12 great armies that hurried over. All of them the most ancient and powerful inheritances, representing the most powerful of the present day. Boom! On the highest majestic sacred mountain, the grand palace was pushed open by 2 beautiful angels with divine wings. The sacred door of the center of power was opened, and a group of elders came out in a line. A powerful aura covered the sky and covered the earth. It was obvious that this was a group of extraordinary characters, representing the current Vatican's peak strength. Every one of them had profound cultivation, and lived in seclusion all year round, borrowing the ocean-like psychokinesis to cultivate. At the center, there was a stone chair with a cross carved on it, giving off an ancient aura. An old man sat there majestically, looking down like a great mountain, like an ancient deity. His eyes were incomparably vast, with the sun, moon, and stars flickering in and out of existence. Wu, a powerful opponent. This is someone who has survived since the ancient years. Looking at the traces left behind by the passage of time, he should be more than 3,000 years old. Yi Fan said to himself. This is the Pope. No one knows which era he is from. Only that his followers have died batch after batch, but he is still alive, a devout follower informed. Pung! The great earth trembled. Several figures appeared, making the mountains tremble. They possessed incomparable power, every single one of them unmoving like a mountain, calm like a mountain. Every single one of them was special, looking like they were 40 or 50 years old. However, the vicissitudes in their eyes were difficult to hide. The battle clothes on their bodies were dull and lusterless, all of them cast from bronze. They were covered in blade marks and arrow imprints, as if they were taken out from a museum. Battle clothes from the dark era. Someone cried out in alarm. These are holy knights from the ancient era. Legend has it that several of them experienced tens of thousands of battles without dying, passing through all types of chaotic eras, living until today. Everyone's reactions were different, all of them revealing expressions of shock. Even Yi Fan was a bit surprised. These four were all ancient sect master-level figures. Being able to live until now was also an anomaly. We were originally waiting for you in Jerusalem's holy city, but after receiving the Pope's decree, we didn't face you. One of them spoke without any joy or worry. Even deities aren't my opponent. It's useless even if all of you come at me together. Yi Fan said indifferently. When the calm and emotionless voice sounded in everyone's ears, it possessed incomparable deterrence. All of the ancient families that came to provide assistance felt a wave of fear. This was the truth. Heaven and earth slowly dried up, only becoming deathly still several hundred years ago. These four had long become sect masters, and then they borrowed mental force to cultivate, so their cultivation didn't stop because of the drying up of heaven and earth. We might not be your opponent, but that doesn't mean that we can't injure you. They were extremely calm. In their hands appeared a great sword, a dragon spear, a dagger, and other things. They weren't all that sharp, dull and lusterless. However, they made one's heart produce waves of coldness, as if they could devour one's primordial spirit. They were chilly and heavy, as if they were dragons hibernating in an abyss. Half-holy weapon. Yi Fan revealed a strange expression, but he didn't feel any fear. The difference in cultivation level was too great. He pointed forward, and one of them quickly used a great sword to block. Brilliant light erupted, and a vicious dragon that was hibernating awakened. It roared with terrifying power, tearing apart heaven and earth. The great earth split apart, and the heavens collapsed. This was an incomparable destructive power. Nothing could stop it, and it was as if Vatican City was going to be flattened. In the surroundings, many great peaks flickered with Tao marks, lighting up an expanse of dazzling light. They constructed an expanse of ancient magical patterns, protecting Vatican City. In the end, it wasn't damaged. At the same time, the other three also took action. These four weapons were extremely special, almost about to release the power of half-saints back then. It was as if four ancient sword saints had revived and were cleaving heaven and earth. Yi Fan turned into a streak of lightning, moving within the tens of thousands of divine splendor hacked out by the half-holy weapons. He pointed out 4 times in succession, and they turned into unstoppable sword radiance. Even though the 4 ancient holy knights' magical power was boundless, their reactions were fast, and they blocked it with the half-holy weapons, but a strand of the aftershock still injured them. On the spot, the 4 of them flew out as if they were struck by lightning. They coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and many of the bones in their bodies were broken. They all revealed expressions of disbelief. It wasn't that they didn't think that Yi Fan was powerful, but they didn't expect him to be this terrifying. His speed was too fast. Even with half-holy weapons, they couldn't hack that golden figure. Moreover, this kind of weapon consumed a great amount of energy, so it was difficult for them to use its true divine might. Suddenly, ancient scrolls covered the sky. 4 ancient scrolls rushed out from behind them, turning into 4 streaks of eternal light as they flew towards Yi Fan, suppressing him. Forbidden spell. The legendary ancient forbidden spell scrolls. Many people cried out loudly, and their expressions were extremely shocked. They all retreated, rushing out who knew how many li. Their faces were snow white. They never expected to encounter this kind of thing. This was the Tao mark personally carved by an ancient half-saint. It was the most terrifying talisman, and as long as one was struck by it, they would undoubtedly die. This was because the forbidden spell was equivalent to the full power attack of a half-saint. For half-saints took action. What kind of concept was this? It was unimaginable. Any one of the half-saints was enough to kill a god race expert. When 4 of them joined forces, it would be a fatal blow that couldn't be resisted. It was clear that the Vatican didn't hesitate to use up their sect protection treasure. And the losses were immeasurable to kill Yi Fan. 4 forbidden spell scrolls appeared at the same time, so there was no way he could survive. This was a tremendous threat. Even Yi Fan's expression changed. He hadn't severed the Tao yet, so he still wasn't a true immortal king. When 4 half-saints took action, it would be a fatal blow. Wang. The all-life energy cauldron rumbled, suspending above Yi Fan's head. Boundless source energy poured down, protecting him tightly. He turned into a streak of lightning, rushing into the distance. However, right at this time, Pope took action. Magical force was like an ocean, and with a raise of his hand, several great mountains were moved. Heaven and earth rumbled, blocking his path. Moving mountains and filling seas. Pope actually possessed a great divine ability that was difficult to defeat in the world. These divine mountains were carved with ancient magical patterns and couldn't be broken. He wanted to use this to cut off Yifan's path, and then use the forbidden spell scrolls to shatter him. Yifan didn't force his way through. The other party had set up a killing trap for him. The ancient divine mountains were carved with world-shaking Dao marks. If he took the initiative to attack, it would definitely be activated, and he would be in big trouble. However, he wasn't afraid. He quickly calmed down, because he had temporarily avoided the 4 heaven and earth collapsing scrolls. And it was difficult to get close to him. Everyone, there is no need to worry. This is the ancient battlefield, and the forbidden spell won't spread out. Pope spoke, comforting those who were fleeing in panic. At the same time, he moved mountains and filled seas. All of the ancient sacred mountains flew up, and the sound rang out continuously. Thunder shook the 9 heavens, and it was incomparably terrifying. He was like a deity, the sun, moon, and stars being born and destroyed in his eyes. He still sat on the stone chair with the cross carved on it, and he didn't get up. Only his hands were moving about. Pope's blood energy surged, about to drown out the sun in the sky. He had the power to devour mountains and rivers, and his magical force overflowed into the heavens. It was incomparable, and it was as if he was splitting heaven and earth apart. Vatican City was being pushed by his hands. Chaotic energy surged violently, and it was incomparably terrifying. The divine might of the 4 scrolls was boundless, as if 4 half-saints from the ancient era were taking action. They wanted to send Yifan down a path of death. These were forbidden weapons that could kill him. In the rear, Dragon Sparrow, Zhang Yifan, Yu Weiyu, and the others were all shaken, feeling incomparably anxious. Meanwhile, those followers were also trembling. Yifan was trapped in this killing trap. Was he going to die? Heavenly might. The most powerful expert under the starry skies. In the distance, many ancient clans were shouting. They deeply felt the terror of Pope, and a chill ran down their spines. They were all intimidated by his invincible stance, and they cheered for him. You want to kill me with these methods? You're still far from it. A calm voice came from the center of the terrifying battle. Yifan used the travel formula to plant an energy vortex, and he used the army formula with all his might to control the 4 scrolls to rush toward Pope. Boom. The sky collapsed and endless black cracks appeared, almost swallowing the central sacred mountain. The 4 scrolls shrouded down, wanting to destroy the Vatican's divine authority. Pope's eyes were deep, and he didn't move from his stone chair. He stretched out his right hand and drew a cross in the air. Brilliant light shone, and a divine gate appeared. The 4 scrolls rushed in like rotten weeds, and disappeared with a world-destroying aura. The power of the powerful forbidden spell had completely disappeared. Broken void, gate of divine transformation. This was a world-shocking divine ability. Even in the archaic years, not many people could obtain this kind of inheritance. The divine method covered the world. At the center of the battlefield, Yifan's expression was cold. He took action against the 4 holy knights without the slightest bit of mercy. It could be said to be an unmatched killing technique. Wang. The void trembled. The 4 holy knights who survived from the Dark Ages were terrified. They discovered that the weapons in their hands were no longer under their control. They were all trembling, releasing heaven-overflowing power. In the distance, Pope wanted to intervene, but it was already too late. He couldn't change the result at all. Pooh, pooh, bloody light flickered, and 4 waves of blood surged. The 4 ancient sect master-level existences were all hacked apart by the weapons in their hands. Blood splashed out 3 zhang, and their bodies were split into 2 halves, collapsing into pools of blood. The 4 half-saint grade weapons flew out, turning into inch-long pieces. They were dim and without light, returning to their ordinary state. They all landed in Yifan's palm, and then he threw them to his disciples. Dragon Sparrow, Zhang Qingyang, Zhang Yifan, and the others were shaken. Even their fingers were trembling. This was a half-saint weapon they yearned for even in their dreams. Who would have thought that they would be able to possess it one day? The Vatican City was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone was terrified. For powerful holy knights died just like that. To the demons of the Middle Earth, this was insignificant. Who would have thought that there would be an ancient person like you who survived until today? Yi Fan said softly. His eyes were blazing as he stared at Pope on the sacred mountain. This was a great enemy. There's nothing to be surprised about. More than 100 years ago, I also met an ancient Taoist in the Middle Earth. Otherwise, your heaven-shocking ancestral artifacts would have been taken away a long time ago. Pope's voice was calm and incomparably calm. His eyes were actually filled with terrifying miracles that could destroy the stars and sink the moon. He was like a deity looking down on the world. At his side, all types of Tao marks appeared, interweaving into an expanse of brilliance. It was like the divine clothes of an ancient monarch, shining brilliantly. There were also modeled ancient marks that covered his body, making him look mysterious and terrifying, powerful and dignified. Then come down and fight. Yi Fan stood in the void and looked down on the Vatican. I'm old, I can't fight anymore. Pope shook his head and looked into the distance. He said in a low voice, let the Supreme Holy Knight make his move. At the end of the earth, an ancient figure appeared. He walked over step by step with a dragon spear in his hand. It was as if he had stepped over from the ancient times and was approaching the present world. He was indescribably terrifying. There were a total of 5 divine race experts left behind. They also wanted to enter the Vatican, but 2 of them were killed by our greatest holy knight. As soon as Pope's words came out, everyone was shocked. This was actually an ancient existence that could kill gods. A holy knight that had never appeared in front of the world before. Is he the strongest expert under the starry sky? Everyone was trembling. They couldn't help but be shocked. Chapter 992. This was an existence that had killed a god. He had once killed 2 god races in the ancient past. He walked over step by step from the end of the earth. His body seemed to have merged with the void, becoming one with the Tao. He held a dragon spear in one hand. Before he even arrived, a bone-chilling killing intent rushed over, making everyone tremble. It was as if they were facing a god from the ancient past. Everyone was horrified. Was what Pope said true? Some of the ancient families were even more terrified. If he dared to kill a god, then what exactly did the Vatican respect? He was getting closer. This person was closing in on them from the horizon. Sometimes, a person's temperament was enough to explain everything. He seemed to have merged with the Tao, like an immortal monument standing there. Regardless of whether it was the Vatican or the many inheritances that came to help. A large number of people trembled in fear and wanted to kneel down. This person looked to be in his 50s. His long golden hair could be considered thick, but it was already a bit dim. His skin was fair like pure white jade. The edges and corners were clear as if they had been carved by a knife. It was impossible to determine his true age just by looking at him. Only by looking at his eyes could one see some clues. His eyes were like the ocean, deep and ancient. This was definitely not someone from the modern world. It was obvious that he had lived for a long time. As for how long, no one could say for sure. Even the Vatican didn't know. He was the #1 expert under the western starry sky. Yi Fan focused his eyes. This was indeed a powerful person who had existed for a long time. He must have survived in the ancient times and didn't choose to leave this world. It was hard to say for sure how powerful this Tao executioner was. In short, he should be very powerful. He was even more terrifying than the god race he had killed. He was the only divine knight in the West Earth since the ancient times. He was so powerful that people would tremble at the sight of him. He had incomparable battle prowess, and the experts of all races would feel sincere reverence when they saw him. #1 under the starry sky. Heavenly might. #1 expert under the starry sky. Everyone shouted. The great families that came to help the Vatican were all shouting. Their voices rose and fell like deafening ocean waves. This was a type of powerful aura. When a person stood there, they already possessed an undefeatable aura. This was enough to prove how terrifying they were. They could display the might of heaven and earth. The holy knights were in harmony with the Tao and were naturally close to the Tao. Their figures were blurry and real at the same time, giving people a feeling that they were one with nature like in the East. The Tao was not divided into regions, and the strong all had the same awareness. This person's mental level was very high, and his own cultivation had reached an extraordinary realm. Woo! He suddenly launched an attack, his speed fast to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at Yi Fan's side from the other side of the earth, the dragon spear in his hands thrusting over, releasing a dragon cry that shook the 9 heavens, as well as the resonance of the Tao. Yi Fan's left hand's fingers were like knives, cutting across the dragon spear. At the same time, he clenched his right hand into a fist, and a golden divine fist smashed towards the man's head, like a gust of wind and lightning. Clang! The dragon spear trembled and forcefully received Yi Fan's palm blade. At the same time, it spun around and blocked his golden fist. Tens of thousands of streaks of splendor erupted, releasing a sound like that of raging waves. Yi Fan was astonished. He had never thought that he would encounter this kind of person on Earth. This person could actually fight him in close combat. The power of his physical body was unimaginable. Could it be that this person was a descendant of an ancient holy emperor? He was truly astonished. This person far surpassed the other Tao executioners. In this close combat, he could definitely use the dragon spear to stab the other kings to death. The two of them turned into lightning. Their palms and fingers collided with the dragon spear, releasing waves of kung chong sounds that made everyone's ears and hearts feel like they were going to split apart. They couldn't hold on any longer. Hong! Finally, a loud sound rang out. The two separated, and the surrounding mountains and rivers rumbled. Even though there were ancient Tao traces engraved on them, there were still some fine cracks that appeared. Everyone's expressions changed when they saw this. Swoosh! Pope raised his hand. 50 great mountains moved horizontally, representing the number of the great Tao of heaven and earth. These were ancient divine peaks with ancient saint laws. They surrounded the battlefield to prevent the shockwaves from reaching the outside world and damaging the palace and other divine lands. The reputation of the central continent's demons is not in vain. This time, things are truly troublesome. An elder at Pope's side said to himself. Indeed, not even the number 1 expert under the starry skies was able to immediately suppress him. In a clash of physical strength, he actually didn't occupy the upper hand, and was even inferior. This is truly a bit terrifying. The body of a sinner bathed in divine blood should be unrivaled under the heavens. How could he encounter someone who is on par with him? A group of elders became suspicious. They felt their entire bodies go cold. This was the first time they saw someone use their physical body to contend against the number 1 expert under the starry skies. Outsiders didn't know, but a few great figures in Vatican City knew the origins of this divine knight. He was an extremely legendary figure. Even though he had killed divine races and ancient demons that invaded, his merits and demerits were only equal. According to legend, Vatican City was a pure land of the gods since ancient times. It was the most famous heavenly paradise in the West, and kept a jar of ancient divine blood. Generations of sages had tempered it hundreds and thousands of times, refining all the things that could harm the human body. Then they added countless spirit medicines and mixed it with divine blood, refining it over and over again for who knew how many years, turning it into a supreme and sacred precious medicine, leaving it for later generations. The divine knight was an outstanding talent at a young age. He was a genius who could look down on his peers and was nurtured as the son of God. His aptitude was said to be the best in West Earth for tens of thousands of years. However, he was too mischievous and often played around in the temple. Once he accidentally knocked over the recently unsealed Holy Grail. At that time, he created a great disaster, but he was bathed in divine blood and swallowed all the precious medicines. He reached great heights and obtained an indestructible body. Vatican City was greatly shaken. All the great figures were shocked and angry, but they couldn't do anything. The divine blood had already been lost, helping this mischievous genius. From then on, he was labeled as a sinner and could only cultivate bitterly every day. He was forever shrouded in darkness and couldn't obtain glory. He could only silently protect Vatican City. There were sages from the ancient years who left an imprint on his body and condemned him as a sinner. That was why he couldn't obtain the power of faith. Since ancient times, he had relied on himself to break through to his current realm step by step. As a result, even though he was only a Tao-severing expert, and was far from becoming a great king, he was still quite terrifying and powerful to the extreme. After all, this was the cultivationless age, and he had relied on his own strength to cultivate. He had cultivated silently since ancient times. The world's essence energy had slowly dried up, and he had severed his Tao with great difficulty. He was the only person who had passed heavenly tribulation when the world became deathly still several hundred years ago. His cultivation didn't change much after that, but his Tao skills were incomparably firm. His understanding of the Tao was difficult for ordinary people to fathom. He was extremely powerful. Sinner bathed in divine blood. Vatican City's most powerful divine knight, the most powerful expert under the western starry skies. Use the dragon spear in your hand to pierce through the enemy, and use his blood to wash away your sins. Pope said softly. The divine knight's expression was calm and silent. It was impossible to see whether he was happy or angry. He held the spear in one hand and stood in the distance. The first attack was just a probe. His opponent's strength exceeded his expectations. The Tao has wounded my body. I don't have much life left. I will fight this final battle before I pass away. He finally spoke. To be able to live from ancient times until now without relying on the power of faith to cultivate and obtain such profound Tao skills was truly not easy. It could be considered a miracle. However, time was merciless. Having reached this step, he was also about to reach the end. The world had dried up, and severing the Tao had harmed his body. Even if he was bestowed with the power of faith, he still wouldn't be able to prolong his life. Wang. The void trembled. The dragon spear in his hand pierced through heaven and earth. The heavens collapsed and wind and clouds surged. He was like a deity as he slaughtered his way over and pierced towards Yi Fan's chest. This dragon spear was extremely special. It was unknown when it was left behind or who forged it. It didn't have the world-destroying might of a divine artifact, but it possessed an undying divine nature. No one had ever been able to shatter it. The dragon spear was originally very dim and lusterless. However, after being activated by the divine knight, it seemed to have gained a life of its own. It transformed into a divine spear that revealed its sharpness and pierced through the heavens. Even Yi Fan was moved. Such a person, such a divine knight, was able to survive until now. It was truly an anomaly. He had surpassed the experts of the divine race, and was truly a formidable opponent. He formed seals with his left hand and clenched his right fist as he engaged in a great battle with this person. This was the first time he was so serious and solemn after returning to this side of the starry skies. The heavenly dipper god's dance. He actually cultivated it to that legendary realm. Many elders in the Vatican exclaimed and couldn't help but speak with trembling voices. The power of a divine knight was something even people like them couldn't measure. At this moment, a dragon spear tore through the sky. After splitting apart heaven and earth, a deity appeared at the tip of the spear and danced together with the blazing spear radiance. Yi Fan used his left hand to block the dragon spear and his right fist to attack that deity. The great battle didn't end. Both of their attacks destroyed everything. The ordinary mountains below were turned into dust under their first attack. One could well imagine how powerful their attacks were. Meanwhile, the 50 great Tao divine mountains that were engraved with the patterns of the ancient sages were also rumbling at this moment. They all lit up and released the chanting of ancient sages. This was the voice of the ancient saints. The Tao marks they left behind sensed the power of the two individuals. They interweaved and shone brilliantly, producing all kinds of strange phenomena. In the sky, there was a statue of a war god, a shadow of a light god, and a lightning god's all. They connected together and formed an indescribably astonishing scene. This was a type of miracle. Yi Fan fought against the divine knight who relied on himself to reach this step in this cultivationless age. Both of them fought to the point of madness. Blood energy overflowed into the heavens. There was a pillar of blood rushing out from the top of each person's head, piercing through the heavens. It was extremely terrifying. With a single movement, mountains and rivers would shatter. With their current power, if they fought in the ordinary world, nothing would exist. A single roar from them would cause mountains and rivers to collapse. Roar. A long roar sounded. The two of them slaughtered their way out from the crack of the 50 sacred mountains. Astonishing auras erupted, almost breaking apart the great ancient formation that isolated Vatican City from the outside world. Pooh. Many people coughed out blood. There were even more people who didn't get far enough and directly exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Several hundred people lost their lives because of this. This was a terrifying scene. A single roar was enough to make the experts of the present world unable to endure it, turning them into bloody paste. How could they even talk about fighting against these two? Pope's expression changed. He quickly used great magical force to move another 50 sacred mountains. This represented the number of heaven and earth, sealing up the battlefield to prevent this place from being completely destroyed. However, even this was a bit too late. At the very least, several dozen grand sacred palaces collapsed, and even more mountains and rivers turned into dust. A single strike from the dragon spear turned this place into a land of death, turning it into ashes. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's fist sunk several dozen great lakes and a large area of ancestral ridges, turning them into barren lands. They were completely erased from the earth. The two fought fiercely, turning into two streaks of lightning. Every strike was destructive, and their auras devoured mountains and rivers. This was a battle between exceptional experts, just like a battle between gods. Everyone was dazzled. This kind of battle hadn't happened in thousands of years, and was rarely seen. For everyone, this was a battle between deities. That was because these two had killed the divine race and were the most powerful people in the present world. This was a battle between deities. On Earth, Yi Fan didn't use the black arrow when he encountered such a worthy opponent. He had recently obtained great gains and wanted to verify them. As such, he only used his true cultivation to fight. Suddenly, the dark clouds in the sky pressed down and became gloomy. A snow-white and sparkling hand slapped towards Yi Fan. It was as terrifying and boundless as the vast sea. Pope, who was looking down from the sacred mountain like a deity, had finally made his move. At the same time, two powerful forbidden spell scrolls unfolded and enveloped Yi Fan. The two shriveled elders on the sacred mountain had used forbidden spells, equivalent to the attack of a half-saint. At this moment, the divine knight made an unexpected move. He held the dragon spear in one hand and thrust it towards the sky. Bang! He immediately pierced through the firmament and shattered it. The dragon spear shot straight up and blocked the snow-white sparkling hand, blocking Pope from above. I'm about to die, but I only wish for a fair battle with a clear conscience. The divine knight was unyielding and spoke like this. He didn't accept Pope's kindness at all. He pointed the dragon spear at the sky and stopped the hand. Boom! On the other side, Yi Fan unleashed the army character formula to the extreme. He stood on a peak and reversed the two scrolls. He blasted the two powerful Saint Masters into pieces and razed the mountains and rivers to the ground. Chapter 993. The Divine Knight was different from everyone else. His performance was beyond everyone's expectations. His spear shattered the vacuum and shot up into the sky, blocking Pope's sky-covering palm. Everyone was puzzled, especially those from the Vatican. They didn't expect the #1 expert in the West to do this. Pope was startled. His expression was calm and emotionless. He retracted the sky-covering palm and calmly sat on the stone chair with the cross engraved on it. His eyes were as deep as the sea and didn't show any emotion. Yi Fan sneered and didn't say anything. Pope was an extremely dangerous person, but the Divine Knight was upright and didn't want to be like this. Let's fight again. The Divine Knight merged with the Tao. He stood in the void and leaned on his spear. His entire body emitted an unparalleled sharpness, as if he had turned into a divine spear. His murderous aura filled the sky. Buzz! He rushed over with his spear and shook it forcefully. Tens of thousands of spear shadows appeared, and every one of them was real. However, because the spear tip was swaying too fast, it shattered a part of the sky. Everywhere it passed, it split the sky and cracked the earth, destroying everything. Once the spear was unleashed, the mountains and rivers trembled. Nothing could stop it as the peerless sharpness pierced through everything. Bang! Yi Fan swung his fist. In this world, he was the only one who dared to take on the Divine Knight's spear head-on. Sparks flew everywhere. He used his golden fist to hit the spear horizontally, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Waves of terrifying fluctuations were emitted between the two of them. The void was split open, and an endless abyss appeared. Some cracks directly extended for hundreds of miles. The battle between the two was so intense that the spectators couldn't follow it with their eyes. They could only see two beams of light colliding with each other like comets crashing into the earth. Another spear pierced over. This time, there was a god standing on the tip of the spear with his hands behind his back. He looked down on the world and coldly glared at Yi Fan. He opened his mouth and roared, and a heavenly river descended. White chi waves were boundless. This was the trace of the great Tao. Yi Fan resisted. He formed a moon seal with his left hand, and a bright moon appeared in his palm to block the peerless dragon spear and defend. His right hand formed the great sun seal, and a cauldron-like divine sun burst out, shattering the boundless waves of Tao. He attacked with his palm. Rumble. At the limits of the horizon, the two tangled together. Tao fluctuations rippled through the mountains and rivers' ancestral ridge. The ancient formations were all activated, and the 50 sacred mountains became bright. Countless patterns interweaved. The ancient saints' formations were rumbling. Yi Fan fought against the Divine Knight. Both of them displayed their own methods, and the secret techniques they used were unimaginable. It was too much for one's eyes to take in. This was not only a battle of courage and mana, it was also a display of cultivation. Once the dragon spear was unleashed, there would be a terrifying scene of mountains and rivers collapsing. The eyes of the deity standing at the tip of the spear flickered with radiance as it swept through everything in its path. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to withstand it at all and would instantly turn into dust. Yi Fan conjured the heavenly seal and battled endlessly with it. The two of them were at loggerheads, their images shaking the 9 heavens. The more they fought, the more ferocious they became, neither of them backing down. The moon imprint on Yi Fan's left hand was mainly used for defense. The bright moon's light was gentle as it blended with the tip of the spear. It stuck to it and refused to let go. The sun imprint in his right hand was the main attack. Its radiance flourished, and after striking out over 1,000 times, that deity was finally blasted apart. Boom! A violent explosion erupted between them, and both of them were sent flying. This world-shocking attack caused all 50 sacred mountains to tremble, and a crack appeared in the middle as the two of them fought their way out. Without a doubt, this was another disaster. With a thrust of the Divine Knight's spear, dozens of mountains and an ancient castle in front of them were instantly turned into dust. The spear pierced through the void, and everything within a radius of several kilometers became an unfathomably deep abyss. Even the underground magma gushed out as a great eruption occurred. This was an unimaginable battle, and outsiders would find it difficult to understand just how vast their divine might was. A casual strike from the two of them was enough to collapse the heavens and collapse the earth. To them, this was a battle between deities in name and in reality. Yi Fan let out a long whistle as golden blood chi overflowed the heavens like the boundless sea. This kind of danger was even greater, and the several hundred knights of the Divine Splendor clan who happened to be in this direction all perished. They and their mounts were crushed into a mist of blood and bone fragments, and not a single one of them, including the clan lord, survived. Pope's expression finally changed. Even the 50 sacred mountains couldn't stop the battle between these two. If the battle continued to spread, this heavenly paradise that was isolated from the mortal realm would be destroyed. Boom! He channeled his great magic power, and in addition to activating the 50 sacred mountains, he also moved the 12 divine palaces. These were built by the 12 disciples who were loyal to Saint Jesus, and they existed eternally with the world, suppressing all directions. Yi Fan and the Divine Knight were locked in battle, and they couldn't care less about these things. In their eyes, there was only their opponent, and there was nothing else. At this point, it could be said that they had forgotten about everything else. The Divine Knight swept his dragon spear over. This time, the spear shaft was densely covered with Tao patterns, and it emitted a blinding light that turned into monstrous flames. This was the innate Tao flame, the embodiment of his cultivation. Yi Fan opened his mouth and spat out a Dao diagram with complicated patterns carved on it. This was the innate Taishu Gang Qi, formed from a mouthful of essence energy, and it was inscribed with his Dao. Back then, he imitated the Ji clan's secret technique and evolved it with the Battle Saint technique. A Dao diagram flew across the sky and clashed with the innate Dao flame. The two clashed continuously, and the Dao flame was extinguished, and the diagram was also blurred as they clashed continuously. Boom! The Divine Knight held his spear horizontally and smashed it like a heaven-splitting rod, splitting open the void. At the same time, 3,000 miles of ice and snow suddenly appeared, freezing everything. This was the extreme temperature, and it froze the rocks on the ground into pieces. In an instant, even Yi Fan was sealed within it. This was the embodiment of the peak control of the Tao. Just now it was still the innate Tao flame, but in an instant, it turned into the extreme Taiyin Qi. The dual attacks changed rapidly, wanting to obliterate Yi Fan. To others, such a completely opposite Tao technique could destroy a cultivator. However, Yi Fan cultivated the Taiyin Qi and Taiyang Qi at the same time, so he naturally wasn't afraid. He waved his fists in the Taiyin ice soul, shattering the solid ice. His golden palm and fingers hit the dragon spear, and a brilliant light burst out, sending the Divine Knight flying, and a trickle of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. From the beginning until now, they had already fought for 800 rounds. Yi Fan was becoming more and more courageous. The Divine Knight was injured by this attack, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. However, the light in his eyes was even brighter. Bang! He shook in the void, and in an instant, the heaven and earth were densely covered with plants. Ancient trees took root and grew in the void, and old vines crawled on the ground. There were also patches of flowers blooming. The entire heaven and earth were instantly full of vitality. Green light flickered, and the breath of life was everywhere. The Divine Knight retracted his murderous intent and blended into nature. He blended with the Tao and became the companion of nature. He advanced into the realm of the unity of heaven and man, and the breath of life that emanated from him nourished everything in the world. At this moment, he slowly raised the dragon spear, and it was not tainted by any worldly aura. The deity at the tip of the dragon spear had disappeared, and the blazing divine light had also disappeared. The body of the spear was dim, without a trace of luster. However, the Dragon Knight who did not have any murderous intent made Yi Fan even more fearful. This opponent had become calm and natural, very detached. There was clearly no murderous intent, but it caused all the muscles in Yi Fan's body to tense up. He had a premonition that an earth-shattering attack was about to be unleashed. The surroundings were completely silent. It was extremely quiet, and no one made a sound. Even Pope had stood up. His eyes were resplendent as he stood on the holy mountain and looked down. The Divine Knight's face was as if it was carved from jade. It was incomparably solemn, and his entire being became one with the heaven and earth. He struck out with an otherworldly spear without any murderous intent. However, at this moment, apart from Pope, almost everyone collapsed to the ground. This was not the suppression of divine might, but the majesty of the great Tao. What he was brandishing was no longer a dragon spear, but a type of great Tao. It was as if he had picked up the entire sky and smashed it towards Yi Fan. There was no holy radiance nor boiling battle spirit. There was only this stunning Tao spear. Yi Fan's expression was extremely solemn. The movements of his hands were not very fast. He did not swing his fists nor did he form seals. He simply swung them naturally, leaving behind a series of Tao trajectories. It was also so ordinary and simple. There was no explosive power or profound mysteries that could shatter the vacuum. It was extremely natural and untraceable. Bang! Finally, they collided together. Waves of ripples erupted between the two of them. This was the sacred wave of the great Tao, and it rapidly spread in all directions. The 50 holy mountains and the 12 divine palaces rang out incessantly, and all of them lit up. Tens of millions of sword chi rumbled, and apart from Pope, everyone else collapsed to the ground. Yi Fan and the Divine Knight did not have the slightest bit of worldly aura. It was as if they had returned to the primordial state of nature. Their movements were not very fast, but every strike was world-shocking and extremely powerful. In the end, Yi Fan changed. He no longer followed the path of the supreme Tao and began to break through the Tao, becoming swift and fierce. Golden blood energy pervaded the air, and his entire being suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths. His eyes were incomparably terrifying and sparkling. There was law, there was no law, there was Tao, and there was no Tao. It was all within a single thought. Boom. He trampled all of the Tao marks that filled the sky under his feet. At this moment, he no longer respected the law and broke away from his original Tao. He was like a lawless war saint, sweeping through everything before him. Nothing could stop him. Yi Fan continuously attacked, continuously clashing with the dragon spear. His feet trampled on the Tao marks as he stood there with his head held high, looking down on the world. The Great War Divine Knight had no fixed laws, and the Tao had already been broken and established. His golden palms and fingers continuously descended, colliding with that otherworldly and murderous dragon spear. Waves of resounding sounds rang out, and golden blood energy pervaded the surroundings. His will was stronger than iron, unyielding in 100 battles. He wanted to sever an extraordinary Tao, and now, a clue had appeared. He didn't bow down to the great Tao of heaven and earth and press forward. After over 1,000 exchanges, Yi Fan's left hand turned into a palm and his right hand into a fist, continuously bombarding the dragon spear. He struck out with his own terrifying Tao force that contained an unrivaled will. The Divine Knight finally couldn't hold on any longer. Even though he had returned to his natural state and merged with the world, he still suffered a terrifying injury at this moment, and couldn't hold on any longer. Yi Fan's incomparable Tao force flowed through the dragon spear and into his body. It was incomparably terrifying, and even though his magic power was like the ocean, he still couldn't block it. Pfff. The Divine Knight spat out a large mouthful of blood. His entire body was covered in cracks as he flew out for over 10 miles. He smashed into an immortal sacred mountain and left behind a human-shaped bloody scar. The 50 sacred mountains shook at the same time, and the 12 divine palaces trembled at the same time. The ancient sages chanting rose and fell, and the deafening sound of scriptures streaked across the sky of history. The Divine Knight walked out from the human-shaped cave and said softly, "I've lost." He descended from the sacred mountain and stood on the devastated ground. With a clang, he stabbed the dragon spear into the ground and sat there without moving. His powerful life force began to dissipate. The Divine Knight still had the strength to fight. If he persisted, it would be difficult to determine his life and death after several hundred exchanges. However, he retreated and dispersed his battle chi. His life was approaching its end. Defeated. The #1 expert under the starry skies lost to a demon from Middle-earth. The ancient times have already passed. West-earth's only Divine Knight had once killed a deity and killed 2 deities by himself. Today he was defeated like this. Everyone's faces were ashen. Yi Fan had defeated the #1 expert under the starry skies, and this was equivalent to smashing their spirits. He had run amok in West-earth and collapsed everyone's will. The Vatican's saints, the young geniuses of the various great families, and all the giants were stunned. Their faces were filled with shock and incomparably complicated emotions. No one could accept this reality. Chapter 994. The Divine Knight had been defeated. The dragon spear stabbed into the ground as he sat there motionlessly. His vitality was slowly fading away. The Western sects couldn't accept this. This was an unbearable weight. Who could contend against the devil in the West? Why is it like this? He's the #1 genius of West-earth in the past tens of thousands of years. His aptitude has shocked both the past and present, and even the deceased sages have praised him. Why was he defeated? The people couldn't accept this, especially the few who knew the truth. They couldn't accept it. The corporeal body of a person bathed in the blood of a god was unbreakable, and had reached great heights. Yet now his entire body was cracking apart and his life was about to end. Yi Fan stood on the battlefield without moving as he stared at the Pope under the cross on the sacred mountain. This might be his last opponent in West-earth. Suddenly, a group of young people rushed out of the primitive forest with a golden-haired girl who was shining like the sun. All of them were riding on strange beasts. Only the girl in the middle was riding on a unicorn that looked like it was carved out of suet jade, emitting a holy radiance. The numerous knights came from different clans and were a batch of young heroes of the present age. They formed a group with the Holy Maiden of Vatican City. They stood in different directions and chanted an ancient incantation together. This was the most sacred prayer in West Earth. These youths all had the most pious faith, and every one of them had a dazzling silver holy cross on them. They were executing an ancient forbidden technique. The Holy Maiden was tall and slender. She wore a light muslin, and her skin was like fine jade. Her beautiful face was filled with holiness, and her long hair flickered with golden light. Riding on the unicorn, she was like the daughter of a god. These people gathered together and used their most pious hearts to attract the sacred power of faith from the entire West. The power of faith, which was as vast as the ocean, rumbled in the sky. This scene was terrifying. It was divine and vast, and the world was about to be overturned. Zhang Qingyang, the phoenix goddess, and the others weren't the only ones whose expressions changed. Even Yi Fan's expression was grave. This was the willpower of all living beings in West Earth that was drawn over by them. It was vast and boundless, and it was impossible for a single person to resist it. The sky was pressed down. It was a silver ocean that was as pure and holy as moonlight. The willpower that filled the sky intertwined together and transformed into an ocean of life. Boom! The Holy Virgin of the Vatican waved her slender hand, and a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, intending to strike Yi Fan to death with the power of faith. Without a doubt, this was the purest and most holy power. For those who believed in the Vatican, bathing in this light could cure all illnesses and dispel all misfortunes. However, if it was a mortal enemy who didn't have the slightest bit of faith, this would be the most terrifying poison. Coming into contact with it would inevitably ignite and turn into ashes under the divine radiance. This was why the dark creatures that fought against the Vatican would eventually be burned at the stake and reduced to ashes in the eternal holy light. Without faith, this was the most fatal injury. It was impossible for Yi Fan to have the faith of the Vatican. If the Pope ordered the Saintess and the other most devout believers to act now, it would undoubtedly be terrifying and fatal. The overwhelming holy light sprinkled down, as if there were thousands of divine moons hanging above his head. This place became an ocean formed by the gathering of the Milky Way, and he was completely enveloped. God is not omnipotent. Our church is omnipotent. The Pope stood on the holy mountain. He was like an oppressive mountain, and there was a sea of stars in the depths of his eyes. It was as if he was a god looking down on all living beings. Many believers were singing hymns like the sounds of nature. Their bodies were bathed in auspicious light, and each of them was otherworldly. Every one of them was like a god from the heavens. The Saintess was the quickest. Her golden hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and her fair face was filled with holiness. Her blue eyes were like gems, and she chanted an incantation, triggering a pure sea of faith power to refine Yi Fan. At this moment, everyone held their breath. This was a fatal blow, activating the Vatican's accumulation over the long years. Using the sea of faith power to refine the demons of the Central Plains might be the only way. Yi Fan was indeed withstanding a kind of heavenly might. The vast sky pressed down on his body, almost breaking his bones and flesh. There was a limit to one's strength. After all, he was only a human with flesh and blood, and not an immortal that had never been proven to exist. This was the heavenly might. At this moment, he was fighting against the origin power of the entire Western Orthodoxy alone. The torment he endured was unimaginable. The faith power drawn by the Saintess and the others was incomparable. Master! Zhang Qingyang cried out. He thought he had seen a corner of the future, and the establishment of an immortal sect. He never thought it would be such a scene. Yi Fan clenched his teeth. This was not only the power of faith, but also the Vatican's sacred light of destruction. It was actually so vast and majestic that it exceeded his expectations. A mortal might be weak, like an ant in the eyes of a cultivator. But if there were thousands or even millions or even hundreds of millions, then it would be terrifying. With endless faith power on one's body, it was enough to destroy a saint. The golden blood in Yi Fan's body boiled, and his whole body shone with boundless treasured light. He chanted ancient scriptures, and his heart was clear. He endured the pain of having his bones crushed, and did his best to resist the heavenly might. He wanted to rush out, but it was as if he had sunk into a swamp. The Tao scripture, Western Emperor scripture, and Eternal Universe scripture all rumbled, and the various secret realms in his body emitted sounds of merging. It's as vast as the sea of stars, but it can't be concentrated at a single point. This way, it won't be able to pierce through me and melt me. Yifan calmed down. He had suffered a great calamity. Although the faith power of all living beings turned into sacred light was fatal, he still hadn't turned into dust after such a long time. If such a vast amount of psyche power is gathered together and transformed into a holy sword, it is enough to destroy a great sage. This kind of strand of psyche power may be able to destroy me, but it will take enough time. Yifan calmed down, and there was no fear in his heart. He treated this as a type of training, because he thought of a legend, and at this moment, it was reflected. Karmic fire. Evil karma harms people like fire. He instantly understood, and his heart became peaceful. There were no longer any ripples. He didn't have the faith of the Vatican, and to the Western orthodoxies, he was a heretic, a sinner, and full of evil power. On the other hand, the Vatican's pure power of faith was like karmic fire to him. At this moment, he was suffering from the pain of burning his body and destroying his spirit. There was a very detailed and terrifying legend about karmic fire in Buddhism, and it was said to be the most terrifying supreme flame. It was a flame condensed from the karmic power of all living beings. It could burn ancient bodhisattvas and Buddhas into ashes, and it could destroy ancient gods. There was nothing that could stop it. When all the sins of the world converged together, it became karmic fire. Yifan was opposing the Western faith, which was equivalent to opposing all living beings here. The boundless will on his body became his karmic fire. When Gautama Buddha attained enlightenment, it was said that he experienced the burning of karmic fire. He placed all the sins of his believers on himself, and he drew upon the karmic fire of all living beings. With the help of a Bodhi tree, he resisted all the karmic power, and the karmic fire became immortal, and he achieved Tao fruit. When Laozi left the Han Valley, Ishi saw purple energy rising from the east. It was vast and mighty, and it covered the entire sky. Although it was said to be auspicious and noble, it was also possible that he was using the Tao fire of all living beings to refine himself. Perhaps there was another explanation for Laozi's journey to the west. When Yifan thought of this, he naturally calmed down. He treated this as a form of training. Only when the predecessors were about to enter the realm of quasi-emperor would they have such a chance, and only then would they dare to burn themselves with the heart fire of all living beings. And he already had such an encounter at this realm. If he could break through, it might be a kind of Tao fruit, and he could use his divine abilities to resist the boundless power of faith in West Earth. Fortunately, the pure power of thought that was like the Milky Way didn't turn into a sword or a spear, and it didn't gather into a single point. It only spread out without a fixed shape, and it spread to every corner. This gave Yifan a chance to resist. In the end, he took out the chi of all things cauldron, and it endured the endless karmic fire with him. After a long time, the people outside were all dumbfounded. They could only see a man and a cauldron floating in the silver ocean of faith. Although there was holy light burning, he was immortal, and everyone was afraid. In the past, when the holy light from the Vatican was taken out, any enemy of the dark would be turned into ashes. They couldn't stop it at all. However, now all of the power of faith in West Earth had been drawn over, and it surged over continuously. However, it couldn't erase the devil from Middle Earth. This was too terrifying. Yifan's heart became more and more clear. Even though he was suffering from great torment, it was beneficial. After being tempered 1,000 times, his physique and consciousness were tempered. If he didn't die, his life would flourish even more. What's being burned isn't my body, but the various thoughts in my heart. All sins are added to my body, burning the past to give me eternal life. Yifan muttered to himself. His corporeal body was injured, but it continuously recovered. His will was like steel, and he resisted unyieldingly. The cauldron grew by an inch and crossed the tribulation with him. It flickered in front of the heart of his brows like an immortal monument that recorded every bit of his comprehension of the Tao. This wasn't crossing the tribulation, and it wasn't severing the Tao, but it surpassed all of these. From a certain perspective, he could be considered to have already severed the Tao, being reborn in the flames. It was just that he hadn't obtained the approval of heaven and earth. It was because his strength had long reached the required level. He only needed to obtain a type of Tao fruit, trample over the great Tao of heaven and earth, and then sever his own Tao. Yi Fan and the cauldron rose and fell, becoming a streak of eternal light. It flourished even more than the raging sacred flame formed from the boundless ocean of willpower. For hours later, he brought out the black arrow and the others to undergo the baptism. He even brought out the seed of the Bodhi sacred tree to refine it over and over again. Back then, when he was in Big Dipper Star Domain, he had bestowed this object to Tong Tong and the others to use. However, when he took it back and used it in the Flame Domain, he discovered that there was something strange about it. There was the imprint of Sakyamuni Buddha on it. And in the end he used the immortal flame to wipe it clean, branding it with his own imprint. However, he still didn't feel at ease, so he didn't give it to his disciple. Now in this place, he borrowed the boundless karmic flames to begin the ultimate burning. He refined it thoroughly, feeling that this object was connected to his body and mind. There wasn't a trace of someone else's imprint, so he was completely at ease. Then he used his mind as an imprint to refine this object over and over again. Finally, the patterns on its surface became natural, and he was reborn from the flames. He was like a god or a devil. Boom! Yi Fan's body erupted with immeasurable immortal light. The cauldron between his eyebrows had become one with him, and it was difficult to tell them apart. Around him, there were also the black arrow, the Bodhi seed, the Tao scripture, and the book of source of heaven and earth floating up and down. In the end he stood up. Even the power of faith that was as vast and pure as the ocean couldn't burn him. He broke free and was bathed in the immortal holy splendor. Buzz! The cauldron between his eyebrows trembled slightly and flew into the distance, enveloping Zhang Qingyang's head. Then, the Bodhi seed flew out from his hand and appeared in the hands of the little Taoist master. Before I enter the star domain, these two holy objects will be in your possession. They are the holy objects for our sect to pass on the Tao and carry forward the legacy of the celestial court. Then, Yi Fan warned Zhang Qingyang repeatedly in secret that the cauldron had his Tao engraved on it, and was the number one holy object. The Bodhi seed was only an appearance and shouldn't be confused. Everyone in the West was stunned. Even the vast power of faith and the endless holy light couldn't burn Yi Fan to ashes. What else could they do? The Vatican saints and the other devout believers were in a daze. The pure power of faith naturally dispersed and couldn't be used by them. Yi Fan pointed with his finger, and the holy splendor scattered all over the sky, enveloping everyone in front. The saintess was in a daze on the jade-white unicorn. The light in her beautiful eyes changed again and again. Then all the young people, including herself, were illuminated. She chanted the name of the celestial emperor and walked over. It's been 2,000 years. I haven't fought anyone for 2,000 years. Pope muttered to himself. He looked down like an ancient deity. The sun was destroyed and the stars sank in his eyes. The scene was extremely terrifying. Chapter 995. Yi Fan ascended step by step and faced Pope calmly. There was nothing to doubt. This was an enemy that was not easy to deal with. The sacred mountain was majestic and engraved with the marks of time. There were many orchids on the cliffs, and a delicate fragrance wafted through the air. The palace was grand, and there were angels singing hymns as they circled around the palace. Step after step of stone stairs led upwards, making everything above seem unapproachable. Pope and a group of elders stood in front of the majestic divine palace. An enormous holy cross hung above their heads, making them appear divine and dignified. There was a type of boundless ocean aura around his body. Do we need to go to the outer realms to fight? Or should we activate the ancient formation platform and turn it into a battlefield? Otherwise, the divine land will be in danger. A cultivator with a very high status asked the Pope for guidance. At Yi Fan's level, it wasn't a problem for them to shatter mountains and rivers with a roar, moving mountains and filling seas. If they truly fought without restraint, there would be extremely serious consequences. Hong. Pope pointed at the sky with one hand, and the earth with the other. The heaven and earth were immediately split apart, and all of the sacred mountains moved to the side. The great earth rumbled, and a savage ancient land appeared. Everyone trembled. Even though they knew that Pope had exceptional divine abilities, they were still a bit shocked when they saw such heaven and earth penetrating methods. Yi Fan entered the ancient Tao right with a single step. This place was spacious enough, and one couldn't see the end of it. The barren land was boundless, and not a single blade of grass grew. Pope seemed like he could grab the stars and grab the moon. His entire body was bathed in divine splendor, and he was like an ancient deity descending into this world. He walked down from the majestic sacred mountain, and with each step, the great earth trembled. Even though he was old, his skin was sparkling like jade. His hair was golden and thick, and he was extremely dignified. He wore a crown on his head, and it was as if a great mountain was pressing down. Everyone felt like they were suffocating, and many people knelt on the ground, unable to help but prostrate themselves in worship. Your back is facing the deities, and darkness covers your body. You can only use blood to atone for your sins. Pope spoke. At this moment he also took action, and a great battle erupted. Hong. He pressed down forcefully in the air, and a huge sparkling and translucent hand appeared. It was completely condensed from the power of faith, and was under his control. It covered the sky and covered the earth, almost covering the entire sky and pressing down on the earth. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. This was Pope's strength. Who in West Earth could resist such an attack? They could wipe out any family. Who was the strongest under the starry sky? This type of method was the most effective when dealing with heretics. Borrowing the will of all creatures for one's own use. Adding all methods to one's body. Turning one into a true deity. Destroying the enemy with matchless divine might. Yi Fan didn't retreat. He also produced a large golden hand, and attacked with the heaven-overturning imprint. He wanted to overturn the heavens and overturn the universe. Bang! When the two sides collided, it was as if an ancient Tao sound was transmitted. Everyone's ears felt pain, and it was difficult to endure. There were even more people who bled from their 7 apertures as their corpses fell to the ground. Everyone felt their blood run cold. The reason Pope established this ancient Tao rite and turned it into a battlefield was originally for the sake of isolating auras. Yet it still resulted in such a terrifying result. It was enough to prove just how powerful these two were. Divine chains of order of the deities, bind this sinner and send him to the torture rack to carry out the final judgment. Pope chanted an ancient incantation. Walala. Streaks of lightning streaked across the sky, incomparably dazzling. They condensed into divine chains and rushed towards the great earth. They were like tens to hundreds of comets with dazzling tails of light behind them. Dazzling and resplendent. The great Tao of heaven and earth rumbled. An extremely grand Tao ripple spread outwards. The sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and great earth were all enveloped and submerged by a boundless aura. The divine chains of order of the deities turned into lightning and coiled over, wanting to bind Yi Fan and tear him apart inch by inch. This was an ancient divine technique that required endless magical force to display. Bang! Golden radiance flickered between Yi Fan's brows. An inch-long golden immortal sword flew out and released undying divine radiance. It hacked downwards towards the divine chains of order of the deities. This was the primitive emperor's Taoist sword. Yi Fan was greatly inspired by the battle with Yuan Gu. He used the battle saint technique to imitate it. After several evolutions, it finally had a certain form. It could cut through all things as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Clang! An ear-piercing sound rang out. The primitive emperor's Taoist sword cut through the divine chains of order of the deities, causing Pope's killing technique to become illusory and ineffective. Moreover, the inch-long golden sword flickered with an earth-shattering splendor, and gushed with a gorgeous celestial light. It slashed at the space between the Pope's brows, wanting to cut him in half. Clang clang, dazzling divine splendor burst forth from Pope's eyes. Both his left and right eyes contained the scene of the star field's destruction. The reality emerged and blocked the imitated primitive emperor's Taoist sword. They were destroyed in an instant, emitting boundless light that drowned out everything that everyone could see like a tsunami. This is a divine incantation master. Everyone was shocked. They finally knew why Pope was so big. It was recorded in the ancient books that some people could communicate with the spirits. They were born with the marks of the path and could instantly display all kinds of laws. There were many ancient incantations in the West, and such people were undoubtedly favored by the heavens. Every word and action was a spell with boundless divine might. The Divine Knight's talent might be the best in tens of thousands of years, but Pope wasn't weak either. He was a divine incantation master. Moreover, because he had been cultivating with the power of faith, he was even more terrifying. The sea is boundless. How can an ant know? Cut the universe. Pope shouted. As soon as he said this, the 9 heavens and 10 earths moved. The astral winds were like blades, blowing between heaven and earth. There was white radiance everywhere. Endless traces of the great Tao densely covered every inch of space. The elemental blades cut through everything. Yi Fan frowned. Pope was truly powerful. He attacked indiscriminately as if he was the spokesperson of a deity under the starry skies. His magical power was boundless and invincible. At this moment, even he had no choice but to be careful. Hossein let out a loud roar. His golden blood energy collapsed the sky. When this incantation was released, it shattered the blade radiance that filled the sky. Even the ancient sacred mountain engraved with St. Laws rumbled and almost collapsed. As for the ordinary mountains, they directly turned into dust. It was unknown how many mountains collapsed in succession. There was no suspense at all. Many people screamed miserably as they turned into clouds of bloody mist. The remaining people hurriedly hid behind the sacred mountain and didn't dare to face the battlefield directly. Otherwise, they would be in danger of dying at every turn. Walala! The sound of pages flipping could be heard. In the ancient Tao field, Pope looked down on the world with disdain. He held an ancient scripture in his left hand and a cross in his right. Both of them shone with eternal radiance. Within that ancient scripture, enormous ancient characters burst forth one after another. Every single one of them seemed to be cast from metal, and weighed over 10,000 caddies. They pressed down on Yi Fan one after another. This was a completely natural symbol. Each character understood the heart and saw the Tao. It was summarized by the great sage of antiquity. It could sever the spirit and seize the soul. It could hack apart one's primordial spirit and great Tao. Ancient characters flew over one after another, almost burying Yi Fan below. They wanted to crush him into meat paste. Each character possessed the power of 10,000 caddies. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, rumbled over with immeasurable power. The ancient book flipped quickly. All of the characters leapt out at lightning speed, crushing the heaven and earth. They specialized in killing those who severed the Tao. This was a fatal blow. Yi Fan released a light shout. He stretched out his body and took a step forward. His hands formed a great sun and moon imprint. Then he fiercely shook it, opening up a starry sky. A scene of stars being destroyed and the moon falling appeared, sweeping towards all of the ancient characters. This was a great destruction. The stars that filled the sky shattered the ancient characters. The river of stars shone brilliantly as ancient symbols rushed into the heavens. A rumbling sound rang out between the two, as if a flood was going against the sky and rushing into the 9 heavens. God said, "Let there be light." Pope shouted loudly. He was as dignified as an ancient heavenly deity. His entire being seemed to be splitting the world apart. Primal chaos surged around him. The cross in his right hand gently slid across the ancient scriptures, releasing blazing light. Heavens comparable to a god. The Pope's magical force is like the sea, unparalleled since ancient times. In the distance, people cried out in alarm. They couldn't help but prostrate themselves in worship. Pope's methods could penetrate the heavens and penetrate the earth. He was just like the deities recorded in the scriptures, possessing boundless divine might. The destructive power of this light was too great. Even someone as powerful as Yi Fan felt as if a blade was twisting around him. The light was omnipresent, hacking down on his skin with kung-chang sounds. The Pope borrowed the endless power of faith. Together with his own divine incantations, the power was powerful to the extreme. The will of all living beings was supported by his divine technique. It was unstoppable. Bloody scars appeared on Yi Fan's body. Golden blood scattered out. He was actually injured. It had to be said that the old Pope was terrifying to the extreme. I said, "Where there's light, there's darkness." Yi Fan roared. His hands moved about. interweaving a mysterious and complicated pattern. Then he propped up a golden sacred domain. In the end, all kinds of strange phenomena appeared. The entire world lost its luster and quickly dimmed. Only he was eternal. He turned into a streak of starlight and rushed toward Pope. He raised his hand and used the heaven-overturning imprint, sending the latter flying over 10 li away. His hair danced in the wind. Yi Fan let out a long roar. He took advantage of the situation and attacked again. He raised his fist and smashed down. Golden blood chi filled the sky, blasting the powerful and unrivaled Pope several dozen li away. He retreated continuously and coughed out blood from his mouth. Enough! The Pope let out a loud roar. His entire body was brimming with vigor, like the surging ocean. He transformed from a god spell master into a battle saint. Moreover, a golden lion was summoned from the void and became his mount. This lion was as tall as a small mountain, and was thousands of years old. It had also survived since ancient times and had already severed the Tao. The golden fur on its body flickered as if it was cast from divine gold. Its entire body emitted an extremely dangerous aura. Pope merged with the golden lion, and turned into an ancient war god. He was incomparably terrifying. The aura he emitted caused everyone to tremble. Even Yi Fan felt his heart palpitate. This was indeed a powerful opponent. He had borrowed the power of faith to cultivate to an extremely terrifying level. I'm not only a divine incantation master, but also a divine knight. Everyone was filled with shock at the same time. Pope was actually a divine knight. As expected, his strength was world-shaking. His battle prowess was heaven-defying. In the past, not many people knew about this. So what? Yi Fan's killing intent surged. Golden blood chi rushed into the heavens. Golden battle chi surged violently, and turned into a vast ocean that surged towards Pope. He attacked repeatedly. The Sun and Moon Seal, Divine Phoenix Seal, True Dragon Seal, Mountain Embracing Seal, Human Ruler Seal, and Heaven Overturning Seal were struck out one after another. It was as if the heavens were going to collapse. During this process, the great Tao rumbled like a boundless waterfall. His bravery was unstoppable. Pope and the Golden Lion kept on retreating. Both of them were coughing up blood. They were intimidated by the unrivaled divine physique of the human race, and were at a disadvantage. Enough! Heaven and hell! Pope roared. Mountains and rivers collapsed and the Great Lake evaporated. This person merged with the Golden Lion, and emitted rays of light like 10 suns in the sky. He had become a godlike existence. Behind him, a halo appeared and turned into an eternal and indestructible divine disk that shone through the ages. The faith of all living beings turned into his magical power, as he displayed the Vatican's supreme art. Heaven appeared and emitted blazing light. A divine hand reached out and slapped down continuously, causing Yi Fan to sink down continuously. Below him, a black hell appeared. It opened a crack, and was about to swallow him inside. Falling from heaven to hell is the punishment of the gods. Suffer eternal torment. Pope spoke. The divine disk behind him shone with holy light. He borrowed the faith of all living beings to continuously slap down the divine palm. Yi Fan was covered in bloody scars, and was seriously injured. He was about to fall into hell. Pope's terror was evident. This divine hand blotted out the sky, and was even larger than dozens of mountains combined. It directly slapped Yi Fan into the abyss of hell. In heaven, Pope stood in front of the door like a god passing judgment on a sinner. In hell, Yi Fan struggled with great difficulty. He was bathed in blood as he rushed towards the sky. The faith of all living beings was too terrifying. Yi Fan let out a clear whistle, and displayed the Three Pure One's wonderful technique. A Tao body appeared and rushed towards the sky together with his main body. Together, they used the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. At the same time, all kinds of strange phenomena merged into one. The Tao and him were one. Nothing could touch them as they went against the heavens. Boom! They fought their way from hell to heaven. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist blasted out continuously, causing heaven and earth to explode. Pooh! The Golden Lion bore the brunt of the attack. Even though it had already severed the Tao, it still couldn't withstand such a terrifying fist intent. A large expanse of blood flew everywhere. Large pieces of white bones exploded. This golden lion king that had severed the Tao was blasted apart by Yi Fan. It was smashed into meat paste and bone dregs, dying on the spot. What heaven? What hell? None of them could stop him. His bravery was unrivaled under the heavens, and even the Pope was sent flying several tens of li away. He crashed into a sacred mountain in the distance, leaving behind a trail of blood as he climbed up with difficulty. Everyone was shaken. The demon from the Middle Earth was indeed injured just now, but he also went crazy because of this. He fought until the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Ghosts wept and deities howled. Golden battle chi surged, and no one could stop him. As the Tao grew 1 foot, the demon grew 10. His divine might was unparalleled, and he was unrivaled in the present world. He even blasted Pope flying and seriously injured him. How could they fight like this? Who could subdue this demon? Ho! Yi Fan roared loudly. His Tao body moved in sync with him, and they both pounced forward. The sky was filled with golden blood energy, completely submerging the ancient Tao right. No one could stop them. Wherever he passed, mountains collapsed and lakes dried up. The heavens collapsed and the earth caved in. He was like an unrivaled deity destroying the world. There was nothing he couldn't destroy and nothing could stop him. Pope operated a great divine ability. The divine ring behind his head appeared, and became even more resplendent. That divine ring towered behind him like a bright moon, suspended in the void. At this moment, it seemed as if it connected the past and present. His face was filled with fury. He fused the holy power of faith that the Vatican had accumulated for countless years with his Tao body. He wanted to use this to suppress this unbelievably powerful opponent. Yi Fan fought crazily. The golden blood in his body was boiling, emitting deafening thunderous sounds. Many people's bodies were trembling, and they couldn't bear it anymore. The Tao body he formed was exactly the same as him. His battle intent was overflowing. He soared into the clouds and rushed into the 9 heavens, wanting to trample the great Tao of heaven and earth under his feet. His true body and Tao body swung their golden fists together. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist intent appeared, and reincarnation unfolded, shattering the heaven and earth. This was an unrivaled fist intent. With me, I am invincible, and I will press forward. Boom! The divine ring behind Pope's head was shattered by Yi Fan and his Tao body. The divine ring collapsed and turned into a large rain of light. It rushed in all directions, pierced through the sky, and smashed into the mountains. Yi Fan was like a reborn god of war. His golden blood energy covered the sky, and it was as vast as the ocean. He swept through the world like breaking dry weeds. He fought until he went crazy. There was nothing in this world that could stop him. Chapter 996. The I Chi turning 3 pure ones was a wonderful technique. Although Yi Fan had only comprehended a Taoist body, he displayed his terrifying power at that moment. His real body and Taoist body wielded the 6 paths of reincarnation fist at the same time, beating up Pope, who had borrowed the power of faith. Pope's bones were broken, and his body was covered in blood. Of course, the 6 paths of reincarnation fist was also terrifying. It was like an invincible fist prepared for the inborn saint body of the human clan. Once the fist was unleashed, the sky would collapse and the earth would sink. Buzz! Every time Yi Fan and the Taoist body swung their fists, there would be an explosive boom. The void was torn apart, and the golden fist could not be blocked. Pope coughed up blood. His crown fell off and his robe was torn. His sparkling body was full of cracks. It seemed that he could not hold on any longer, and was about to be destroyed. However, he smiled at that moment. He did not retreat but met Yi Fan's fist head-on. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he shouted, "Let's end this." Boom! The saint's aura was released, and it surged out like a flood and a fierce beast. It spread throughout the Vatican in an instant, making everyone tremble. They could not bear the pressure and knelt on the ground. The ancient sages. The supreme aura of the ancient sages actually burst out. This scene shocked everyone and made them tremble in fear. Pope's whole body shone. He summoned a battle robe from the void. It was golden and dazzling, illuminating the sky. Every place was filled with divine power, and it directly pressed down on Yi Fan. He deliberately got close to Yi Fan and suddenly took out his saint weapon to launch a sneak attack on a powerful opponent. He wanted to use the peerless divine robe to crush Yi Fan alive in the field. This was a trump card, and any opponent would definitely die if they were to face it. This was because the divine might of the ancient sages was unimaginably powerful, and it was far from something a Dao Severer could compare to. As soon as they used their magic tools, it was practically a sure-kill situation. Pope used his body as a guide, summoning the golden divine clothes out. It floated in the void and burst forth with light waves that resembled the ocean, destroying the heavens and extinguishing the earth, boundless and boundless. Even the sacred mountain engraved with ancient saint formations was shaved into powder. Yi Fan's feet stepped on the rose symbol as he retreated. 2 black arrows appeared in his hands, and divine might filled the sky. They were blazing and dazzling, blocking the golden divine clothes. He retreated more than 10 li, avoiding this fatal disaster. In this age of chaos, it wasn't easy to find an opponent to test his results. Now that he finally met the Holy Knight and Pope, Yi Fan didn't want to miss this opportunity. However, he couldn't continue right now. In the sky, the golden saint robe clanked as if it had a life of its own. It automatically disintegrated, and then covered Pope's body. There was even the sound of breathing. This saint robe was entirely golden. When it was added to Pope's body, it was as dazzling as a sun. It released a boundless aura, making others have no choice but to bow down and worship it. Pope stared at the black arrow in Yi Fan's hands. He looked at it again and again, but he didn't feel any fear. This was because the golden saint robe came with a golden divine shield that flowed with brilliant colors. He held it in his hand, releasing blazing light. Yi Fan's expression was cold. He had long guessed that with the Western Orthodoxy's status, there would definitely be something like this left behind. However, with the black arrow in his hand, he wasn't all that worried. This was a damaged saint robe. It wasn't all that complete. There was a fist-sized hole in its chest, and cracks extended all over its body. One could well imagine how intense the battle back then was. An ancient saint wearing this divine robe still had his heart pierced through. It was just too terrifying. You want to kill me even if it isn't a legendary holy weapon? I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. You'll only know after you try. Pope was cold and calm. His defensive power was astonishing, and he wasn't afraid of Yi Fan's black arrow. The divine robe's holy might overflowed into the sky. On the contrary, although Yi Fan held the black arrow in his hand, he didn't have the aura of a saint. From his point of view, he could only protect himself. Even if a saint's magical artifact was damaged, it could still easily kill a Dao severing expert. This was a qualitative change that was absolutely inestimable and couldn't be made up for. Yi Fan didn't dare to be careless. Even in the Big Dipper, any damaged holy weapon could destroy a great sect. It was boundlessly terrifying. Without a corresponding weapon, only death awaited. In the void, Dao ripples flowed. A stone core appeared and stood in front of Yi Fan, facing the golden saint robe. This immediately aroused many people's suspicions. Most people didn't know. Only the older generation figures like Pope were shocked. This was a Holy Spirit embryo that would rarely appear in thousands of generations. At this time, the 1-Chi turning 3 pure 1 secret technique reached its time limit. The Dao body disappeared, and only Yi Fan's physical body was left. His entire body became indistinct, and actually melted into the stone core. What kind of secret technique is this? Even Pope was shocked. He had never seen or heard of it before. The physical body into the stone was a divine technique that Yi Fan comprehended after his cultivation had recently improved. He was only a hair's breadth away from the Yuan Taoist master, so it wasn't impossible for him to be honored as a heavenly master. His understanding of the book had reached the pinnacle, so he could display all kinds of wondrous techniques. The Yuan Taoist master could see all the secrets in the stone. When he reached the extreme, it wasn't a problem for his physical body to enter the stone. The profound mysteries were difficult for a person to understand. After entering the stone core, Yi Fan sensed the Holy Spirit's dried up blood vessels and meridians. He emitted a powerful sea of divine power, and immediately filled it up. Boom! A wave of holy might was emitted, and the stone core immediately regained its vitality. Even though it couldn't be compared to when it was alive, it was now like a holy garment. Now we're even. Let's fight. Yi Fan revived in the stone core, and rushed towards Pope. He was stupefied on the spot, and felt that things weren't looking good. The golden holy garment was his greatest advantage. If the opponent also had a holy garment to protect them, then they would be back to the starting point. They would definitely be defeated and die without any suspense. Dong. The sonorous voice of the great Tao rang out. The divine ring appeared behind his head and emitted boundless light. He borrowed the power of faith from the golden holy garment to form a resplendent divine disk. All beings are one, lend me your holy power. He chanted an incantation and the divine disk appeared on his body. The golden holy garment breathed and swallowed the radiance of life. Then he took the initiative to attack and released a divine incantation. Boom. Yi Fan was fearless. No matter how many divine abilities or how many laws there were, they would all be shattered by a single fist. Once the 6 paths of reincarnation fist was unleashed, no secret technique or Tao fruit could stop it. Even with the protection of the golden holy garment, Pope's body still trembled. Cracks appeared on the divine disk behind him, and it almost broke apart. Summon the divine covenant scripture. Pope roared. At this critical juncture, he had no choice but to go all out. He used all of his methods and didn't have any trump cards left. His primordial spirit was dazzling. With the support of the golden holy garment, he summoned a scripture from the void. It was known as the Divine Covenant. In reality, it was only a few pages written with divine blood. It was of the same origin as the divine blood the divine knights bathed in. The paper had long turned yellow, but it still emitted a heart-palpitating power. Tens of thousands of streaks of light rushed over. Yi Fan directly brandished the black arrow in his hand, and pierced through it completely. The yellowed paper burned with a pu sound and turned into ashes. The Divine Covenant scripture has been destroyed. Many people cried out. This was a holy object that couldn't be blasphemed against. Now, it was turned into ashes by the demons of the Central Plains, making many elders cry out in pain. Through this attack, the distance between the two was pulled closer again. Yi Fan was in the stone core, his expression indifferent. He brandished his fist and rushed over, but right at this time, he suddenly felt his entire body go cold. Chi. A streak of holy light tore through the void. A divine spear tore through the air, faster and more resplendent than lightning. Its entire body erupted with undying radiance. This was a holy weapon that appeared out of nowhere. Pope held it in his hand and stabbed it towards Yi Fan's chest. It was ruthless and accurate, its divine might vast and boundless, destroying the world. Dang. Yi Fan moved sideways, avoiding the spearhead. His fist landed on the golden spear shaft, releasing a trembling sound. Endless Tao waves were shaken out, and then he retreated. Spear of Longinus. This was a divine object, a legendary weapon used to kill gods. Back then, it was precisely this spear that nailed Jesus to death on the cross. Later on, due to various reasons and legends, this spear was consecrated as a holy object by the Vatican. In the Western inheritance, the Golden Ark of the Covenant, Turin Shroud, Holy Grail, True Cross, and Spear of Longinus were the most famous. Most of them had already been lost, and even if there were any, they were mostly forged by later generations. Only this divine spear was passed down. It became the Vatican's #1 killing weapon, its might shaking the entire West. It was extremely famous. Of course, due to the long passage of time and the great battle that had happened in the past, this spear had already been broken into 3 pieces. It was no longer in perfect condition, and was no longer a holy artifact. However, its past fame was extremely great. After all, it had stabbed the Saint Jesus to death, so there was extraordinary power stored within. It was rumored that it could change one's fate, and as such, it was also known as the Spear of Fate. Pope suddenly attacked with this spear in hand, but in the end, he still couldn't injure his opponent. His expression became gloomy, knowing that it would most likely not end well today. However, he already had no way out, and could only fight to the death. With the golden shield in one hand and the spear of fate in the other, he pierced through the heavens and attacked. Yi Fan sneered. With the stone embryo in his body, it was equivalent to wearing a holy garment. He could naturally resist the supreme holy might, making him fearless. The two fought fiercely. The fist of 6 paths of reincarnation blasted the heavens apart, causing Pope, who was holding the spear of fate, to spit out a mouthful of blood. His bones creaked as he retreated step by step. Well, Pope flew out several li, leaving behind a string of blood. His hands moved quickly, and his entire person disappeared from the battlefield. All of the holy mountains erupted with light and pressed down on Yi Fan. He activated an ancient formation, wanting to obliterate Yi Fan alive. His true body couldn't fight, so he borrowed the ancient saint's killing formation to suddenly besiege Yi Fan. Your movements are too slow. Do you really think I can't see that the battlefield you opened up has an ancient formation? These cold words rang out beside Pope, making his entire body go cold. He released a wave of cold air. The enemy rushed out together with him, and what was trapped was only an afterimage. Yi Fan had the Rho formula, so he was naturally fast to the extreme. He naturally knew that a place like Vatican City definitely had something left behind by the ancient saints, so he had always been on guard. Fine, you and I will go to hell together. Pope silently chanted an incantation and displayed a secret technique. Holy light shone everywhere, connecting him and Yi Fan together. Moreover, the sky and earth were turned upside down. The mysterious ancient formation appeared again, trapping him and Yi Fan together. Yi Fan drew his bow and knocked an arrow. At this moment he powerfully attacked. It was time to verify his own Tao fruit. Victory and defeat, life and death, were all about to come to an end. Pooh! As soon as the black arrow shot out, the winds and clouds changed, and the world lost color. It pierced through the void, tore apart the golden holy clothes, and penetrated the golden shield. Endless radiance erupted, turning Pope's hand that was holding the holy spear into a bloody paste. The spear of fate fell. At the same time, Yi Fan followed up and smashed out with a fist. It penetrated the hole in the golden shield, and smashed into Pope's body. There was originally a hole in the chest area of the golden holy clothes, and at this moment, an astonishing wave of blood rushed out. The golden holy clothes became a bit more damaged, but in the end, it was still preserved. However, Pope inside was turned into a bloody paste. With a kung chong sound, the holy clothes scattered and reformed not far away, leaving behind a bloody mist. Yi Fan brandished the second black arrow, and cut off the connection between him and the bloody mist. At the last moment, Pope used a forbidden secret technique to connect the two together. It was almost like a curse, and they could die together. In the distance, the holy mountains rumbled and moved. They all released heaven-shocking killing intent. The ancient saint's killing formation was activated. Yi Fan was cold and indifferent. He didn't say a word and continuously fired arrows. 2 black arrows turned into lightning and shot out over 10 times. A great mountain in front of him collapsed with a loud rumble. He broke free from the ancient killing formation and rushed out. His divine might was awe-inspiring. He was truly unrivaled under the starry skies. He looked down on all directions. Everyone was absolutely silent. Even now, no one dared to speak. Their hearts were all trembling. Divine might was matchless. Yi Fan stood on the peak of a mountain and looked down on everyone. Then he ascended Vatican City's first holy palace to receive the ancestral artifact. Chapter 997. Pope had been defeated and lost his life. All that was left behind was a resplendent golden holy robe. The spear of fate was inserted into the ground, glistening brightly. No one dared to approach. Yi Fan descended on the holy mountain and ascended the stone steps to the first holy palace of the Vatican. Everyone was watching, and no one dared to stop him. It was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Finally, Yi Fan entered the most important place in the history of the Vatican and disappeared. Many people seemed to be exhausted and dispirited as they sat down on the ground. This day would forever be remembered as the Day of Darkness. The experts of the divine race from Jerusalem were killed, and the most sacred place of the Vatican was invaded by the devil, suffering the most serious blasphemy. Thousands and tens of thousands of years had passed. People couldn't help but shiver whenever they thought of this. To the people of another sect, this was a day of great prosperity. In the distance, Zhang Qingyang had an excited expression. The cauldron above his head sent down strands of source qi, protecting him within. He held the Bodhi bead in his hand and shouted for the establishment of the celestial court. Behind him, Many followers also shouted in unison. Their voices resounded through the clouds, and the boundless sound waves shook the surroundings. The entire Vatican was trembling. At this moment, the expressions of the old cultivators of the Vatican and the clan leaders who had come to help changed greatly. This was a great calamity for them. The news quickly spread across the mountains, the oceans, and the entire world of cultivators. In the west, many inheritances were silent. The sky seemed to be pressing down, making everyone feel oppressed. They were all uneasy and anxious, as if they were waiting for the judgment of the end of the world. The devil had defeated the divine knight and pope single-handedly, and killed 3 experts of the divine race. No one could stop him. What was he going to do next? Everyone felt a chill in their hearts when they thought of how terrifying he was. The most serious consequence was that he would uproot the Vatican and wipe out the West. This did not seem to be a difficult task. When the Central Earth Taoist sect received the news, many people were stunned. Some could not believe this fact. He had attacked alone and killed his way into the holy city of Jerusha, and killed the divine race. What kind of method was this? After that, he single-handedly conquered the Vatican and ruled the West. This was like a myth. It was the same for the Buddhist sections. Many senior monks chanted Shakyamuni Buddha, their names rising and falling. They felt that it was a bit inconceivable, their hearts beating fast. At that moment, the world was in an uproar. The eyes of the entire cultivation world were focused on West Earth and Vatican City, waiting for the final result. A devil had appeared in the Central Plains. Everyone was discussing this. Now that the demonic cultivators were heading west, everyone was shocked. Everyone was paying close attention. At this moment, Yi Fan had ascended to the peak and entered the Holy Palace. He had no idea that the entire cultivation world was suffocating. Everyone was quietly waiting for the result, and what he would do next. He was extremely calm, his footsteps powerful. He walked through the spacious and empty Great Hall, not a single person daring to stop him. All of the divine emissaries were trembling with fear, backing up in retreat. This palace had existed since ancient times. It was richly ornamented, dazzling in gold and jade. Every inch of this place was releasing holy radiance. Treasures were piled up everywhere. Yi Fan didn't pay them any attention. He walked into the depths of the palace as if he was facing dung and dust. He sensed the ancestral artifact of Middle Earth and walked with large strides, heading straight for it. After Shi Huang unified the 6 countries, the jade seal carved from He clan jade was quietly displayed here. Even though what was carved on it wasn't the laws of Tao, there was a type of historical precipitation that surpassed mountains and rivers. On the other side, there was a stone platform that was formed from dried yellow mud. It was placed at an even higher position. This was the Nuwa stone with a human head and snake body carved on it. There were traces of the interweaving Great Tao, attracting Yi Fan's attention. He stared at it for a very long time. In the end, he found the foundation of the altar with the ancient heavenly book carved on it. It was seized from Mount Tai by the experts of the Vatican City 20 years ago. There was a large pile of it, and they had obtained a lot back then. Yi Fan carefully looked at the heavenly book, and was greatly moved. The foundation of the altar was indeed carved with the bird seal script. It really recorded a shocking secret: the opportunity to become an immortal. It talked about the 99 Dragon Mountains. This was what Yi Fan knew. He had already seen the burial ground of the quasi-emperor Yangxiang clan, and understood the cause and effect. What really attracted him was the topographic map at the end of the ancient heavenly book. This was actually a corner of the celestial map, to enter Kunlun Immortal. However, it was incomplete because the foundation of the altar wasn't complete. Part of it was in Middle Earth, and only this part was lost in the Vatican City. Yi Fan's heart pounded. He didn't expect to find another piece of the map. This corner could be pieced together after he returned. There were 9 maps in the world, and he had already obtained the 6th corner. He carefully put away the ancestral weapons and the ancient altar. Then he began to search the palace. He found some so-called holy objects of West Earth in the divine temple, where the golden holy robe and the spear of fate were stored. There was actually a piece of bone among them. Another corner of the map. Yi Fan couldn't help but exclaim. He didn't expect there to be another corner in the Vatican City. This piece was the original ancient map carved on a simple piece of bone. The maps on Mount Lu's underground palace and the foundation of the altar were all copied by someone. They weren't the original, but they were still clear enough. Fortunately, the copied ones didn't overlap. He had obtained a total of the heptagonal immortal ascension diagram, and was still missing the last 2 pieces of bone. This made his heart beat faster. During the great battle of the ancient sages, no one could collect the complete map. Now that the Dharma ending era had arrived, those people left one after another, giving him a chance. It's a pity that the 9th piece of bone was shattered by someone. I can never collect it again. Yi Fan sighed softly. He swept through the holy palace, and no one knew what he had taken away. When he came out, the palace seemed to have dried up, and the holy splendor could no longer be seen. Everyone in the Vatican City was trembling with fear. No one dared to stop him. Even the radical faction that had wanted to welcome him and celebrate the death of the divine race stopped. That was because the difference between their realms was too great, and it was difficult for them to converse. Yi Fan didn't want to go overboard. He didn't want to exterminate the world, so he didn't create a murderous calamity. With a clang, the resplendent holy robe on the ground flew up. It grew to a height of 3 inches and entered his palm. He took it as his own. Bang! The spear of fate also rose from the ground and flew toward him. It had long been broken into 3 pieces in ancient times, but it was still a holy object of a sect that had killed a god. You can take the golden holy robe, but the spear of fate is the supreme holy object of the Vatican City. It has a special meaning, so please keep it. If you like the holy spear, you can take it with you. I believe that its power will far surpass the lance of Longinus once it is unsealed. The Divine Knight's aura was on the verge of dying. His body was covered in cracks and blood was seeping out, but he was still alive. He spoke with difficulty as an ancient dragon spear stabbed into the ground next to him. Clang! Yi Fan swung his hand, and the spear turned into a beam of golden light that stabbed into the ground in front of the majestic palace on the first sacred mountain. It trembled a few times before becoming motionless. He didn't like or hate the Western orthodoxies, and he had never thought of exterminating them. He only wanted the ancestral weapon, and he didn't want to kill them all. You can be considered an upright person, so why do you need to imprison yourself here? Are you willing to go to the outer realm with me? Yi Fan asked. My flame of life is about to be extinguished. The Divine Knight was a sinner who had carried the sin until now. He had turned his back on the light and had no glory in his life. Now that he was about to die, he felt a sense of relief. If you want to leave, I can help you prolong your life. The Divine Knight's gaze was calm as he let go of everything. I yearn to go to the outer realm. Yi Fan walked forward and pointed with a finger. A holy radiance shot out and bathed the Divine Knight's body. He took out a jade jar and poured out a sparkling liquid drop. It was the juice of an ancestral ginseng from Changbai Mountain, and it could be considered a precious medicine. He flicked it out, and the liquid entered the Divine Knight's mouth. In an instant, the vitality in his body flourished. Afterward, Yi Fan took out some divine spring water and fed it to the Divine Knight. West Earth had endless power of faith, but the Divine Knight had been branded as a sinner by the ancient paragons. He couldn't use this to prolong his life. Because of this, he could only rely on himself to cultivate. It was a miracle that he could reach this step in such a world. He was worthy of being the #1 genius of West Earth in the past tens of thousands of years. This was what Yi Fan had taken a fancy to. If such a ferocious person was brought to another star domain and cultivated in a different environment, what kind of great achievements would he have? It would probably cause a huge commotion. Divine Knight. The radical faction in Vatican City finally found a chance. All of them walked forward and shouted. The Divine Knight sighed. He had vaguely guessed that the ancient paragons had purposely branded him so that he wouldn't be able to use the power of faith to cultivate and temper his Tao body. Our doctrine is beautiful. There's no need to respect the god race of the outer realm. It's enough as long as God is present. From today onwards, both Jerusalem and Vatican City will belong to us. Correct? Your teachings are holy and beautiful. Yi Fan smiled, also speaking in agreement. Ugh. Everyone could only have such an expression. This devil from Middle Earth actually said this. How could they endure it? I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. Your doctrine gives mortals spiritual sustenance and guides the path forward for cultivators. It's a priceless treasure. I'm targeting the god race of the outer realm, and I'm only offending you because I want to bring back the ancestral weapon of Middle-earth. Yi Fan didn't care if they believed it or not. In any case, he believed it himself and said it like this. Moreover, he had already done what needed to be done. The celestial ruler is merciful. Zhang Qingyang started to preach and replace the word God with celestial ruler to win over believers in Vatican City. In the end, everyone was speechless. After this matter was over, Yi Fan didn't go to Mount Olympus to visit the ancient world. He didn't go to that divine land to search for treasures, which made the disciples feel rather regretful. This was because he didn't want to make the entire West Earth's cultivation world anxious. There was still a long way to go, and there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. The West watched him leave as if he was a god of plague. They couldn't wait for him to travel through time and space and disappear. Everything that happened in the day of darkness made the demons of Middle-earth feel like a mountain was pressing down on their hearts. After Yi Fan returned to Middle-earth, the masters of the various sects all came to welcome him. It was a grand event that hadn't happened in hundreds of years. The return of the ancestral weapon was an earth-shattering event. Yi Fan studied it carefully for a few days and handed over the Fushi dragon steel and the 9 cauldrons to the various sects and returned them to their original sections, a devil from Middle-earth. These 4 words spread all over the world, not only in Middle-earth and the West, but all Taoists heard of it. I'm not a devil. Who exactly am I? Even the heavens don't know. Yi Fan mumbled to himself. From that day onwards, the little Taoist master started to preach and travel to foreign lands. Dragon Sparrow, Zhang Yifan, and the others also frequently performed miracles among the mortals. The celestial court started to sprout in every corner of the world since the day of darkness. Especially in the West, which was incomparably open and free. Zhang Qingyang led the crusaders that were converted by Yi Fan and the Vatican's Saintess Adrienne, and the others to achieve great results. Yi Fan fought in West Earth and his divine prowess was matchless. His name shook the world of Tao, and the devil of Middle-earth shook the 4 seas. No one dared to obstruct him, and the process of preaching could be said to be very smooth. Perhaps decades or centuries would pass, but many people would be chanting, Celestial Emperor above. This was the result of Zhang Qingyang's efforts. Yi Fan was in Middle-earth, but he could clearly feel everything. His cauldron was a holy object of preaching, and it bore the power of faith. There were different changes every day. During this period of time, the cultivation world was in an uproar and many things happened. And Yi Fan's sudden appearance naturally attracted attention from all directions. He ran amok in the West, killed the strong practitioners of the god race in Jerusalem, and fought in Vatican City. He was simply like a legend. Many great powers were trying to find his roots, and when they found out that he was one of the people that had been taken away by the 9 dragons pulling the coffin, they all sucked in cold breaths and were all terrified. And during this period of time, some interesting things happened. For example, the Taoists of a certain peninsula country in Northeast Asia. They seriously researched and dug up a conclusion. Yi Fan was a stunning individual with astonishing bloodline and great strength. His ancestral home actually belonged to this peninsula country, and they quoted from many sources, quoting all kinds of evidence. In the end, there were even people from this peninsula who wrote some works, recording this in the country's cultivation history, treating it as a type of fact. When the cultivators of other places heard of this, they could only shake their heads and sigh. The cultivators of the peninsula really were unmatched. This seemed to have become a tradition because people were already numb and used to it. Too many similar things happened in the past, and the entire universe seemed to be created by them. Time was like water, unknowingly flowing by. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had already passed. Zhang Qingyang's preaching was extremely successful. Now not only were there churches and mosques, there was also the celestial court, and it was blossoming all over the world. The cauldron, as a holy object of preaching, would rise with holy energy every day. Strands of immortal light shone brilliantly, gathering even more faith. It already developed intelligence, appearing more and more divine and unapproachable. Zhang Qingyang was able to wield the number one holy object of the celestial court, which was also Yi Fan's future tool to prove his Tao. This made the other disciples very envious. No one could replace him. When it came to preaching, the little Taoist master was unparalleled. He practically spared no effort and left his footprints in every corner of the world. Now, not only were there countless mortals who believed in the celestial court, even many cultivators were also persuaded by his flowery words to convert to the celestial court, revering the celestial emperor together. And his cultivation had also made great progress. Every time the celestial court grew a bit stronger, he would progress a bit more. Yi Fan saw all of this and made him the head disciple of the registered disciples. And on this day, Yi Fan crossed time and space to summon him back to Central Earth. This was because he was about to cross the tribulation, and he needed the cauldron to cross it together. Good preparation was unleashed. It wasn't that he couldn't cross it, he could have done it 3 years ago. Everything was because he had to reverse the great path. He didn't want any accidents to happen. If he passed it, his future would be brilliant, but if he failed, he would be nothing but ashes. He couldn't even compare to an ant, so he had to be careful. "Greetings, Master." Zhang Qingyang returned, and the cauldron hanging above his head fell off, turning into an inch tall. The body of the cauldron was simple and natural, and there was an immortal divine splendor circling around the outside of the cauldron. It entered the space between Yi Fan's brows. "You've worked hard these years. If the celestial court succeeds, it will be your first merit." Chapter 998. This was a small mountain with no special scenery. There were only a few thatched cottages. For the past 3 years, Yi Fan had spent most of his time living on this unknown hill. In front of the cottage, there was a rack of green grapevines with bunches of green grapes. Next to it was a medicinal field with some old herbs and spiritual plants. The fragrance of the herbs filled the air. In the distance, there was a pine forest. Komatsu was like a monkey, darting in and out all day, looking for pine cones. He was very happy. Zhang Qingyang had been practicing asceticism for 3 years, preaching to the world. Yi Fan saw all of this and knew that he had put in a lot. The change in the cauldron of myriad qi was the most obvious proof. Now this cauldron was psychic. Every moment, there was pure psychic power entering the cauldron. Strands of celestial light shone brightly. It was extraordinary and close to divine. The celestial court had taken root in the world, flourishing and growing. Every day, it would imprint the power of faith into the cauldron. This was a kind of divine transformation, forging an immortal weapon. Crack! In the sky, a bolt of lightning flashed, followed by heavy rain. Yi Fan stood motionless in front of the window, looking at the electric snakes in the clouds. Komatsu peeled a phoenix fruit, revealing the red and tender flesh inside. He blinked his big eyes and handed it to Yi Fan and Zhang Qingyang. Crack! The silver electric snakes danced and swam in the dark clouds, tearing open the sky and bursting out with a breath that made people tremble. For cultivators, this kind of weather was very dangerous. "Qingyang, are you ready?" Yi Fan asked. "Master, I am ready," the little Taoist master replied. In the past few years he had been preaching everywhere, but his cultivation had not fallen behind. He had been improving all the way. This had something to do with Yi Fan's special care. Then enter the lightning. Open your mind and body and accept the baptism. Don't worry or be afraid. I will protect you, Yi Fan said softly. In the past few years, every time there was a thunderstorm, Yi Fan would choose to protect a few disciples and let them attract the lightning to temper their bodies. All the ancient sects had their own secret methods. Under normal circumstances, it would be good if the disciples could attract lightning once or twice. Any more, and they would encounter a great disaster. This was not a real heavenly tribulation. In this era, no one could attract it, but they could use the ancient methods to temper their bodies. It could be considered a heavenly tribulation, but it could easily destroy their bodies and souls. Most people did not dare to try it. In the past 3 years, these disciples had gone through 8 or 9 of heavenly tribulations. Zhang Qingyang had gone as high as 11, and was about to undergo the 12th one. These people all had special bones, and if they were placed in the Big Dipper, they would all be part of a region's pride. Unfortunately, they were born at the wrong time, unable to sense the heavenly tribulation in this age of chaos. Thus, every year, Yi Fan would have them guide lightning to temper their bodies. For ordinary people, 2 times was the limit, but they had to attract lightning every year. Moreover, each time it was more powerful than the last. It was almost comparable to a real heavenly tribulation. In the past few years, their cultivation had improved. Every step they took was very stable. The foundation of the Tao was extremely solid. In the process, Yi Fan found something special. Zhang Qingyang had been preaching to the world, and was with the cauldron. He had also been stained with a lot of power of faith. He could resist the heavenly tribulation more easily than the others. That was why he had gone through the heavenly tribulation the most. "Master, I am going up," Zhang Qingyang said to him. He rushed up into the sky and went into the thick clouds. He began to go through the heavenly tribulation. Lightning came from all directions and all struck his body. In an instant, the lightning blazed and silver snakes danced. It was as if a great battle had taken place. He resisted in the splendor of the sky, attracting lightning to temper his body. He is several times stronger than before after all. Yi Fan said to himself. When lightning radiance was guided into the body to be tempered, regardless of whether one's cultivation made progress, it would still be several times stronger than the last time. The heavens seemed to have a record of this as well, and that was why even the most stunning of cultivators didn't dare to ascend to the heavens every year. Guiding lightning radiance to this step can also be considered a heavenly tribulation. Yi Fan nodded. Between heaven and earth, the lightning became even more violent. A silver sea of lightning descended, submerging Zhang Qingyang within and tearing apart the world. Yi Fan watched carefully. He protected his disciple, but didn't extend his hand to help. If there was no disaster of body and soul being destroyed, he definitely wouldn't step out. Komatsu blinked its large eyes from the side. It also stared at the clouds. During these years, it had gone through several true heavenly tribulations. From the crying in the beginning to its current calmness, it could also be considered quite the improvement. It knew how terrifying the heavenly tribulation was. It was world-shaking and boundless, especially the lightning that descended during the end of days. Every time it thought of it, it would shrink its head back and cover its chest with its little claws, feeling waves of lingering fear. Woo, it's working again. Yi Fan stared at the sea of lightning. There were traces of pure faith power on Zhang Qingyang's body that counteracted the vast lightning. The lightning entered his body but didn't harm him. In the most dangerous moments, this holy light could display indescribable uses. It was truly mysterious and unpredictable, making one's mind race and unable to help but sink into deep thought. An hour later, when the last 9 waves of lightning descended, Zhang Qingyang's skin and flesh were lacerated and his bones were almost scorched. However, he finally made it through with difficulty. He descended and entered the thatched cottage. His expression was incomparably excited because his physical body had become stronger. His magical power surged, and his primordial spirit had also strengthened a bit. Very good. Yi Fan nodded. Before he severed his Tao and crossed the tribulation, he made some arrangements to prevent any accidents from happening to him. He wasn't in a hurry to ascend to the heavens. In the following months, Yi Fan stood guard for his disciples, letting them all experience the baptism of the heavenly tribulation. Their cultivations improved greatly. Walk your own path. I can't give you a direction. Crossing tribulation, comprehending the Tao, choosing, you have to experience more. Yi Fan rubbed Komatsu's head. He didn't want this little fellow to rigidly adhere to his thoughts and jump out. He didn't arrange everything like he did for his other disciples, and pointed out the direction for the future. A month later, Yi Fan ascended to the heavens and left alone, not letting anyone go with him. Komatsu was scared and chased after him, crying loudly. He wanted to use the little stone Buddha to block the tribulation, but Yi Fan refused. Zhang Qingyang shouted for Yi Fan to add all of the power of faith to him, saying that he could achieve twice the results with half the effort and safely cross the tribulation. The other disciples also called out. Yi Fan didn't turn back. He poured out all of the power of faith in the cauldron like a boundless waterfall, temporarily leaving it on the short mountain. This pure power of faith was definitely useful, But he didn't want to rely on it now. Since his path was already set, and he was going to sever the great Tao, he didn't need to rely on any external objects. Apart from the Tao-proving artifact, the cauldron, he wouldn't bring anything else to cross the tribulation with him. This was his choice from start to finish, and it had never changed. The power of faith is now used by me, but it's unclear in the future. This was a vague misgivings in his heart, so he didn't borrow it. Yi Fan ascended to the sky and arrived in outer space, far away from the mountains and rivers. This was because he was afraid that once he crossed the tribulation, he would destroy the magnificent rivers and mountains and sink a continent. No one understood better than him how terrifying his tribulation would be. Once it erupted, it would be destructive, especially since this time was different from the past. He himself didn't have any confidence. He felt a deathly stillness while standing alone in the cold and dark cosmos. The boundless might of the earth spread over from afar, as if there was a hibernating ancient celestial emperor. "It's time to cross the tribulation now," said Yi Fan softly. He began to activate his cultivation, and no longer suppressed his strength. He opened up his body and mind, connecting with the cosmos and emitting a will that surpassed the great Tao. Boom! There was originally nothing in the void universe, but at this moment, a boundless ocean suddenly appeared. This was a divine sea formed from lightning. In just a moment, Yi Fan was buried within and received the torture and punishment of the great Tao of the heavens. Streaks of lightning that were as thick as the sea struck his body one after another. This was a magnificent scene. If someone were to depict it, and let the world see it, it would definitely shock the ages and make all cultivators tremble in fear. This kind of heavenly tribulation was the most terrifying since the beginning of time. Every single streak of tribulation light far surpassed the great heavenly tribulation of others. These tens of thousands of tribulation lights converged together to form the first round of lightning that struck Yi Fan. This was a type of doomsday heavenly punishment. It was a great destruction that no one could endure. It was boundlessly vast and only needed a strand of lightning to destroy a heavenly genius. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was bathed in it. His hair was disheveled as he resisted this boundless heavenly tribulation alone. His sturdy body was naked as he used the lightning as water to cleanse his flesh and primordial spirit. This was a great destruction. Even the void of the cosmos was split apart by the strike. Terrifying black abysses appeared one after another. Only the light source at the center remained unchanged. Yi Fan's bronze-colored body flickered with precious light as he accepted the lightning and baptism. It was boundless and limitless. The heavenly tribulation of tens of thousands of years seemed to have gathered on his body alone. The lightning radiance from the past and present merged together to refine his body. Every inch of his skin was dazzling, every pore taking in and sending out electrical radiance. A golden little figure walked out from the space between his brows. When it opened its mouth, a heavenly river would be sucked in. The endless sea of lightning was sucked into its mouth, terrifying beyond compare. That day, Yi Fan didn't tell the people of the Central Earth's Taoist sect or Western Tao inheritance that he was going to sever the Tao. No one knew. He wanted to peacefully pass this day. However, at this time, all cultivators sensed that something was definitely happening in outer space. It was because they were all panicking inside. As if a great disaster was descending, doomsday arriving. It was as if a sharp sword was suspended above their heads. As if a great mountain was crushing down on their hearts. This was a world-destroying aura that made those of the same species tremble. As long as one cultivated the Tao, they would definitely be able to sense it. Everyone trembled in fear, looking towards outer space in horror. However, no one could see anything. It was too far away, all of them unclear of the situation, unable to deduce the reason. It was because this type of tribulation had rarely been seen since ancient times. There was no way they had heard of it before, let alone seen it for themselves. Hong. The first sea of lightning disappeared. Strange lightning appeared in the void. There was Fushi dragon steel, Niwa Dao stone streak after streak, incomparably mysterious. This was even more terrifying. Some of the lightning were similar to ancestral artifacts, incredibly berserk. When they descended, they could simply hack apart an ancient star. These were the traces of the great Tao between heaven and earth, representing the ancient heavenly Tao. Every time it hacked down, it would be world-shocking, able to destroy a world. Yi Fan wanted to sever the Tao he already had, break free and rise above the great Tao. So he naturally had to endure the attacks and suppression of all types of divine Tao since ancient times. Hong. In the void cosmos, blazing lightning radiance destroyed the world. Between the streaks of human-shaped lightning and ancestral artifacts, ancient stars seemed to be destroyed one after another, historical scenes replaying. Endless lightning struck down on his body. Yi Fan resisted it alone, his head of black hair scattering about, his bronze-colored body flickering with precious splendor. Even if his bones were broken and tendons snapped, he could still quickly recover. The little golden figure stood in front of his brows, looking down on the world, unyielding just like his body, accepting the baptism and refinement of endless lightning. The cauldron was forged from the source energy of all life. It accepted the sea of lightning to reforge it, enduring the lightning like an ancestral artifact, but it still didn't break, becoming more and more sturdy and undying. Yi Fan's body was within the tribulation light that covered the sky, every inch of his body flickering. He bathed in endless lightning and thunder, tempering his undying body, baptizing his golden primordial spirit, tempering the cauldron that corroborated the Tao. Even though he could resist it now, he didn't dare relax in the slightest, because the true Great Tribulation was yet to come. Chapter 999. From afar, a group of meteors flew over. The human race's saint physique severing the Tao caused a phenomenon to descend from the heavens. And this was just the first sign. This was a group of meteors, and there were hundreds of them. They emitted resplendent radiance that could tear through the ages as they lined up and charged over. The smallest one was hundreds of feet long, and the largest one was half the size of a moon. They possessed the power of thunder and lightning, leaving behind a long and resplendent tail light that was filled with the power to destroy the world. Yi Fan's expression changed. He knew that there might be phenomena when severing the Tao, but he didn't expect there to be hundreds of meteors right from the start. This was a terrifying scene. They all came from the depths of the universe and were filled with a mysterious power. They were vast and boundless, and every meteor was as dazzling as the sun. They don't produce light from friction, but contain great power. Yi Fan swung his fists, struggling in the tribulation and punching forward. Immediately, a divine radiance shot out as every inch of his body was enveloped by lightning. The heavenly tribulation moved because of him, colliding with the group of meteors. He unfolded his arms, letting go of his hands and feet, forcefully shaking the group of meteors. This was a great destruction. Multicolored light shot out in tens of thousands of streaks. Thunder roared endlessly. All of the meteors turned into fine powder. Even a tiny strand of tribulation light was destructive. It was equivalent to a great tribulation of others, and it was no problem for it to destroy mountains and rivers. The pores on Yi Fan's body relaxed, and thousands of strands of tribulation light entered and exited. His body was breathing in and out this divine sea of lightning, and his flesh and bones were all breathing. Wang. The void trembled, and the dragon steel flickered. It was ancient and majestic, taller than a mountain, and it pressed down on Yi Fan. There were all kinds of divinatory diagrams on it, mysterious and strange. This was lightning in the shape of the Fushi dragon steel, and it was incredibly powerful. Yi Fan had already been hit several times, and his bones were almost broken. Every time it pressed down, it was like an ancient star exploding. He was puzzled. Why was there lightning in the shape of an ancestral artifact? Moreover, it was so shocking and powerful. What was the relationship between the two? Could it be the Tao marks left behind by the past Tao verifier? Yi Fan thought of many things. Was it the great Tao that reproduced the various divine laws of the past Tao verifier? Manifested in the world. Boom. However, there was no time for him to think anymore. The lightning bolts formed by the ancestral weapons appeared at the same time and pressed down on him. The Fushi dragon tablet and the other ancestral weapons gave off an immense aura. To defy the great Tao is to defeat the Tao that has already existed in this world since the beginning of this realm. To truly break free and stand above them. Yi Fan's eyes sharpened. They were like two divine lamps that emitted a fiery radiance. In the depths of the sky, they were exceptionally dazzling and intimidating. Boom. He started swinging his fists, crushing everything in his way. Be it the Fushi dragon steel or the various ancestral weapons, he destroyed them one by one, the Tao of battle. The boundless sea of lightning was vast and boundless. He traversed the outer regions alone, fighting against many ancient divine Taos and experiencing a calamity that ordinary people could not imagine. If it was someone else, they only needed to endure the heavenly tribulation, and it would be considered a success. However, he had to go against the sky and destroy all the heavenly tribulations, so that there would be no more heavenly tribulations. It was also because of this that his heavenly tribulations were far stronger than anyone since the ancient times. They were extremely vast, and just one of them was enough to crush the other Tao executioners. At this moment, the lightning tribulations in the void became even stronger. The dragon steel was destroyed and the stone platform cracked. However, they quickly reformed and human-shaped lightning bolts appeared, and there were several of them at once. At the same time, there were more and more weapons. Their power shook the entire star region, sending chills down Yi Fan's spine. His bones broke a few times and his golden blood splattered everywhere. What am I seeing? He couldn't believe his eyes. Boom. From afar, a blazing light shot over, piercing through his chest, causing green smoke to rise and a burnt smell to fill the air. It was a majestic figure, his face hard to see, but the ancient mirror in his hand couldn't be clearer. It was the Void Mirror. This is the Void Monarch's weapon, there's no mistaking it. Yi Fan had once fought with the small bronze coffin on his back. The patterns on the ancient mirror were exactly the same, and he actually saw them on this side of the starry sky. The Void Monarch had come to this ancient star before. Perhaps he had taken action here, leaving behind some Tao marks in the great Tao that were branded by this world. In this instant, Yi Fan gained a new understanding of the great Tao and heavenly tribulations. The ancient Tao was recorded and engraved, and it could be reproduced. Am I fighting against the Void Monarch? His voice trembled, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself. It wasn't that he hadn't encountered human-shaped lightning before. He had seen a similar scene in the northern Dipper star domain, but this time was different. In the past, it was purely human-shaped lightning that hacked down all types of tribulations. Even if there were Tao laws, there wouldn't be this many. Now, however, the human-shaped lightning that held the Void Mirror could display all types of supreme Tao techniques. It was incomparably terrifying. Fortunately, it isn't the might of an emperor, but a type of mark engraved by the great Tao of heaven and earth. Yi Fan could only rejoice like this. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly die. This type of Tao mark was only aimed at the Tao severing realm, not the Saint Tribulation, and even more so not the Great Emperor Tribulation. Otherwise, this star domain would have been destroyed. Yi Fan released a clear roar, and rushed through the sea of lightning. He activated his own cauldron and smashed it against the Void Mirror, releasing boundless might. Pung. They tangled together and fought intensely. Yi Fan had a type of misconception. It was as if he was facing the Void Monarch when he was young, fighting against his true body. Hong. Flames poured down from the sky. An enormous furnace descended from the sky. Even though it was made of lightning, it seemed to be cast from phoenix blood and scarlet gold. There was an imposing figure above that suppressed towards him. Eternal Universe Furnace, that's Eternal Universe Monarch. Yi Fan was shocked again. Another ancient great emperor had appeared, and the heavenly Tao had also left behind a strand of his divine might. He avoided the Void Mirror's illumination, but he was firmly smashed by the Eternal Universe Furnace. His spine broke apart, and almost all of his bones were broken. He was seriously injured. Another great emperor from the Big Dipper star domain had also come to this side. At this time, the Tao laws were unparalleled, and Yi Fan almost died with resentment. He finally understood the consequences of defying the great Tao. This was a dead end, and there was no hope of survival. The Tao of the most powerful expert that had ever appeared in this starry sky would appear. How difficult would it be to transcend? However, Yi Fan was unyielding and unyielding. He didn't give up. His eyes turned vertical, and the light in the depths of his pupils flourished even more. They burned fiercely like two torches. This is a rare opportunity. I've always desired to fight a young great emperor at the same cultivation realm, but I never had the chance. Today, I'll decide who's superior and who's inferior. Yi Fan was ruthless. It wasn't that he was savage and disrespectful to the ancient great emperors, but that he had been forced into this situation. He had no other choice but to fight to the death against an ancient great emperor, who was similarly at the Tao-severing stage. The most terrifying battle erupted. Yi Fan was almost beaten to death because the young Void Monarch took action. And the young Eternal Universe Monarch didn't show any mercy. They displayed all kinds of wondrous techniques, collapsing the heaven and earth. Even though they were formed from lightning, they still possessed the Tao laws of the past, and they were similarly terrifying. This was a type of fatal blow. An immortal tear's green golden pagoda appeared, collapsing the ancient space-time. It smashed into Yi Fan's body, and even the human race's divine body couldn't endure it. Over 100 of his bones were broken, and he was sent flying. The Jade Lake Western Emperor had appeared. Yi Fan encountered a great crisis and narrowly escaped death. To be able to contend against young great emperors at the same cultivation realm was something he yearned for even in his dreams. However, if he encountered a group of young great emperors, it would be a disaster. Even if an immortal revived, he would still die at this cultivation realm. An enormous noise sounded. Hundreds of millions of strands of lightning radiance shot out, covering heaven and earth. Another male with disheveled hair walked up, taking action with great power. He possessed an unmatched might. Fuxi the Great took action. Yi Fan shouted loudly. He couldn't care less about showing respect to his ancestors anymore. His thick black hair danced about as he fought within the lightning, fighting against these unmatched existences' young Tao bodies. This was a difficult confrontation. He was indeed powerful enough, but to contend against these types of existences, it really was too demanding. What kind of people were these? Which one of them wasn't the most powerful individual in history? Their mysterious techniques suppressed the endless ages, unmatched in the cosmos. These people had never met each other before, but they all had one thing in common, and that was that they were all great emperors who defeated everyone from their respective eras. They were truly unmatched under the starry skies, standing at the peak of all life, overlooking the past, present, and future. Yi Fan needed great enemies. When one reached his cultivation realm, it was difficult even if he wanted to seek defeat in this cultivationless age. However, this time, it really was too ridiculous. One person was enough, able to sharpen him until he shone with endless brilliance. However, with so many people appearing at once, there was no way out. Ancient great emperors, these 4 words were enough to crush the starry skies of the cosmos. These types of people were the most stunning, and it wasn't just empty words. Yi Fan had severed the Tao, so if he could fight against one person, it would already be an incredible accomplishment. At this moment, this wasn't a form of training, but a type of fatal blow that didn't give him the slightest bit of hope. This was the result of him trying to reverse the great Tao. He would have to face the destruction of all the Taos that had appeared on this ancient star since ancient times. Yi Fan was bathed in blood as he fought. All of the bones in his body were broken, and he had never been in such a miserable state before. However, he didn't give up, still clenching his teeth and persevering, fighting against the 4 ancient emperors. Pooh. In the end, he couldn't evade. The void ancient mirror shone on his back, the eternal universe furnace smashed into his shoulder, and the Western Emperor Pagoda crushed down on his head. Meanwhile, Fuxi the Great's palm even more so covered over. Yi Fan's entire body was covered in blood. His bones were shattered and golden blood splashed everywhere, dyeing the skies red. He collapsed in outer space, his flesh and inner organs torn to pieces. Ever since he was born, he had never been in such a sorry and miserable state. He was trapped in a dangerous place, his life not long to end. He was a human, not an immortal. The ancient great emperors were all proud of their glory, the most stunning individuals under the starry skies. Every single one of them was the main character of this world. In this world, if there was someone who could be compared to the ancient great emperors when they were young, able to contend against the young great emperors, then it could be said that his name would definitely go down in history. To find someone who could fight against 4 young great emperors alone, perhaps this had never happened since ancient times. No one could believe this type of absurd miracle. Even if Yi Fan could prove his Tao, he would only be one of them, the main character of this era. However, Now he was fighting against four alone. This was an unprecedented grand occasion. He was beaten until his bones were shattered, golden flesh flying in all directions. He was seriously injured, but his essence energy was still there, becoming even more fierce. Hung. Boundless golden blood energy pervaded the air. Yi Fan activated the swordsman's secret character, merging his flesh and broken bones. His bones were reconstructed, and cracking sounds rang out as he recovered his true body. Yi Fan had long since lost all reverence in his heart. This was a heavenly tribulation that had never happened since ancient times. His eyes were terrifying as he faced the human-shaped lightning formed by the ancient emperors. He only had one thought, and that was to kill them all. Hung. He displayed a type of wondrous technique. Lousy One becoming three pure ones formed a Tao body that was exactly the same as him. Their battle prowess was the same as he fought against the four young great emperors. The battle reached a boiling point. Even though it was 2 against 4, he still had no chance of winning. It was incomparably difficult, and his entire body was covered in golden blood. Not long after, the Tao body's time limit was up and it was destroyed. He fought against 4 alone, and could only be defeated. Yi Fan was bathed in blood, but he wasn't willing to be discouraged. He wasn't willing to submit to the ancient Emperor Tao. Fighting against 4 young great emperors, I will die without a doubt. What should I do? Yi Fan asked himself. If others knew that he was fighting against 4 young great emperors at the Tao Severing Realm, they would definitely be shocked to the extreme, and might not even believe it. This was a glorious battle record that could look down on all the ages. As long as he could hold on for a moment, he would be able to show off for all eternity. It was enough to be recorded in the annals of history, but he was still thinking about severing the great Tao. Hung. In the sky, 9 suns shone brightly. In an instant, the light illuminated the depths of the pitch-black universe, and the Tao-severing phenomenon appeared once again. And at this time, 5 more human-shaped lightning appeared in the Sea of Lightning. At this moment, a total of 9 young great emperors appeared, and they wanted to kill Yi Fan together. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air, and felt a headache coming on because he recognized one of them. There was a giant bell above his head, and although he couldn't see his true appearance, he was undoubtedly Great Emperor Wu Shi. Chapter 1000. Yi Fan had encountered the greatest crisis of his life. This was a great calamity. 9 young great emperors appeared at the same time. This was an unprecedented scene. Anyone would grimace in fear, and even have the thought of dying. How could one live like this? It was simply unsolvable and a sure-kill situation. Could it be that I really can't go against the great Tao? Is there no way out for me? Yi Fan's heart sank. Even if he became a half-saint, he might not be able to hold on. 9 young great emperors appeared at the same time. What kind of concept was this? It was simply unimaginable. The most excessive thing was that even a heaven-defying person like Wu Shi had come. There was no room for negotiation. 9 great emperors attacked at the same time, unless he ascended to heaven and became an immortal. Pooh! As soon as they exchanged blows, he was immediately wounded and his body cracked. A total of 9 people attacked at the same time. Even a deity wouldn't be able to stop them. Yi Fan roared angrily. There was no way out now. If he couldn't break through, he would die and cease to exist forever. However, the enemies were too powerful. Any one of them was a great enemy of his life. It was hard to say who would emerge victorious, let alone when 9 of them attacked at the same time. He opened his mouth and roared. His hair stood on end as he battled the ancient emperors amidst the endless lightning. Overflowing golden blood energy surged, but it still wasn't enough. Yi Fan exchanged a palm strike with Emperor Shi. His shoulder was smashed by the eternal universe furnace, and his bones were broken on the spot. His shoulder caved in. Fuxi the Great attacked with his true body. The other emperors also attacked. Pooh! Blood splashed everywhere. Yi Fan's physical body was destroyed. Even the human race's saint physique wasn't enough. Facing 9 young great emperors, he couldn't hold on. Blood dyed the cosmic void red. For a moment, even the lightning seemed to have stopped. There was no sound. This was a strange calm. The lightning was still there and hadn't disappeared. In the void, there was a piece of broken flesh that emitted holy splendor. There were also many pieces of bones and golden blood that glistened brightly. Yi Fan had never been as desperate as he was now. It was not that he was weak, but that his enemies were too strong. Even the indestructible body of the human tribe could not withstand the 9 of them. Boundless holy light radiated out, and the flesh and blood reformed. A fist-sized golden person stood at the center, roaring angrily. The void immediately collapsed, and the bone fragments and golden blood flowed in reverse. They condensed together, connecting the flesh and bones, and cracking sounds rang out. I'm unwilling. I've chosen this path, so how can I give up halfway? But it's too difficult. No one can help me. I have to rely on myself. Yi Fan was bathed in divine splendor as he circulated the secret character of swordsman. He was reborn amidst the bloody light and reformed his body. His head of thick black hair danced about, his expression stirred up, full of unyieldingness. He couldn't help but roar towards the heavens. No one could save him, he had to rely on himself to cut down the Tao. Moreover, he had no way out now. The heavenly tribulation had already begun, so it was impossible for him to give up on the thought of severing the great Tao. It was already too late. There was no hope in front of him and no help behind him. He had no choice but to fight to the death. He could only charge through the boundless sea and sky, but he couldn't charge through the bottomless abyss or the cliff of hell. Boom. A super ferocious person rushed over. Great monarch Wuxia attacked with a palm strike. It was said that he could defy the heavens with a single hand and kill an ancient deity with a single hand. The vast chaotic Tao ripples surged. The young great monarch Wuxia's true appearance couldn't be seen clearly, but one could sense the transcendent and unparalleled aura from him. His palm struck down, causing the void to collapse. Even half of the heavenly tribulation was dispersed by him. His aura was like a rainbow, and his palm force was as ferocious as the sea. Yi Fan's eyes were blazing. Everyone here was a human ancestor that should be respected, but at this moment he could only kill them all. He launched the 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist and attacked forward. To be able to have the opportunity to face such a character was also a kind of miraculous fate. Since the ancient times, no one in the same generation could compete with the young great monarch. Boom. However, Yi Fan was close to despair. The other 3 great monarchs had also made their moves. There was no way to fight one-on-one in this situation. The battle with Wuxia that he was looking forward to couldn't happen. PFFF. Before he could even get close, half of his body was shattered by the 3 young great monarchs, and he was sent flying away. His blood splashed across the sea of lightning, letting out thunderous noises. This was a difficult and cruel battle. There was no luck or coincidence, only strength. The Fushi dragon steel slammed down, and half of Yi Fan's body was almost severed. It was a horrible sight to look at, and his torso turned into a bloody pulp. At the same time, great monarch Wuxia rushed over from the back. The void crumbled, and a palm slashed into Yi Fan's back and out from his chest, tearing him into pieces on the spot. Yi Fan let out a long roar. His true body was destroyed again, and he had to reconstruct it with great difficulty. He exhausted a huge amount of golden blood qi, but the road of life in front of him became even narrower. The young great monarchs were all merciless because they were the incarnations of the great Taos. They were the Tao marks left behind by the heaven and earth. If Yi Fan wanted to go against the great Taos and surpass the Taos created by the ancient great monarchs, then he would have to face their torture. Dang! A chaos bell rumbled over, and the sound traveled for who knew how many miles. The Tao waves could even spread in the vacuum, shattering the sky. The scene was boundlessly terrifying. It was great monarch Wuxia again. The bell was like a mountain, and it fell from the sky, wanting to trap Yi Fan inside. The bell sound was endless, and it wanted to turn him into a bloody pulp. Buzz! Fushi the Great also attacked. He was a fierce stubble like Wuxia, and he was the hardest to deal with. He slammed down with the dragon's steel, turning the sky into a black hole. Yi Fan faced them head-on, but he was exhausted. All the energy in his body had been sucked dry. The human race's sacred body's magic power was endless, but against these people he had no choice but to use all his magic power, because these people were all young monarch bodies. PFFF. Finally, he was smashed by the 4 great monarchs again. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. and the scene was too horrible to look at. His sparkling bones flickered with a demonic luster. Yi Fan felt a sense of helplessness. These were the true young great monarchs. Each and every one of them was unparalleled, and they were truly difficult to deal with. I thirst for a battle, but the premise is to fight against a great monarch, and not a group fight. He was truly furious. After reforming his true body, he spat out another mouthful of old blood. He had seen bullies before, but he had never seen bullies like this. 9 young great monarchs attacked at the same time, and it was like a fantasy story. Who would believe this? Meanwhile, he really faced a group of them. He could only helplessly ask the heavens. He finally realized that even if he had 9 lives, it wouldn't be enough. If this continued, he would be killed again and again until he exhausted all of his life's potential. Even with the swordsman's secret character, it wasn't enough. That was because every time he used this method to condense saint blood and reform his true body, he would have to pay a heavy price. His origin was drying up. Yi Fan went berserk and suffered injuries again and again. If he didn't kill 1 or 2 young great monarchs, he would be letting himself down. He used the Rho formula to avoid the others and targeted Wu Shi. This humanoid lightning had heavily injured him several times. Just now, it had almost split him into 2 halves. It was truly hateful. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Yi Fan shouted, and his psyche rose to the extreme. His blood chi rushed into the cosmic void, and the 6 ancient worlds in front of his golden fist rotated, suppressing everything. The fist was invincible. This was the sublimation of Yi Fan's psyche, chi, and spirit. He wanted to fight great monarch Wu Shi alone, and see whether the innate saint body or the true saint body of the human race was stronger. The word, without beginning, itself represented invincibility. To be able to fight against his Tao body when he was young. Even if he was defeated and died, he would die without regrets. Yi Fan pressed forward with indomitable will. Golden blood energy surged into the sky as he displayed his most powerful attack. However, reality was extremely cruel. Nothing could go as he wished. 3 young great emperors of unknown identities rushed over. They moved their fingers together, and their divine might shook past and present. Yi Fan let out a long sigh. He couldn't evade even if he wanted to. The only thing he could do was to defend against the attacks from the 4 great monarchs, including Wu Shi, because he was surrounded. Once again he suffered a grievance. His body was torn apart and scattered in the void. He let out an unwilling cry and recovered with difficulty, his face pale. No, if this goes on, I won't even have the slightest hope of survival. I must obtain power from the lightning to replenish my energy. Otherwise, I won't be able to hold on much longer. Yi Fan murmured to himself. At this moment, he had no choice but to fight with his back to the river. There was no way out. He no longer chose to pick an opponent, and instead he chose to kill one of them. Battle Saint Technique. Yi Fan performed the Battle Saint Technique. His hands moved in the air, and the scene of 9 dragons pulling a coffin appeared. A vast aura covered the sky as he attacked the person next to him. Boom. However, this unknown great monarch was just as valiant. His hands moved in the air, and the stars of the universe appeared at the same time. They formed an ancient star domain, and swallowed the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. Battle Saint Technique. Yi Fan cried out in surprise. This seemingly ordinary young great monarch actually knew the 9 secrets, and used the same technique to break his world-shaking attack. His hands trembled and slowly moved in the air. The golden blood in his body surged like a long river. Moreover, at this moment, his battle chi surged and instantly broke through the innate restriction of the 8 great restrictions. His power rushed out like a flood from a breached dam as he unleashed a tyrannical attack. However, a similarly terrifying aura erupted. Another unknown young great monarch's body shone with incomparable brilliance. He was like an immortal king descending, looking down on the world. His eyes emitted a burning light. Boom. Floods surged and rivers surged. All kinds of divine laws burst forth. At the same time, this person also activated the divine restriction, surpassing the domain of the 8 great restrictions. In the confrontation of divine restrictions, the most intense collision took place. It was like a comet smashing into the earth. This was destructive. The light between the 2 was blinding and drowned out this place. Yifan's body flew out in tatters. On the other side, the other young great monarchs were also taking action. So the one who activated the divine restriction was unharmed. Yifan was speechless. These were all ancient people who had already passed away. Each one of them was a peerless genius of their generation. They were unique and unrivaled. The number one under the starry skies in the past. It was difficult for them to be defeated. He had the 9 secrets, and some of these great monarchs had also obtained it. He could activate the divine restriction, and these people also had the same talent. He didn't have the advantage. Wu Shi, Fuxi the Great, which one of them was ordinary? All of them looked down on the past and present, reigning supreme throughout the ages. Defeating them was easier said than done, and there was no hope. Severing the Tao was too difficult. Since ancient times, who knew how many heroes had died? Some of them were even comparable to ancient great monarchs among their peers. And the path that Yifan had to walk was even more arduous and bumpy. His choice had determined everything. He naturally had to face the most terrifying punishment from the heavens, and he would be suppressed by the young great monarchs. Cauldron, come! Yifan shouted and summoned the universal Qi cauldron above his head. At this stage of the battle, it was too difficult to kill the 9 young great monarchs. It was almost impossible to realize. However, he wasn't willing to resign himself to death. He still wanted to defy the heavens and sever the Tao. Severing the great Tao is to display my different Tao and create my own unique method that surpasses all other Taos. Now, only by abandoning everything else and using my own method will I have a sliver of hope. Kill the 9 great monarchs, and only I will live. His eyes burned like torches, shooting out dazzling light. He stared at the 9 great mysterious stars in the sky that formed a line, and then stared at the 9 young great monarchs. Chapter 1001. In the outer realms, Yifan was facing a great calamity. There was a calamity of life and death. It was impossible for anyone to kill the 9 young emperors. From ancient times until now, there had never been such a person, because they already represented the strongest. If I can get rid of one, then so be it. I didn't slay my Tao in vain. Yifan's hands trembled as he slowly waved them, manifesting his own Taiji Tao. A golden divine circle appeared, enveloping him. This was his divine form. There was law, there was no law, there was Tao, there was no Tao. Everything was within a single thought. He tossed aside all distracting thoughts and calmed his heart. He transcended his current state of heart and manifested his own Tao. All sorts of peaceful thoughts returned to him. He had no worries and only focused on the Tao. Boom. It was impossible for the 9 young emperors to give him time. They attacked mercilessly, all for the sake of killing Yifan. However, this time around, Yifan didn't face them directly. He suddenly flew upwards, blasting towards the source of the heavenly tribulation, directly breaking it apart. Busy. The 9 human emperors' illusory bodies trembled. They were 9 human-shaped bolts of lightning that descended from the sea of lightning. Even they were shaken and their attacks instantly slowed down. It was impossible for Yifan to force them to stop. He could only move again, stretching his body and transforming into a curved dragon-shaped Tao mark, causing the Taiji divine circle to reach perfection. At the same time, crackling sounds rang out from within his body. His sea of reincarnation, Tao Palace for extremes, dragon transformation and immortal foundation all radiated ancient scriptures, boundlessly vast. His entire body, as well as the golden disc, was filled with countless runes. All of them were Tao marks that radiated a shocking divine light. Break free and give birth to a Tao self, a true self. He shouted in his heart. The many ancient scriptures fused together, wanting to fuse the 5 secret realms into one, transforming them into his own Saint Tao. Below the sky, within the sea of lightning, all sorts of scriptures appeared densely. Runes and Tao marks interweaved. Yifan was sealed within, emitting boundless light. The golden circle bobbed up and down, resplendent and dazzling. Above his head, a cauldron floated in the air, similarly interweaving with runes that fused with him as one, like an inseparable part of his life. At the same time, he, the deity ocean of thunder, and the 9 great emperors were all ascending and approaching the 9 mysterious stars in the sky. I'll nurture your Tao. Yifan roared. He cultivated several ancient scripture profound mysteries within his body. He had comprehended them for many years, always working tirelessly to merge them together, using his body as a dragon skeleton to link them together. However, he never succeeded. Today, when he was forced to such a critical juncture, he cut off all means of retreat, and did not hesitate to risk his life. He forcefully passed through the scriptures that had evolved for many years, and refined them into his body furnace. Ah! Yi Fan shouted. The 9 monarchs' might was unbearable, and when they slammed their palms at him, not even someone as strong as him could withstand it. Even if it were Wushi, Vicious and Fushi, they would still be destroyed. Pooh! The golden circle collapsed, and the various runes on its surface were all obliterated. They quickly dimmed, and his true body exploded once more. However, at this moment, a resplendent beam of light shot out from his skull. Another Yi Fan leaped into the air, no different from himself. This was the Tao Self forcefully breaking out of his shell. His black hair scattered behind him, and his eyes gleamed with cold lightning. He had merged several ancient scriptures into one furnace to strengthen himself. The momentum of his leap was unstoppable. With the cauldron in his arms, he broke free from the encirclement of the 9 great emperors and rushed towards the 9 mysterious stars. The Tao Self, Yi Fan, felt that these 9 stars were too strange. How could they appear out of nowhere? They didn't conform to the laws of the heavenly phenomenon, and were like 9 suns floating in the sky. He punched out, and the power of this strike came from his entire body. His sea of reincarnation surged, his 5 organs lit up, and his 4 limbs shone resplendently. After that, it passed through his spine like a great dragon, rushing towards the immortal foundation. 9 revolutions with a single thought, and the numerous scriptures were fused into one, all for his use. As soon as he punched out, the starry sky lost its color. One of the stars above bore the brunt of the attack. It trembled on the spot, and emitted an emperor's might that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. I knew there was a problem. Yi Fan understood that this was the origin of the Tao marks produced by the 9 emperors. Rather than killing the 9 emperors, he might as well directly destroy this star. This was the root. Boom! The Tao Self, Yi Fan, unleashed a strike filled with rage. Its might naturally shook the entire starry sky, causing the sun, moon, and stars to dim. In this boundless starry sky, he was the only one left. Cauldron strike. The cauldron above his head rushed up and smashed towards the star like a fist. This was a destructive strike. The mysterious star flickered and a human-shaped bolt of lightning flew over, wanting to block the destruction. But ultimately it was a step too late. Bang! This star was smashed apart, transforming into a terrifying rain of light, riddling the Tao Self, Yi Fan with holes and almost obliterating him. As for the human-shaped bolt of lightning that was rushing over, it also dimmed. The so-called 9-star alignment was the origin of the 9 Tao marks. They were like 9 gates that could receive the various arts of the 9 young emperors. Yi Fan destroyed one of the gates, so naturally, a young great emperor disappeared. He couldn't exist in this sea of lightning space. Moreover, at this time, the other 8 great stars were in chaos. Because they were connected in a line, there was a type of restriction between them. Now that one of them was lost, their trajectory became unstable. The other 8 human-shaped bolts of lightning swayed because of the 8 great stars. They didn't attack any further and only isolated Yi Fan outside, not letting him get any closer. The heavenly Tao is flawed, Yi Fan said to himself. There were no perfect things in the world. Flaws could be found in all things. The destructive Tao severing irregular phenomenon could dissolve the pressure brought by the 9 young great emperors. However, just as this thought emerged in his mind, and before he could calm down, a resplendent great star appeared in the void. It was even more resplendent. The 9 stars were complete and connected in a line. This became a wondrous scene once again as it stretched across this starry sky. Astronomers couldn't see through it no matter how hard they tried. A woman with peerless charm appeared. With a single step, she was like an ancient goddess descending into the world. Her divine might was vast and boundless, and the entire starry sky was shaking because of her. Yi Fan couldn't see her true appearance because the aura of the great Tao was obstructing him. He could only see her unmatched divine body that stood proudly in the mortal world with a type of peerless temperament. This was a woman, but she looked down on the world. Her eyes gazed over as if she didn't put the various emperors in her eyes. She was the only sovereign in this world. At this moment, Yi Fan broke out into a cold shiver. Great Emperor Vicious had also come. She really was a woman, and there was a heaven-devouring evil jar hanging above her head. Vicious fought against the heavens for her entire life. She had stunning talents and could kill deities from beyond the 9 heavens. However, she didn't do it for immortality, but for the return of Yu in the mortal world. Yi Fan was in a great predicament. He sent away a great emperor, but now he invited the most vicious one. His fine hairs were all standing on end. The karma between him and this vicious person was extremely deep. Even the cauldron above his head belonged to the other party. Now that he was facing her like this, it truly wasn't a good omen. The vicious person's charm was exceptional. She took a step forward. Even though she was a humanoid lightning, only a type of great Tao trace, she still seemed a bit different from the masses. Could it be that I really have to kill the 9 young great emperors? Just destroying the 9 ancient stars is useless. It will only draw out even more vicious ones. Yi Fan said to himself. Right at this time, the vicious person who could overlook the heavens descended. Something extremely strange happened. She descended with endless immortal light, merging with an unknown young great emperor, completely erasing him. She killed a young great emperor? Yi Fan was shocked. These humanoid lightning were too strange. What was going on with the vicious person? How could this type of thing happen? She really was a stunning figure among emperors, killing a great emperor. Is she going to help me? He was inwardly stunned. The vicious person took action against him. With a finger pointing over, the flying immortal art illuminated past and present, immediately hacking apart this part of the universe. She didn't show any mercy, wanting to shatter him. Yi Fan was extremely calm inside, quickly retaliating. The other party was just a trace. How could she help him? She wasn't someone who could think at all, so he could only resist. Not good. Yi Fan was shaken. He had just forcefully linked up several ancient scriptures, merging them into one furnace, but now, there was a huge problem. His Tao self was actually going to collapse. At the same time, the vicious person's attack arrived. He hurriedly used the cauldron to protect in front of him. However, at this moment, Wuxia also took action, blasting murderously towards him. Both of them are vicious. Yi Fan was speechless. Being attacked by these 2 heaven-defying existences at the same time was truly a different type of experience. When he saw Fuxi the Great also move, he wisely made his choice. As for his Tao self, he didn't resist. His primordial spirit carried the cauldron out, and the golden little figure tore through the obstruction of time. It was as if time was reversed, rushing out from the encirclement, throwing itself into the shattered bones and blood clots of the distant true self, quickly reforming. Chi-Chi. Among the humanoid lightning, 2 of them mysteriously disappeared, but no one went to damage them. They had gone into seclusion on their own, and the corresponding great stars also dimmed. Could it be that the young great emperor wasn't killed by the vicious person, but because the time was up? Yi Fan's eyes were sparkling with divine light. He saw hope. Yes, that must be the case. They are all great emperors, the strongest since the ancient times. No one can kill the other in a single strike. He muttered to himself. He saw the hope of severing the Tao. There was a limit to one's strength, and so was the heavens. The great Tao was incomplete. To be able to fight against so many people and persevere until the end, it could be considered to be world-shaking and able to reverse the great Tao. Fight until the heavens have no more heavenly punishments to descend. Boom. In the midst of Yi Fan's hope, the 3 great stars suddenly blossomed resplendently and appeared in the sky. The 9 stars had gathered once again. A monk dressed in monk robes walked out. Yi Fan was startled. Who else could it be but a monk who had reached the Tao? It had to be Amitba. On the other side, a person wielding a peerlessly sharp dragon sword appeared. His killing intent was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. That was the Tai Sovereign sword. There was no need to say anything more about the newcomer. The third person was glowing even more brilliantly than the sun. Every inch of his body was shrouded by the scarlet sun, making it impossible for others to look at him directly. Yi Fan vaguely guessed that this was the Sun Saint Sovereign. After sending off a few more came. Could it be that these people had come to this side of the starry sky before? Yi Fan's heart turned cold. How was he going to resolve this? There's no other way. Only my own Tao can surpass all the other Taos. Yi Fan didn't have any illusions. He could only rely on himself. The primordial human devil once told him on the ancient Mars star that it was a good thing to have all the scriptures in one's body. If he couldn't merge them all together, there would be a great disaster. For the past few years he had been digesting the ancient scriptures and absorbing the essences of the various great emperors to create his own Tao. It could be said that he was well prepared. But there was a problem with his Tao just now. Escape, I must succeed. On top of the divine form, I must create my own Tao. The 9 young great emperors were approaching. To Yi Fan, it was an unimaginable trial. He was forced to transform once again and give birth to his Tao self. My Tao. On this day, Yi Fan endured unimaginable torment. His body was crushed dozens of times, and he gave birth to his Tao self, slashing it out from his true body. Again and again, he had to start all over again. His life force was almost completely exhausted, all for the sake of being above all Taos. He couldn't give in. In the end, he even awakened the past self. It was as if there was an additional God in his body. The past self, the true self, or this self and the Tao self. The 3 rotated as if there were 3 of him. One was born in the past, one sat in the present, and another stood in the future. All kinds of wondrous scenes appeared. When Yi Fan was killed once again, time seemed to have frozen. The past self chanted scriptures for the present. The true self existed in the present, and the Tao self sat in the future to comprehend the Tao. The true self's physical body shattered. Golden blood, snow-white bones, and cracked flesh were scattered everywhere, and didn't immediately reassemble. Between heaven and earth, in the sea of lightning, the past self, the true self, and the Tao self chanted scriptures in unison, and comprehended the Tao. Every piece of flesh, every broken bone, and every drop of golden blood flickered. In a trance, the physical body, bones, and blood disintegrated continuously, turning into countless ancient stars. There were resplendent galaxies and majestic stars. It was a wonderful scene. Chapter 1002. 9-star alignment. On Earth, some of the people at the astronomical observatory were shocked. Such a marvelous scene was happening in outer space. Many people were so shocked that their jaws dropped to the ground, and they were flabbergasted. This kind of scene wasn't impossible. In the year 2000, there had been a 7-star alignment. In theory, the 9 planets could also form a line, and there would be a reincarnation every 6,000 years. However, the scene before their eyes was too shocking and hard to understand. 9 great stars had suddenly appeared in outer space. They were as resplendent as 9 suns. How could 9 great stars suddenly appear in the solar system? It was so abnormal that it wasn't realistic at all. It was simply incomprehensible. The pictures sent back by the space probe were even more shocking. Great earthquakes had occurred in various research institutes, and there were tens of thousands of lightning flashing in the distant void. The most shocking thing was that there was a person charging through the sea of lightning just now. It was as if a divine battle had broken out, and he was confronting some human-shaped lightning. It was simply unbelievable. This kind of mysterious scene was naturally a top-secret document that couldn't appear in the mortal world. It was sealed by the major authorities and only a few relevant personnel could read it. Go to the church and find a priest to ask what exactly happened. It's best to go to the Vatican and ask the Pope what this scene portends. The Pope was killed by someone from the Celestial Court 3 years ago. Then go to the Celestial Court and ask the Heavenly Master there. The various Celestial Court buildings were grand and sacred, even more so than the churches in the Vatican. On this day, many important characters came to visit and earnestly asked for guidance from the clergy. This increased the pure telekinesis of the Celestial Court by a lot. Yi Fan severing his Tao and undergoing tribulation was a type of opportunity for the celestial heavens. It was because as time went on, the buildings of the celestial heavens in various places resonated, actually producing strands of divine radiance. It was a grand scene. The stubborn illness of those who were close to it all disappeared. This was a sign of prosperity, But it could also be a sign of self-destruction. Everything depended on whether the master of the celestial court could endure it or not. In outer space, pure white bone fragments, golden blood, shattered internal organs, and other things were scattered everywhere. They flickered with immortal radiance, sparkling and translucent, and they formed all types of phenomena of the Tao. They broke apart, and then they were reborn, continuously changing. The sun, moon, stellar rivers, majestic ancient stars, resplendent stellar domains. Every drop of blood was a type of wondrous scene. Yi Fan's true self disintegrated. His blood and bones transformed into a dazzling river of stars and mysterious stars. They emitted an aura of the vicissitudes of time, and corresponded with all the stars in the sky. At this moment, specks of light were everywhere, produced after his hair, bones, and inner organs were obliterated. It was extremely strange. Faintly discernible, all kinds of scriptures seemed to have come from ancient times. Someone was silently chanting and praying, blessing this life and the next. Yi Fan's true self was destroyed, almost killed in the void. Even his primordial spirit became specks of light, turning into ancient stars that moved about in this sea of stars. 9 young great emperors took action at the same time, no one able to stop them. This had always been the case since the ancient times. They were the main characters of the world in different eras. Even if there was a so-called number one who could prove the Tao and become an emperor, he would only become one of them. His true self and primordial spirit both shattered in the void. His core bones turned into stars that were like grains of sand, flickering with brilliance that illuminated the past, present, and future. The 9 great emperors didn't take action. It was because they were distracted by another target, taking action to kill him. The passing self was an extremely indistinct figure that sat in the past. The stellar rivers swirled about. His natural Tao phenomenon was drowned out by the silver light of time, as if he was separated by the endless river of time, forever unable to approach him. The 9 young great emperors took action together, attacking forward. However, it was as if they were that ancient, unable to immediately make contact with his body. Kacha. One of the human-shaped lightning cultivated an extraordinary secret technique. When his hands moved, it was as if time and space were in chaos, striking his power towards the past, smashing into the passing self. The passing self retaliated, chanting ancient scriptures for this life. It was as if he was sitting in the archaic years, crossing the endless river of time to fight against the young great emperors. The 2 of them took action one after another, attacking each other. This was a strange battle that was almost illusory and couldn't be seen clearly. It wasn't their true bodies meeting, but rather a type of suppression from Tao laws. The passing self blocked an emperor for Yi Fan, stalling for time. Those shattered bones and golden flesh turned into the sun, moon, and stars. The river of stars in the sky quickly evolved, the scriptures turning into patterns that densely covered every single ancient star. Hong. The other young great emperors all displayed their own methods, also taking action. They evolved the Tao to the extreme, the powerful power destroying all fabrications, attacking the passing self, quickly obliterating him. Passing self. Within the shattered embryo bones, Yi Fan released a sigh. He turned into a star, corresponding with the stars in the sky, seizing the starlight to forge his true self Tao body. In the distance, the Daomi Yi Fan saw the Tao clearly, standing in the future, comprehending the laws of heaven and earth, comprehending his own great Tao, resonating with the heavens. It was impossible for him not to draw attention even if he didn't want to. The 9 young great emperors attacked forward, strangling the future Tao self. Their methods were heaven-reaching. After their first attack missed, someone quickly displayed a strange method. Even if that person stood in the future, they could still kill him. As long as they could arrive, all enemies would be obliterated. No one could stop the 9 young great emperors, not a single one of them throughout the ages. When comprehending the Tao in the future, the Daomi Yi Fan was also cut down, turning into nothingness. There were only ancient stars, starry rivers, and star domains left in the sky. Yi Fan's true body was evolving, several ancient scriptures merging into one furnace. He was transforming, producing his own Tao, nurturing the 100 scriptures in one body, containing 10,000 Tao in one body. His body turned into dragon bones, penetrating all types of scripture, profound mysteries, breaking free. Spirit, conviction, Tao, shedding one's mortal body and changing one's bones, breaking free from shackles, producing a Tao that belongs to me. He used heaven and earth as a furnace, using all types of scriptures as flames to forge and burn himself, burning this furnace red, refining his own body, tempering his true self. His flesh turned into ancient stars, Tao bones into starry rivers. This was a strange transformation, one that not even Yi Fan himself could control. It seemed real, yet also illusory. Upon closer inspection, it was still flesh and white bones, but with a blurry glance, it was ancient stars one after another, full of life, evolving the aura of all things at the beginning. The Tao is an object, but it is fleeting. There is an object within. There is essence within. The faintly discernible scripture sounds rang out again. The past self reappeared, as if it was sitting in the archaic years, indistinctly chanting scriptures for the present. The past self was born in the past. There was no need to talk about being destroyed or not being destroyed. As long as Yi Fan's true self was alive, with a thought, there would be endless changes in the past. There was no end to it, no end to it. The 9 young great emperors were still heavenly tribulations after all. A type of humanoid Tao mark, not true people. They were only in charge of destruction, unable to think like humans, and that was why they were slaughtering again. They overlooked the true self, which was also the true self, because right now it was shattered, turning into countless stars. Even the primordial spirit was like this, not a living body. The Tao self, Yi Fan, was also like this. As long as Yi Fan's true consciousness still existed, there would be a future, endless possibilities. He could also reappear with a single thought, producing the Tao self. Time flowed on. A strand of his true consciousness lingered between the past self and the Tao self, inciting the 9 young great emperors to continuously take action, using up precious time. This was a type of miracle. Since the ancient times, he was the only one who could use this method to last this long under the hands of the 9 young great emperors. Some of the 9 great stars in the void had already dimmed. Too much time had passed. Even though a few more young great emperors were replaced, the overall duration of the heavenly tribulation was still long enough, and the irregular scenes were about to disappear. It was also at this time that Yi Fan's transformation reached a certain degree. The 9 great emperors didn't kill his disintegrated embryo bones, because he truly didn't exist anymore. From a certain perspective, his true body had died, and what was left was only an inextinguishable will, lingering between the past self and the Tao self. Yi Fan nurtured 100 scriptures in one furnace, containing 10,000 Tao in one body. His flesh and bones recombined in the end, turning into a dragon bone that connected all the scriptures. He broke free, evolving his own Tao. Even though it was still in its embryonic form and not perfect, it had already solved the hidden dangers of the 5 great secret realms, and now, his entire body was one. The true body formed a divine form, displaying the Tao image. The chanting of scriptures and the deafening cries of Tao came one after another. The past self and the Tao self, one from the past, and the other from the future, came together. It was like one yin and one yang, and also like 2 fusing qis. There was a saying in the Book of Changes, one yin and one yang, the Tao. Yin and yang were the parents of all things in the world, and the starting point of all things in the universe. The past self and the Tao self came together, turning into a golden taiji circle. They merged together, turning into the Tao. Meanwhile, at this moment, the true self was reborn in the golden circle. Ancient stars, stellar rivers, star domains merged together, becoming resplendent and dazzling, producing Yi Fan's true body. The past self and the Tao self blended together, producing a miraculous change. The true self was reborn in the golden taiji circle, and Yi Fan reappeared in the world. Yin and yang combined, turning into Tao. The scriptures were densely packed, covering this circle. Yi Fan was the natural Tao mark curve in the middle, truly manifesting. Break free, my Tao, Yi Fan shouted, rushing out from the 9 young great emperors, defying the heavens and rushing upwards. He really wanted to fight against a young great emperor, wishing to compete with the most powerful expert of the past. However, at this time, the 9 great stars became dim. and all of the human-shaped lightning disappeared. Too much time had passed, and everything was about to disappear. The Tao, bearing the heavens and carrying the earth, encompassing all things, containing the essence of the universe. Yi Fan's body shone brilliantly, as if he was formed from ancient stars and star fields. After being killed dozens of times, he was reborn. His 5 realms linked up, connected by the starry rivers, and finally stepped on his own path. The past self and the Tao self blended together, producing the Tao and giving birth to the true self. Perhaps it was still not perfect, but it had an embryonic form. Specks of starlight flickered, and Yi Fan's body seemed to be formed from endless stars. He took the first step on his own path, and his entire body was linked up. Every drop of blood was like an ancient star with life. An ancient star, a type of great Tao, smelt all things, nurture 100 scriptures in the furnace, accept 10,000 Tao, and return to the furnace body. This is my Tao foundation and my starting point. Yi Fan's fist smashed over, but unfortunately, the 9 great stars were destroyed, and all of them disappeared. His fist passed through the void bodies of the 9 great emperors, and they disappeared just like that. The heavenly tribulation hadn't disappeared yet, and the sea of lightning was still there. However, the most terrifying and dangerous moment had passed. Yi Fan guided tens of thousands of streaks of lightning into his body, refining them all. The cauldron floated above his head, advancing and retreating together with him. He ascended into the sky step by step, and with a light shout, "Tao, arise!" Using the lightning as a guide, he engraved the Tao on the cauldron. In front of the space between Yi Fan's brows, the cauldron released Qingqiang sounds, merging with him, and the two became one. He had high hopes for this cauldron. If his flesh, blood, and bones were the ancient stars, then this cauldron would be the one that jumped out. Yi Fan ascended into the sky, arriving at the depths of the heavenly tribulation. He entered a majestic ancient building that was also formed from lightning. Is this the archaic celestial court? He stood in front of the southern heavenly gate. Chapter 1003. Yi Fan was momentarily speechless. Was there really an ancient heaven? What he saw before him was boundlessly vast. This was an extremely large group of buildings. They were richly ornamented and made of jade. There were all types of flowers, birds, fish, insects, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning engraved on the pavilions and terraces. There were also figures of ancient natives. The main palace towered into the clouds. Smoke and mist filled the air. Enormous watchtowers stood in great numbers, leaning against each other like mountains. It was grand and majestic. It could be said to be the work of the gods. All of these were formed from lightning. They were extremely stable. This was a type of beautiful scenery. Above the ancient buildings, lightning and thunder rumbled. The sea of lightning was boundless, surging violently, stirring up the 9 heavens. This was a type of miracle. Endless thunder and blazing lightning streaked across the distance, pouring down like waterfalls. Meanwhile, this group of buildings remained the same from start to finish, not increasing or decreasing. Yi Fan walked in. He wanted to see what was going on. However, when he personally came here, he didn't see a single human figure. It was as if he arrived in a pure land. The thunder sound seemed to have even disappeared. Pung. Suddenly, a palace exploded, submerging him underneath. All of the pores on Yi Fan's body were taking in, and sending out electrical radiance. He stepped out from within. He continued forward. However, every time he entered a palace, there would always be world-shocking lightning exploding. All of the ancient buildings wouldn't allow him to get close, clashing with him. Suddenly, streaks of auspicious colors descended from the sky. Endless sweet springs surged from the ancient buildings. There was also a strange scene of 10,000 multicolored light flying into the sky. Countless sparkling flowers descended from the sky. They were produced by lightning. He saw another type of Tao severing irregular phenomenon. He didn't try to seize them. These were all just strange scenes, not true sweet springs and divine flowers. He had to be on guard. Every time he entered a heavenly palace, there would be lightning rumbling. The ancient watchtowers would self-destruct, the blazing light becoming more and more intense. Yi Fan continued forward. In the end, he ascended into the sky, leaving this place that was suspected to be the ancient heaven. He didn't enter the innermost palace, but instead entered even higher above the sea of lightning. Dong! Ear-splitting thunder sounds rang through the air. There were great dragons that descended one after another, tens of thousands of them rising. Another type of Tao-severing irregular phenomenon appeared, drowning him within. Yi Fan was astonished and continuously ascended. With a pung sound, he almost couldn't breathe from the pressure. Majestic dragon mountains appeared one after another. 99 dragon mountains appeared in the heavens above, crushing him to the point where he felt like he was suffocating. They were all formed from lightning, but fortunately, they didn't explode, only standing there. This is also a type of Tao mark. The 99 dragon mountains have visited many ancient stars, engraved by the great Tao of this starry sky, appearing here. It seems like they are extraordinary. Then he frowned. Could it be that the celestial court had really appeared on earth, and was recorded in the Tao laws because of this? Yi Fan continued to ascend to the heavens, and he saw more and more miraculous sights. The Tao-severing phenomena were also changing unpredictably. There were a total of 9 types, but in general, it was difficult to harm his body. After fighting against the 9 young great sovereigns, he could be considered to have passed. In the end, he arrived at the end. He endured tremendous pressure here. Primal chaos surged above, every streak of lightning intertwining with primal chaos, able to hack apart everything. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. The depths of the heavenly tribulation were terrifying as expected. This kind of lightning could definitely harm him, and it was most likely prepared for saints. He quietly watched for a long time, and then he did something. He took out the cauldron artifact. This was his Tao corroboration artifact. He threw it into the primal chaos lightning and began to forge it. During this process, he used his heart as a blade and cast hundreds of ancient characters into the cauldron. They entered the cauldron's walls, again and again, hammering and refining them. These were the hundreds of ancient characters he obtained from the dragon-pulling coffin. After such a long time, he still couldn't understand them. As a furnace, he had nurtured hundreds of scriptures, but he couldn't understand this shortest scripture. At this time, he carefully carved it and forged it into the cauldron's walls. This scripture didn't appear in the world and disappeared again and again. However, he didn't give up and forged it thousands of times. Primal chaos lightning hacked about chaotically. If not for the source root of all life energy long turning into ashes, leaving nothing behind, even if Yi Fan himself entered, his flesh would still be lacerated and he wouldn't be able to persist for a long time. Yi Fan remained the same from start to finish. He forged the cauldron under this sea of primal chaos lightning, forging his own Tao corroboration artifact. Several hundred ancient characters were merged into it, and the cauldron became closer and closer to the Tao. In the end, he almost exhausted all of his spirit, and only stopped when he found it hard to continue. Several hundred ancient characters entered. As for whether they disappeared or not, he didn't care. This cauldron had this type of supreme immortal law as a flame during the refinement process. It was enough to use it to calcine. The cauldron only needed to move at the same pace as him and slowly transform. There was no way it could be done overnight. It was enough for it to advance together with him. This was a Tao corroboration artifact. Yi Fan opened his heavenly eye. 2 torch-like streaks of light pierced into the sea of primal chaos lightning. He revealed a look of shock and said, "What is inside this sea of primal chaos lightning?" Unfortunately, even the heavenly eye couldn't see through it. He could only vaguely sense a strand of an aura that could crush the heavens throughout the ages. It made one tremble. It was inviolable and made one's heart feel reverence. Strand after strand of primal chaos lightning poured down like a vast sea, vast and boundless. It was too difficult to charge through, so he didn't take the risk. Right at this time, everything became faint. The heavenly punishment dried up and the lightning receded. The blazing sea of lightning was extinguished as if it had never appeared in the first place. It was as if everything was just a dream. Within Yi Fan's independent universe, all of the lightning radiance and brilliance disappeared. It was both real and illusory, making one feel as if they were unreal. The boundless cosmos, the boundless starry sky. The real scene was ice-cold and dark. It was silent and withered, an eternal deathly stillness. After the various miraculous scenes disappeared, Everything returned to normal. There wasn't the slightest sound. It had always been like this since time immemorial. There was only a naked male standing alone. I succeeded. I made it through just like that. Yi Fan said to himself. He was shocked to find a young great emperor. He fought with his life on the line, narrowly escaping death, and actually made it through. He didn't tremble with excitement after successfully severing the Tao. His heart was calm and worry-free. He stood in this cosmos for a long time. In the end, Yi Fan released a clear roar. A heavenly river hung from his mouth, and his entire body's aura was like a sword. With a king-chiang sound, the army moved 100,000 li, and the chaotic sword cleaved the heavens. Swoosh! Clear splendor flickered, and then everything disappeared. His expression was peaceful and tranquil. He stretched out his body and faced the boundless starry sky. His eyes were deep, and with a forceful inhalation, all sides moved. Tens of thousands of strands of starry splendor flowed, following the stellar domain and descending from the depths of the cosmos. They gathered towards his body, forming a silver sea that buried him within. Yi Fan's entire body flickered with precious splendor. The pores on the surface of his body all opened up, receiving the baptism of starlight to replenish the essence energy consumed during the calamity. His flesh and bones also seemed to have turned into endless ancient stars at this time, flickering indefinitely. They were connected by the starry rivers, and the 5 great secret realms were like 5 treasures. There were countless stars in the sky, and the river of stars was boundless. After an unknown amount of time, this place finally calmed down, turning into darkness and coldness. Yi Fan's body was no longer radiant, and his Tao severing had reached perfection. There were 3 stages to severing the Tao and entering immortality. He stood on the 3rd step of the King realm, crossing 3 small realms. This couldn't be considered a miracle. After thinking about it carefully, it made sense. His strength had long since reached the required level. Otherwise, how could he have killed the Pope and defeated the Divine Knight? It was just that he hadn't verified it with the heavens and earth. Now he had broken through in one go, using his body to sever the Tao to verify himself. Naturally, his Tao fruit and true strength would be revealed. This was a rare and wondrous event since ancient times. It wasn't that no one had ever done this before, but it was simply too rare. The number of people who had done this since ancient times were few, and passing 3 stages in one go was simply too shocking. Yi Fan stood there for a long time, and only then did he raise his head and laugh heartily. He took out a set of clothes and put them on. He then took a step and disappeared from this place, heading towards the ancient star in front of him. On this day, the various buildings of the celestial court on earth flourished with brilliance. It could be considered a type of miracle. Many people were flabbergasted, and their faith was greatly increased. For the celestial court, this was a golden age. The number of people entering the court increased greatly, and some of them were influential figures. Moreover, many people from the world of Tao also appeared one after another, seeking out the little Taoist master to join them. That was because a great expert had deduced that the master of the celestial court, Yi Fan, had severed the Tao and attracted lightning to temper his body. This was a grand event that had never happened since the world dried up. This was explosive news, and everyone knew what it meant. Severing the Tao to become a king in this kind of environment was much more difficult than in the ancient times. He was absolutely unrivaled in the present age. Since ancient times, there really weren't many people like this. If they could enter the starry sky and set foot on other ancient stars with life, their future would be limitless, and they would definitely become saints. He shouldn't be an imperial prince, right? Only such a person could reach this step. The great experts on earth were anxious. Once such a person became a saint, he would certainly be unrivaled under the starry sky, and it would be difficult to find an opponent in the world. Master. After seeing Yi Fan return safely, the disciples were all very excited. No one understood better than them what this meant. The human race's divine physique had severed the Tao during the age of chaos, and he would be able to sweep through this star domain. The celestial court would rise above all the sects, and perhaps it would truly create a legend. Komatsu blinked his large eyes and pounced over with a swoosh. He pulled on the corner of Yi Fan's clothes and wiped away his pitiful expression. He laughed foolishly and rolled around on top of him. Yi Fan smiled and generously rewarded all the disciples. He scattered many spiritual medicines, and then took out some of the ancestral crocodile's meat. He told them to eat less and refine more so that they wouldn't harm themselves. He once again poured the pure willpower gathered on the small mountain into the cauldron. Now it was already a true king weapon, and could be called a supreme king. This was because the material was special, and the Tao markings carved on it were extraordinary. The cauldron gently trembled, and the sound of ancient scriptures was emitted. It was as if someone was chanting scriptures and talking about the great Tao of heaven and earth. It was incomparably mysterious. Yi Fan sat cross-legged on the bluestone with the cauldron suspended above his head. 10,000 strands of source energy poured down, and his figure was indistinct. It made people feel reverence as if he was facing the great Tao. The disciples were amazed to find that there was no need for Yi Fan to explain the scriptures. When facing this cauldron, they could feel their bodies and minds become ethereal and close to the Tao. It was easy to comprehend the Tao. Komatsu was extremely lively and didn't feel reverence like the other disciples. He jumped about, and with a bag sound, he accidentally fell into the cauldron. He was lifted up by all life source energy and immediately became extremely embarrassed. The small mountain wasn't that tall. There were only a few thatched cottages and a medicinal field. There wasn't much spiritual essence here, but today it was extremely lively. Yi Fan severed the Tao. Many sect masters came to congratulate him. They all found this type of miracle a bit hard to believe. Severing the Tao in the cultivationless age, this is just like a legend. Everyone could only sigh in admiration like this. Yi Fan arranged a jade table and received guests from all over the mountain. He delivered spiritual fruits and brought out the crocodile race's holy meat. Many people were shocked speechless for a long time. This old one has heard of the divine crocodile from outside the region. According to what a Buddhist sect old monk said, the Sakyamuni suppressed it back then. Who would have thought that it would become food on a plate today? Everyone was almost trembling. Some didn't dare enjoy it, but there were some who didn't believe in the supernatural. They didn't listen to Yi Fan's warning and ate half a tael too much. As a result, their bodies overflowed with divine splendor and almost exploded. They were suppressed by Yi Fan. Now Yi Fan's Tao had already been completed. There weren't many things on earth that could attract him. Achieving the Tao and becoming an immortal was his only goal. He stood up and raised his wine cup. He earnestly asked the sect masters of the Central Earth Tao sect for guidance. He asked about the legendary Celestial Court, as well as ancient secrets such as the war between gods. My Shangqing sect has a divine stone. Rumor has it that it's a cornerstone that fell from the ancient heaven. If Brother Yi is interested, I can bring it to you, said the Shangqing sect master. The others also spoke up one after another, providing important clues. Now that Yi Fan had completed his Tao and ruled the world, there wasn't a single person who didn't want to form good karma with him. They all told him everything they knew. My Kunlun has half an ancient watchtower. Rumor has it that it's a building that was lost in the human world from the ancient heaven, said Sect Master Xueqin. Good. Yi Fan nodded. All kinds of legends, secrets, and ancient jade books would become his clues. He wanted to find the ancient heaven and excavate it. Chapter 1004. On that day, Kunlun Immortal Sword Sect, Shangqing Sect, Chuanjin Sect, Vermilion Phoenix Sect, Myriad Demon Valley, and other powers all provided clues that moved Yi Fan. This is that divine stone. It weighs more than 10,000 caddies. Some of my ancestors said that it was a heavenly stone from the outer realm, while others said that it was a cornerstone of the celestial court. The sect master ordered someone to place a purple stone on the ground. The stone was purple in color and as big as a millstone. It looked like an ancient jade covered in dust. It was dark and glossy, and it was very heavy. Just now, the two supreme elders were sweating profusely from exhaustion. Yi Fan circled around it and felt that it really was a cornerstone. He couldn't help but ask where it was obtained. The Shangqing sect master told him the truth. On a rainy night in ancient times, a mountain torrent created a ravine at the foot of Mount Mao, and purple clouds rushed up. The old sect master woke up in the middle of the night and looked down the mountain. He saw a heavenly palace collapsing. He rushed into the rain and found that the heavenly palace was an illusion and didn't exist. It should be a replay of a prehistoric scene, and he only saw a purple stone in the ravine. Everyone clicked their tongues in wonder, and gathered around to look at the strange stone. Yi Fan placed his hand on it, and it was very warm. He used his heart to feel it, and heard waves of lightning and thunder, as well as the sound of swords shaking together. He activated the Tao laws and drew out a blurry scene. Heavy rain poured down, and battle cries shook the heavens. The roars of unparalleled experts were heard, and then a heavenly palace collapsed and fell from the sky. Unfortunately, I can't see it clearly. It's hard to say whether it was a battle between gods or not. Yi Fan shook his head. The ancient palace that sect master Xuechen had ordered people to transport also arrived. It was dozens of feet tall and looked like a small mountain. It was rather grand and majestic, and its entire body was made of green feathers. Although only half of it was left, its majesty didn't diminish. This really is a heavenly palace. This scale hasn't changed even after so many years. It's very extraordinary. Someone exclaimed. Yi Fan's heart moved. This style was a bit similar to the northern Dipper Star region's ruins of God. He hadn't been to that life-forbidden zone, but he had seen some descriptions in ancient books. In front of the divine ruins, the southern heavenly gate towered majestically. It was half collapsed, leaving behind endless legends in this world. Was it really a building left behind by the celestial court? Yi Fan consulted sect leader Xuechen in detail about the origins of this palace. He told him truthfully that it was dug out from the foot of Kunlun. Yi Fan gently caressed this ancient watchtower, and then he circulated his cultivation, wishing to return to the source, carve out all of the imprints left behind in the past. There was an indescribable formation within this green jade palace. It was profound and complex, and this was precisely the reason why it could exist in this world for so long, protecting it from being damaged. Yi Fan was shocked. This kind of law was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. He really believed that this was the building of the celestial court. He activated the natural laws, and phoenix feathers shot out from his body. Chains of order connected to the azure heavenly palace as he sensed the events of the past. On the contrary, it was too ancient, simply impossible to restore. Even someone as powerful as him felt like it was futile, because he vaguely guessed that it was most likely traced back to millions of years ago. Right when Yi Fan was about to let go, ripples suddenly appeared on the green palace. Radiance flickered, and an incomparably dignified voice sounded, making the entire short mountain tremble. The emperor has already died. The divine generals of the various regions are in chaos. The celestial court has collapsed, falling apart in a single day. These weren't true words, but rather an extremely weak divine will. It was powerful to the point where it made one tremble. Apart from Yi Fan, everyone knelt down. Everyone's souls were trembling. Just how powerful of an existence was this? It existed for endless years, at least 1,000,000 years, right? Its voice resounded through the green palace, making it hard for others to endure. There were some Tao Gate disciples who couldn't hold on, their bodies cracking apart, almost breaking apart. The cauldron above Yi Fan's head rumbled, releasing a strand of source energy to protect him. A sect master who was too close was surrounded by this type of pressure, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. It was difficult for him to resist, unable to endure it. Yi Fan's expression changed. All life source energy rose and fell, strand after strand of auspicious energy surging, protecting everyone below, preventing anyone from dying because of this. What kind of existence was this? It transcended endless years, its mournful voice enough to kill the people of the present. It was powerful to a terrifying degree, difficult for others to fathom. Even if it isn't an ancient emperor, it has to be a quasi-emperor. Yi Fan said to himself. He even believed that this might be a holy emperor. It wasn't strange for there to be a few great emperors in that legendary era. He did everything he could to restore the imprints left behind in the past, but unfortunately, the endless years were enough to shatter everything. Only this mournful voice remained, nothing else existing. After severing the Tao, he had heaven-penetrating methods, but there was no way he could create something out of thin air, unable to reverse the endless years of time. When everything calmed down, everyone looked at each other in dismay. They were full of reverence towards Yi Fan. This was truly heaven-defying, allowing the voice of the ancient heaven to reappear, allowing them to pry into a corner of the mysteries of the heavens and archaic times. Wu, the legendary celestial court, really did exist, appearing before in the ancient earth. I wonder what kind of traces were left behind. Yi Fan pondered, becoming absent-minded. Dao brother, you have to think thrice before choosing the celestial court as your sect name. There were stunning ancient heavenly geniuses who wanted to do such a great thing, but in the end, they all suffered misfortune. Right, the two words celestial court crushed the past and present, not something we can endure. If one isn't an immortal and rashly established the celestial court, it will collapse in the end, bringing about unexpected events. Everyone advised. All of them out of good intentions. In the past, they didn't think much of it, but when they heard that sorrowful voice just now, it truly made their hearts tremble. They recalled the various legends from the ancient times. Yi Fan nodded and didn't say anything else. Today, the various sects sent over large amounts of ancient items. All of them related to the war of deities and related to the ancient heaven. In the end, the people who came to congratulate all left. The various sect masters left, and the crowd dispersed. A mountainous pile of artifacts and ancient books was left behind on the short mountain. In the following half a month, Yi Fan immersed himself in the sea of ancient books, forgetting to sleep and forgetting to eat as he searched for all kinds of methods. His parents were no longer here, and it was hard for there to be anything on earth that could attract him. The only thing that could attract his attention was to become an immortal. He wanted to investigate the legendary celestial court, but too much time had passed and everything had been buried in the dust of history. Now he could only investigate through legends, anecdotes, and oracle bone books. Time flowed by like water, always unknowingly passing by. In the blink of an eye, another 3 years passed. It had already been 6 years since Yi Fan returned to this side of the starry skies. During these years, apart from cultivating, he spent most of his time investigating the secrets of the war of deities and immortals. He learned quite a few ancient secrets. Now the celestial court's prestige was flourishing day by day. It was difficult for Yi Fan to find an opponent in the world, so he naturally received help from various parties in his search for ancient books. During these 5 years, he did everything he could to visit various sects. He went to the Vatican, climbed Mount Olympus, went to the divine lands of Egypt, and even went deep into the Buddhist lands of India. He left his footprints in every famous place in the world. The ancient heavenly court wasn't excavated, but he unexpectedly obtained some ancient scriptures. It gave him enlightenment, and his gains weren't shallow. Yi Fan mobilized all of his power. Apart from searching for the ancient heaven, he also searched for clues about the diagram of immortal ascension. He didn't expect to actually make a breakthrough discovery. The 8th corner, the diagram of opportunity to immortal ascension, was buried under the foundation of an ancient temple. Opening the Buddhist niche, apart from some relics, there was also a piece of bone. This was an ancient temple that had been accidentally discovered by a novice monk. After obtaining these items, the powerful Buddhist sects learned that Yi Fan was visiting and wanted to see the bone. They didn't dare to disobey and directly gave it to him. This was a great harvest. Apart from searching for the ancient heaven, the war of deities, and other relics, Yi Fan also persevered in searching for the diagram of opportunity to immortal ascension, which would be of great use to him in the future. After obtaining the 8th corner of the diagram of immortal ascension, he put everything aside, including the investigation of the celestial court, because he had made an important decision. As the quasi-emperor, the Yangxiang clan entered the land of immortal ascension, and finally obtained an immortal herb, narrowly escaping death. I've already severed my Tao. Although my strength is far inferior to his, I've obtained the diagram of immortal ascension, and it's almost complete. Perhaps I can go a bit further. The secret of immortal ascension was too tempting. No one would give it up. This was something that even great emperors would strive for their entire lives, let alone Yi Fan. This was his ultimate goal. I really want to go in and give it a try, Yi Fan said to himself. He was only missing one corner of the diagram of immortal ascension. It wasn't that he couldn't wait and was too impatient, but rather that he knew that the corner of the diagram of immortal ascension had shattered in the ancient years, and would never be able to obtain it again. Otherwise, the ancient sages wouldn't have left together. Oh, just one corner of the diagram of immortal ascension is enough to make them retreat. It seems like the chances are slim, and it'll be difficult to succeed. Forget it, I'll just take it as a scout and take a look first. I won't think that I'll definitely succeed. Yi Fan went on his way, only bringing Komatsu with him. They headed west and entered the Kunlun Mountains. Then they made their way around the ancient formation, and arrived at a boundless region. Komatsu immediately widened his eyes. This was an ancient dragon mountain, the ancestor of mountains. It was vast and boundless, majestic and intimidating. It was as if a living true dragon was hibernating here. The true Kunlun mountain range was boundless and boundless. Every mountain peak was like a piece of dragon bone, towering into the clouds, majestic and magnificent. The ancient pines were verdant and the waterfalls were boundless. It was like a painting scroll laid horizontally in front of them. Yi Fan wandered about this mountain region for more than half a month. He observed the terrain and didn't dare to act recklessly. He pieced the diagram of immortal ascension together and studied it repeatedly, finding a safe path. However, the path that led to the center of the land of immortality was empty. After the diagram was pieced together, only the middle region was missing. It was truly regrettable. More than 20 days later, a purple light flashed in the distance. Komatsu jumped out like a little purple spirit. His small body was hugging a square meter of pure white jade. His large eyes that were like black gemstones blinked as he walked unsteadily. He swayed back and forth on purpose to take credit from Yi Fan. It's similar to the foundation stone of the celestial court? Yi Fan was astonished. Komatsu stuck out his small chest and then nodded. He turned around and jumped towards a cliff, bringing Yi Fan to a broken mountain. This place seemed to have been smashed down by something. Yi Fan searched around and found a small piece of historical remains nearby. There was once a cultivator who lived here and used these jade stones to build a cave residence. However, it had been destroyed. He caressed these jade stones and his heart throbbed. They really came from the same source as the foundation stone of the celestial court. There were similar formations inside, but it was a pity that there were only a dozen of them. Celestial court. Kunlun. Yi Fan was shaken after thinking about it seriously. Could it be that there is some connection between the ancient heaven and the 99 Dragon Mountains? He couldn't help but feel shaken. He thought of many things because they all originated from the archaic era. They were so ancient that it was difficult to trace back. During that era, who could control the 99 vast dragon mountains to descend from one ancient star to another? Perhaps only the ancient heaven could. If there really was such a great power that could control the dragon mountains and destroy so many ancient stars with life to nurture the hope of immortal ascension, then it could only be it. In the end, the emperor died and the deities of the various regions fell into chaos. A great disaster occurred and the celestial court collapsed. The various reasons and secrets of the primordial era were already unknown. Yi Fan's heart was in turmoil and couldn't calm down for a long time. The War of Deities and the Celestial Court could actually be related to the 99 Dragon Mountains. He stared fixedly at the depths of Kunlun and said, "Let's go and take a look with the octagonal map. Even if we can't obtain anything, it's enough to protect ourselves. Let's see what the so-called land of immortal ascension nurtures, and what the so-called hope of immortal ascension is." Komatsu's big black eyes flickered with a lively light as she jumped to his side. Yi Fan copied the topographic map and strode into the mountains, heading towards the depths of Kunlun. Chapter 1005. The majestic Kunlun was vast and vast. It traversed the 6 directions and suppressed the 8 desolates. It was vast and boundless. This was a primitive wasteland with no end in sight. Comparatively speaking, the Kunlun mountain range in the mortal world was only a corner. It was the tail end of this main mountain range. Entering it would make one feel insignificant. Facing it was like facing the vast starry sky. Every mountain was terrifyingly tall, surrounded by clouds and mist. It was as if primal chaos had filled the air, and was filled with the energy of the beginning of heaven and earth. If one soared into the sky, they would be able to roughly understand that this was a sleeping dragon. The countless mountains were the spine of the dragon, lying in a cross-legged position. It was a majestic sight. This really is the soaring dragon Pure Land. Yi Fan was proficient in Genesis techniques and could naturally see the extraordinary terrain here. This was the ancestor of the 10,000 mountains, the root of the mountains. The terrain had reached the limit permitted by heaven and earth. Thump, thump. The ground trembled and heavy footsteps could be heard in the distance. A few enormous creatures appeared. They were dozens of feet tall, and the ground shook with every step. What kind of monsters are these? Yi Fan was shocked. These creatures looked like giant apes, but there was a long spiral horn between their brows. Their bodies were blood-red and covered in thick hair. Their eyes were like torches that flickered with light. Kunlun had many ancient beasts. Although the area ahead was a forbidden zone, there were many relatively safe areas that could allow all kinds of creatures to survive. They stared at Yi Fan with a single glance. The long horn between their brows suddenly flashed with lightning and thunder. A blazing green bolt of lightning hacked down and shaved off a piece of the mountain peak. Yi Fan was bathed in light as he floated in the air, unmoving. Under the starry sky, there was almost no one in the world that could hurt him. As expected of the Kunlun immortal realm, these beasts are comparable to the sect masters of today. He pointed with his finger and a clear light shot out, instantly cutting off half of their cultivation. Then it emitted a godly aura that covered the sky and covered the earth. The huge beasts immediately trembled and knelt down. They trembled with fear and didn't dare to act rashly again. It was as if they were revering a god and didn't dare to move. Yi Fan found some memories from their sea of consciousness. There were some extremely powerful creatures in this Kunlun ancient vein that were listed as taboo by them. They didn't dare take a single step inside. At the same time, this was a secret land that could produce unpredictable divine objects. They were all rare treasures. Yi Fan let them go and continued to move forward with Komatsu, referring to the terrain map in his hand to avoid accidentally entering dangerous areas. He did not walk very fast. Along the way, the ancient trees were bold and strong. Many of the old trees had grown for who knew how many years, towering into the clouds. Sometimes a few of them would gather together, covering a circumference of many li, suppressing even the great mountains. There were even many old vines that were like horned dragons, wrapping around several great mountains. The vines covered the land, even the cliffs were covered, verdant and strong. The grass withered and flourished, but only a few of them were able to transcend the tribulation and transform. Just like how there were so many humans, how many of them could truly embark on the path of cultivation? The vegetation within Kunlun Mountain was flourishing, because they were rooted in the dragon vein, able to obtain the nourishment of the earth's energy. Their vitality was exceptionally great, but the mountains and rivers' vegetation rarely produced divine wills. Apart from a few different species, normal grass could only serve as a wedding dress, offering up the life essence that they produced for nothing. Komatsu seemed to be running about, digging up many ancient medicines. Their medicinal ages were all extremely long, having grown for a sufficiently long time. The spiritual essence contained within them was abundant. Yi Fan was greatly alarmed, because in a place where great peaks rose and fell, he saw a natural dragon cave that could produce immortal true energy. However, it couldn't produce a divine core. This place was verdant with many mountains piled up here, forming a terrain of coiling dragons and crouching tigers. At the center was a deep valley that could be called a natural dragon cave. Multicolored light gushed out, and auspicious colors spat out. However, when Yi Fan entered, he couldn't find a divine core. He only dug up a dead stone man, whose life force was snatched away by the mountains before it could transform into a true human form. How pitiful! The divine core could devour the essence of heaven and earth, and the divine essence of the mountains and rivers should have been seized by it. Now it's the other way around, dying here. Kunlun's terrain was formed for the birth of immortals. Spiritual essence from all directions and divine essence from all directions converged towards the central forbidden area, through the dragon vein. The divine core couldn't compete for it. Yi Fan walked for most of the day, and could be considered to have entered the depths of Kunlun mountain range. He saw a few rare spiritual objects, and Komatsu even dug up a young king medicine. This type of plant was very rare, and its medicinal age exceeded 50,000 years. It was located at the node of the dragon vein, and received the rich nourishment of the earth's energy. Its entire body was sparkling, and its fragrance assailed the nostrils. The Komatsu was so intoxicated that it danced with joy. This was because this was the first time it had picked a spiritual object of this level. It happily hugged it, and it was even taller than itself. It presented it to Yifan as if it was presenting a treasure. Normally, Yifan would always give it spiritual fruits, but now, it was the other way around. Komatsu dug up medicine everywhere, and happily ran around to show filial respect to its master. Roar! A clear roar was heard, and the boundless heat wave spread out. The 1,000 miles of land in front of them was actually barren, and not even a blade of grass grew. This was truly a strange scene in Kunlun. Drought demon. Yifan was shocked. He saw a 2-foot-tall humanoid monster. Everywhere it passed, the mountain rocks melted, and the plants turned into ashes. It turned into a barren land. Scarlet light flickered, and the drought demon turned into a ray of fire as it rushed over, bringing with it a monstrously fire. In the end, it was sent flying by Yifan's finger. He turned his hand over, and a huge mountain was moved over to suppress it. How can there be such a thing? Legend has it that this is something transformed from a corpse. Could it be that there are still people who dare to bury their bodies in Kunlun? In the 7th volume of Yuoe Cottage's notes, it was recorded. In recent times, the drought demons are all zombies. When they are dug up and burned, it often causes rain. Yifan gazed into the distance and sized up the surrounding scenery. Kunlun was the location of the main dragon vein, and it nurtured the hope of becoming an immortal. Who would dare to bury a coffin in this place? They passed through this area and entered the lively mountains and seas. Komatsu was carefree and happy. It carried a small medicine basket on its back and gathered medicine everywhere. Although the small medicine basket was only the size of a fist, it was a treasure that Yifan had refined for it. It could store mountains and rivers, and it was usually the place where it stored its spiritual fruits. Not long after, it happily cried out. It had dug up another young king medicine. It was around 60,000 years old, and its medicinal strength was strong. Its entire body seemed to be cast from precious stones, and its fragrance assailed the nostrils. This was very shocking. Even in Big Dipper, it was difficult to dig up so many young king medicines in the mountains and rivers. The main thing was that no one could enter Kunlun. Without a topographic map, one would definitely die. This was the accumulation from ancient times until now. This place had almost turned into a divine land of treasured medicines. Unfortunately, Yifan and the others could only advance on a specific terrain, and could not go deeper into a wider area. Otherwise, there would be unparalleled danger. Plop. Suddenly, Xiaosong fell into a cave and quickly rushed out. She patted her small chest lightly. Clearly she was given a big fright. It's here. Someone was buried in a coffin here. Yifan discovered that there were many coffins underground. Most of them were made of stone, so they had not decayed and had been preserved until now. What kind of people are these? Even after so many years, they turned into drought demons. Suddenly, a stone coffin was pushed open. A monster covered in fiery red fur jumped out from within. Its eyes were frightening as it quickly pounced over. It opened its mouth and spat out heaven overflowing black light. It was like an evil god that had escaped from hell. It actually had the divine ability of an ancient sect master. This made Komatsu fearful and hurriedly retreat. Chi. The space between Yifan's brows blossomed with splendor. A strand of divine splendor shot out, disintegrating the black light in the cave on the spot. It fixed him there and cut off his cultivation. The other stone coffins sounded, and a few more corpse beasts jumped out. In the end, they were all suppressed and couldn't get close. They burned on the spot, and turned into ashes. Yifan stared at the ancient characters on the coffin for a long time. His eyes revealed a strange expression. It was actually the words of Big Dipper. He had seen it on Earth. So that's how it is. It's people from the Yuhua God dynasty. Back then, a group of people escorted the hope of immortal ascension into Kunlun's immortal vein to recover. When they retreated, they encountered supreme experts and lost the terrain map in their hands. Some of them were trapped here. These are their descendants. Their bloodline continued for an extremely long time, but in the end, They all died here, unable to break free. Kunlun was an immortal vein. There was draconic energy underground that nourished these corpses. There were a few that didn't rot much and turned into drought demons. Yi Fan advanced according to the terrain map in his hands. He didn't encounter any dangers. This was a winding ancient path. Apart from this, there were ancient divine formations everywhere. If he went too deep, his body and spirit would be destroyed at every turn. 2 days later, he sensed strand after strand of immortal energy spreading over from up ahead. This meant that he was close to the place of immortal ascension. This made him extremely excited. So, a streak of green multicolored light flashed past. Waves of fragrance wafted outwards. Komatsu almost floated up as well. He opened and closed his cute little nose. He was incomparably infatuated as he blinked his large eyes. This was a stalk of precious medicine. An ancient medicine that could borrow the earth's vein to move. It had already developed intelligence. Green multicolored light flickered about, the medicinal fragrance intoxicating. Even Yi Fan was startled. He personally chased after it. Could it be an undying divine medicine? Back then, the Yangxiang clan dug up an undying medicine precisely in this Kunlun immortal vein. It wouldn't be strange if he encountered another one, because this was a place of immortality. Green multicolored light flickered about. That was released by its vines and leaves. This old medicine's speed was extremely fast. Its roots were like an old man. Its expression was terrified as it quickly fled. It's a Polygonum multiflorum. Legend has it that once a humanoid Polygonum multiflorum ate it, it wouldn't die. However, humanoid roots had never been seen in this world. The roots of knotweed were mostly lumpy. Now he actually saw a humanoid Polygonum multiflorum here. This was truly a miracle. Yi Fan was quite surprised. He brought Komatsu with him and chased after it. This Polygonum multiflorum's vine leaves were emerald green. Its roots were golden, and its face was aged. Its expression was one of terror. It sank into the earth's vein, taking advantage of the situation to escape to the dangerous area marked on the map. Then it stopped here. It cupped its hands and continuously begged Yi Fan to spare its life. This was a demigod medicine. It was on the same level as the Changbai Mountain's ancestral ginseng. If there were 4 of these together, it would almost be equivalent to an undying medicine. This was the Polygonum multiflorum's ancestor. No one knew how long it had lived. It was a divine herb nurtured by heaven and earth. It breathed in and out the essence of the sun and moon. Its body was full of boundless essence energy. It couldn't leap across the sky like the undying medicine, but it could travel through the earth's vein like the Changbai Mountain's ancestral ginseng. Only a Yuan Taoist master like Yi Fan could catch it. Apart from the emerald green vine leaves, the old knotweed was more than half a meter tall. Its whole body was golden, and its fragrance assailed the nostrils. It knelt there and trembled. Komatsu was kind-hearted. It raised its head nervously. Its long eyelashes trembled slightly. It blinked its big black eyes and begged Yi Fan for mercy. It felt that Polygonum multiflorum was very pitiful. Polygonum multiflorum's old tears fell. It worshipped Komatsu. Then it turned around and begged. It sent out a vague consciousness, asking Yi Fan to spare its life. This kind of divine herb was the same as the undying medicine. It couldn't give birth to a strong consciousness. Its body could be immortal, but it couldn't protect itself without the supreme Taoism. Yi Fan nodded. He didn't want to hurt the harmony of heaven. After all, Polygonum multiflorum was an undying medicine. It would dry up and die soon after it left the Pure Land. Unless it was taken immediately, its essence would slowly dissipate. But now he didn't need to eat the undying medicine. It would be a waste to do so. The old knotweed thanked him profusely. It sent out a vague consciousness. If Yi Fan or Komatsu's life was exhausted, they could come here to find it. But if they were summoned, it would show up and give them its essence blood to bring them back from the dead. Yi Fan was speechless. He didn't expect to have such a good karma. Although he didn't pick the humanoid Polygonum multiflorum, he could still come here to save his old friends in the future if they didn't have long to live. Then he asked the old knotweed about the Kunlun mountain. He unexpectedly learned that there was a god in this place. As for what kind of god it was, Polygonum multiflorum couldn't tell. Its consciousness was weak and it couldn't express itself clearly. It didn't even know what the god looked like. In the end, Polygonum Multiflorum led the way and took Yi Fan to a secret place. It said that there were miracles left by ancient immortals there. Yi Fan saw a fairy with his own eyes. Her magical power was unparalleled in both ancient and modern times. She was stronger than all the people who came here. Polygonum Multiflorum had lived for a very long time. God gave it an undying body, but it couldn't give it the aptitude for cultivation. Like the magical medicine, it was a fatal flaw. Over the endless years, it witnessed many anecdotes and secrets here. It even saw the legendary gods with its own eyes. Yi Fan was stunned and communicated with Polygonum Multiflorum. When it came to the Yangxiang clan, it gave a detailed description, and even said that it once caught an immortal medicine here. Polygonum Multiflorum immediately remembered this past event. It said that the magical medicine left with the Yangxiang clan of its own accord. It wanted to leave this place. Why? Yi Fan was puzzled. Polygonum Multiflorum said that the immortal medicine was psychic, and had the divinity to seek fortune and avoid calamity. It had a premonition that there might be a catastrophe here in the future, so it left in advance. However, Polygonum Multiflorum hadn't reached that level yet. It hadn't sensed it yet. It was expected that it would take a long time. This made Yi Fan speechless. Polygonum Multiflorum had seen the Yangxiang clan before and witnessed its heaven-overflowing magical power. After all, it was a generation's quasi-emperor who reigned supreme in the world. From ancient times until now, there weren't many who could compare to it. However, Polygonum Multiflorum said that the Yangxiang clan wasn't the most powerful. There were similar people who had come here before, and none of them could compare to that fairy. It could be said that they were unparalleled since ancient times. Back then, even the ginseng fruit tree wanted to take the initiative to follow that fairy. However, for some reason, her face was covered in tears and she didn't pay them any attention. Yi Fan was stupefied. This was too mysterious. The divine medicine offered itself to follow, but there was someone who didn't want it. Soon after, he sighed. Why did the ancient emperors all have an immortal medicine? This was a mutual choice. One wanted longevity, and the other sought protection. What did she look like? What did she leave behind? Polygonum Multiflorum brought him forward, and told him that there was a precious vase of the great Tao hanging above the ancient fairy's head. Everywhere it passed, all living things would retreat and all techniques would be destroyed. She was the only sovereign between heaven and earth. What is her?